For he will not speak on his own, but will speak that he hears. And he will declare to you the things that are. He will glorify me, because he will take what is mine, and declare to you. All that the Father has is mine. For this reason I said that he will take what is mine, and declare to you. This is the word of the Lord.
It's a great pleasure to invite David to come and share with us. David and I were all working together sometimes in the some of the benefit from that. And I know his love is good. I hand over to David. Speak in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. It's taken 25 years to find understanding of this program. So thank you, David. You a flavour of Elmer's trip with Queensbury. 15 days ago, hard to believe 50 days ago, it was Easter Day, the 23rd of March. And just after my sermon in Glastonbury, Vicar, I received several emails during the following week to say how much people agreed with what I had to say. My sermon started a bit like this. Today is the greatest day of the year's calendar. Hallelujah.
Good morning everyone and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for Day 3 of this Vitality County Championship match between Somerset and Kent. We are set for play to begin at 11, with Kent resuming their first innings on 108 for 5 with Joe Denley and Joey Everson at the crease. The visitors are trailing Somerset by 446 runs after centuries from Tom Banton and James Rue gave the hosts a sizable first innings score of 554 all out. So welcome to our visitors from Kent and of course all the players and officials involved today. Before we get underway, make sure you get all your refreshments including the Stragglers Coffee House, the Marcus Roscovic Pavilion Lower Concession and the Botham Bar. Make sure you also grab a scorecard from reception in the Goscopic Pavilion as we look to get started at 11.
I'm tapping it. I'm fair with it.
Good morning everybody, if you've just joined us, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 3 of this county championship match between Somerset and Kent. We'll have a look at the team news shortly. Just before we do, Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner WPA Health Insurance. Based only a few miles from the Cooper Associates County Ground, WPA look after the healthcare of hundreds of thousands of people across the UK, from families to some of the UK's most well-known companies. We're also pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, again in 2024. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants with their head office based in St James Street, Taunton. And we'd also like to thank our other principal partners for the 2024 season. They are Trade Nation, Argos Insurance Services and Virtue Motors. So that team news for today. If you've just joined us on day 3, Kent are led by Captain Daniel Bell-Drummond, and on their team for this one today, Ben Compton, Zach Crawley, Marcus O'Riordan, Joe Denley, Harry Finch, Joey Everson, Byers Swanepoel, Grant Stewart, Nathan Gilchrist and George Garrett. And your Somerset team led by Lewis Gregory, Matt Renshaw, Sean Dixon, Tom Lamonby, Andrew Amoud, Tom Banton, James Rue, Craig Overton, Miguel Pretorius, Josh Davey, and Jack Leach. We are set to get underway in just a few minutes' time. Please welcome onto the field our umpires Neil Mallender and Rob White. Today's match referee is Simon Hinks.
Well, good morning, and what a morning it is. Blue skies over Taunton here for day 3 of this county championship match between Somerset and the visitors Kent. Somerset very much in charge at the moment as far as the score is concerned, hitting 554 in their first innings, picking up full batting points and reducing Kent in a rain-reduced day yesterday to 108 for 5. Joe Denley and Joey Everson are the batters currently in. Everson yet to get off the mark. Denley on 32. I'm Charlie Taylor, and alongside me is Vic Marks. We'll be joined by Sam Rhymes throughout the day as well. Vic, Somerset are very much in charge here. What is the key for Somerset to go on and win this game? They've got 2 days that look pretty set fair, 15 wickets to take.
Yeah, 15 wickets, and it sounds fairly straightforward, doesn't it? 2 days. 2 days, a long time. 106 overs today. 15 wickets. But We have seen strange things happen at this ground on these sort of surfaces, and we think back to the Nottinghamshire game, where once the sun comes out and the pitch loses that little bit of green tinge, it can be very, very difficult. So don't take anything for granted, I think is the message. And we're looking around for Josh Davey.
Well, we were just talking about whether or not you think there might be a follow-on enforced, assuming that they don't reach 404 or 405.
And I don't think we can see him.
Well, Josh Davey isn't on the field, and Casey Aldridge is at the moment. Now, Casey Aldridge obviously wouldn't be allowed to bowl. Pretorius is pushing one up quite full to start off the day.
Well, that's a big blow, because
that would certainly play into the captain's mind, wouldn't it?
It would, and that might. I mean, it's too many ifs, really. I think if you bowl Kent out for another 100 and you've still got 350 lead, you might as well enforce the follow-on. But Gregory will be looking around for some more bowlers, and there are one or two who could help out in extremis, clearly. Tom Lammonby could do that. Matt Renshaw could do that here and there. But it's not ideal to lose Davey, if that is indeed the case. But we're suspecting that because we didn't see much of him before the match in the build-up, and we can't see him on the ground now. And you feel there must be a good reason for that.
We'll try and work out what that is.
Well, no doubt our massive research team will be working on that.
Dunley on strike, and he clips it nicely through mid-wicket for a single. It was a very, very good performance yesterday from Jack Leach, I thought, came out bat in hand, having not played for a few months. Hit a lovely cover drive for 4, and then smashed a wide one for 6 over point cover area. And then came back with the ball, picking up 2 wickets.
A couple of wickets. They're both sort of slightly contentious dismissals. It's fine if you're in the Kent dressing room, because, well, Compton certainly gave the impression he tried the first reverse sweep. It could have well brushed his glove, we don't know. Good catch by James Rue, but certainly Compton gave the impression that he didn't think he'd made contact with his glove, but off he had to go. Ooh.
Streaky.
Yeah, streaky, but 4. And then he got Finch LBW in the modern fashion, just pushing forward to a stock Leach delivery. Hit the front pad, up went the finger. He was a bit reluctant to go too. Whether he thought there was a little inside edge, I don't know. I don't think he was missing the stumps. Anyway, come what may, Leach on a pitch not helping him, but they can do this, good spinners. 2 for 22, and he hasn't bowled a ball in first class cricket. He's bowled 1 or 2 in the second team since the first test in Ahmedabad last winter. Oh, that is a cracker. Pretorius, I think, feels he actually bowled well yesterday and beat the bat a few times. He's got 1 wicket, but I think you justifiably feel like we deserve more than that.
Might just have nipped off the pitch a little bit. Everson, who's only got that streaky 4 to his name so far. Last night he came in and was pretty desperate not to get out before the close of play, I think. So we'll see a bit more from him this morning in the way of shots, but that was not convincing from him. Good ball from Pretorius. It's a bit more leg sidey, that one. Pick up a leg by. Thank you to Phil, who's been in touch on the live chat for the stream that we've got on YouTube. He says, is this game going to be all over by tea?
No.
I think the answer to that is...
Well, it might be over by tea tomorrow if you're lucky, Phil. But no, you can come down.
Yeah, no,
if that's what you're worried about.
It definitely won't be over by tea.
Well,
I mean, you can never say never, can you? But I'd be absolutely astonished if they pick up 15 wickets before tea.
So would I. And I'd be thrilled to bits if they picked up enough wickets to win the game by tea tomorrow.
Well, what's playing on my mind, Vic, is the Nottinghamshire game. Because all very well thinking about the Essex game, and that was on a very different pitch to this, but the Nottinghamshire game, the pitch flattened out. It became an absolute road.
And it's terrific partnership between Joe Clark
and they played well.
Young. But after a while, it just didn't seem to do anything. They've tried, I think, on this one to give themselves a few more options. That's a good start from Overton. I don't really think it's going to make that much difference, but if you look at the pitch now and you look at the area at this end, they've obviously mown the grass down, got it fairly bare, in the hope that later in the game, which is what happens on a good cricket pitch, Jack Leach could get a little bit of purchase with his spin. But we didn't actually see Jack spin any last night. But he still got a couple of wickets.
That was the Nottinghamshire game. They had Nottinghamshire on the ropes, was what was frustrating for Somerset. They were 193 all out Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
Somerset replied, although as the pitch was flattening out, with 454. And then Nottinghamshire were 440 for 2.
I think they were, and I don't think Somerset dropped a chance
No,
in that innings.
It wasn't.
Just didn't create any.
That was the game where one of my favourite moments. I think it'll be one of my favourite moments that I remember here at Taunton for a long time was Craig Overton punching his bat in frustration when Bashir swung at one, and Craig Overton was there on 95, and that was the end of the innings. Bit of a silly moment, but
well, it was the ultimate brain pain.
It was,
from
wasn't it?
Shoaib, who I think I
very
gather
funny.
was absolutely crestfallen.
yeah, he was.
And sort of bewildered about. We talked about that lovely piece of commentary from the guy from the West Indies. Why did he do that?
Yes, exactly. That was exactly what it was. One of those moments.
Fazir, I remember. Why did he do that? And I don't think Shoaib knows why.
Shoaib fancied a big 6.
Yeah, but he's been around. He's played international cricket, isn't he?
Yeah, very funny. It was a funny moment, although it was not funny for Craig Overton.
No, it wasn't.
Who then was ticking, wasn't he? He came with the ball back in his hand.
I can see you bumping into Craig. Wasn't it hilarious, Craig?
Yeah. I should think probably the dust still hasn't quite settled on that.
Well,
moment,
I don't
should
know,
think,
may have
Craig.
done, but I think they probably thrashed it out.
He did then get the wicket of Hamid for 20 early on in that next innings, so probably a good thing for the team. That's our shot.
Well, Denley. That's Everson, actually. So, I was going to say would never been shot typical Denley. Everson, who's no mean bat, of course. Denley actually played really impressively last night. He's a very elegant player, actually, and he came down to Leach in particular, and he just caressed him over the boundary straight for 6. Several silky cover drives. He looked in quite good nick. It's 4 downs. I think probably breeze. Well, there's hardly any breeze actually, but Overton came from the Trescothic end last night. But he's chosen, I should have think, the river end. He gets a choice. If we're still looking out for Josh Daly, but I don't think we spotted him yet, and it's an ominous absence.
If they're not warming up, that worries either way, doesn't it? Because it sort of suggests that he is. Well, he won't come out cold. Put it that way. He'd have to do some sort of warming up if he's going to bowl straight away.
Well, and they've had plenty of time to get him right, if it's possible to get him right, and he's still not here. So I'm feeling a bit gloomy about that. It's a very fine delivery, but there's no edge. He's got better and better, Pretorius, it seems to me, since he's been here. He's adjusted well, settled in well. Sadly, may not be for much longer.
Once again, it's going to run away for a few. Don't think it's got the legs to reach the boundary through the gully area. Now, one thing that I spotted yesterday, it's still there today, is Denley JL, it says on the scoreboard, as opposed to just Denley. Now, I realise he's got a nephew, Jaden, who is a J Denley, obviously, so obviously that needs... But he's not playing in this side.
Yeah, but this is because people recognise how omniscient the Somerset spectators are. That they'll know that there are a couple of Denleys knocking around, and they want to know which one it is.
So they will know there are a couple of Denleys around, but what you're saying is they would have no clue as to what the team is that Kent have got on at the moment. They'd say, "Well, I know there is one. I've got no idea who's playing."
Well, I think we admire that.
Yes, I think it's respectful to Jaden, who I don't know how many games he's played. Not many. But he has played some. Yeah, it's true. It depends. You've got to know Jaden's middle name, haven't you, to know that it's the difference between Joey
We've
and
got
Jaden.
a research team. Or you've got your laptop.
I've got my laptop.
You can
Denley
tell us.
JK. It would be JK Denley where it is nephew playing.
Yeah, exactly. So the L is significant.
That's the L. The L is all that there is.
In fact, the L is more significant than the J.
Or the Denley. Just put K up there, we'd know. Push through, flick through mid-wicket. Has how many games? He's 18 years old, Jaden Kennick Denley.
Kennick?
Kennick.
Okay.
Has played one first-class match, a high score of 41, a strike rate of just under 30.
Well, one to watch, clearly.
5 list A matches with a batting average of 26. So that's not too bad. Start of the career.
Well, I can give you a little bit of social history from a very famous old thing about Fred Titmus.
Oh, yeah.
Great off-spinner for Middlesex.
Mm-hmm.
Played in the age of amateurs and professionals, playing at Lord's. And there was an urgent PA announcement as the game began to start. So I've read for you that there's been a mistake on the scorecard. For FJ Titmus, please read Titmus FJ. Because Titmus was a professional. And if you're a professional, you got your initials after your...
So it was the greatest possible error
Yeah.
in that they put him down as an amateur.
Oh, that's not a true shot, but he'll get a couple more as well. There's a lot of runs out there actually today. So the amateurs had their initials in front. And this was deemed to be a major error for someone in the
Well, at Lord's
in
as
the
well.
office. At Lord's, especially.
Lord's of all places. You'll have noticed as well if you're keeping an eye on that scoreboard, which says JL or Denley JL. So he was professional, obviously.
Well, they're all professionals now.
Yeah, these days they are. But he would have been Denley JL. You'll notice as well there's still 102 overs remaining. It says there. That's
That won't. That'll take some catching.
yeah, that's going to run. I think looking quite shiny there in the sunshine. Yep, runs away. Good shot.
I mean, Kent are in a tricky situation. Clearly, look at the scoreboard. But in some ways, if you are a batsman who can just get a bit of tunnel vision working, you can think, hang on a minute, this is a great day to bat. They're going to have attacking fields. There's gaps. It's not going to do much. This is Boyks would be in this. Perfect. Holes in the field, flat pitch, 2 days to bat. Runs.
This
galore.
is
And if you're a captain, you want those sort of selfish genes to come to the fore in situations like this because it actually helps the team. Denley has looked very comfortable and he can see some big gaps.
Good take again by James Rue, who's been brilliant behind the stumps this season. The other thing which might help you if there were 2 Denleys playing is that one is a left-hander and one is a right-hander.
I think it helped a lot.
That would be very helpful, wouldn't it? That would be the key there.
That's good. That's very good info.
So if you're ever watching 2 Denleys at once, the left-hander is the younger Jaden Kennick Denley, and the older is what does the L stand for, do you think? Liam? I think Liam. Yes, it is Liam. Joseph Liam Denley.
Come on, Uncle Joe.
Yeah, if you were batting at the same time, you would be scampering through for quick singles when you're putting your uncle under a bit of pressure.
Well, actually, Joe Denley, I think we established he's 38 yesterday, but he still skips up and down that crease.
Yeah, he's very nimble.
Quickly, he's looked terrific, actually.
He's a quality player. Not him on strike now, though. Anderson getting behind that one.
Well, given that Somerset are bowler short, I think they've got to get there. Dear old Jack's going to get a good bowl here. And I think almost the sooner the better, if there's not much happening. He'll want to bowl from the river end, which is, I haven't seen it turn there, but that's where the little barer patches are to aim at.
Well, I wondered whether this might also play into the follow-on idea.
Yeah,
because
it'll enhance the prospect of not enforcing
exactly.
But But your worry when that happens is that you waste time getting runs you don't actually need.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a tricky juggling act, and to lose a bowler, one of your frontline bowlers, is significant. We'll get an update at some point.
Yes,
but he's still not visible. We've got Casey Aldridge. He's in there at second slip.
Shot.
Well, that's a fine shot from Everson. Beautiful shot. Another suggestion too that this wicket is now quite friendly for batsmen.
Well, this is the Nottinghamshire worry, isn't it? That game where it did just.
Yeah. But we had no Leach there.
That's true.
Well, show play didn't turn for him.
And that was a lot earlier in the season as well. That makes a big difference. It's only his second game. Might have been the first game here, actually, I think. Edge.
Well, Matt Renshaw may, at some point, expend some of his energy bowling off breaks. Later on today, I think. In fact, keep going with Pretorius, who's actually probably looked more dangerous than Overton.
Yeah, I think so. He's had to cause a few issues to the right-handers. Yeah, it's turned into an interesting signing, wasn't it, Pretorius? Because there was quite a few question marks over his experience and his quality. But actually,
he was a fairly late. It was a late.
Yeah.
I don't know much detail, but obviously Sutherland from Victoria, what was his first name?
Will,
had been signed a long time back in the autumn, and he's played a little bit for Australia, and he's the son actually of the old chief executive of Cricket Australia. And I think his sister plays for Australia too.
Great.
Anyway, that was all long established, but they often get withdrawals, and I think he had picked up injuries towards the end of a long Shield season, and not just Shield season, but Big Bash season.
Annabelle Sutherland, yeah.
So suddenly they want to find a replacement, and all I know about Pretorius is that Shane Berger, the batting coach, who's obviously originally from South Africa, had a certain amount of not inside knowledge, but was well aware of Pretorius's virtues, and would give him quite a good, strong reference as someone who would do a good job, and I think he has done a good job. Not been sort of in the Matt Henry sort of category, but no one could possibly expect that. But he's bowled his overs. He's got better and better with the ball. He's scored his runs. He's looked like a very positive cricketer out there, and hopefully, who knows? That connection may be sustained, and it may not be this year. But there's someone a bit like Matt Renshaw who came a long time ago, first time round, liked it. He liked us. We liked him. And you never know nowadays when you might want to sort of pluck someone else, pluck them back and come back home to Taunton. We'll see. It's a lot of water to flow after that. But Pretorius has got better and better, I reckon, as he's played more. And he's certainly not work shy, I don't think. I think he's played just about every game. He's got quite a few overs. With reasonable success. Sometimes on flat pitches like this.
Well, his attitude's good. Yeah, I think that's
exactly.
a big part of it.
That counts for quite a lot.
He's inviting shots here, isn't he? Pushing it full like that, but any mistake and you're in either for an LBW shout or you might pick up a thin edge.
Yeah, he's particularly to Denley. He's got a bit more protection on the leg side. Gives him this kind of freedom to bowl at the stump. Maybe look for an LBW possibly. Slightly changes for Everson, where he's just got the 3 men on the leg side. An extra slip comes in.
as you say, there's just these gaps, which when you can pierce that field,
There runs are plenty there.
yeah, absolutely, under these glorious skies, could be one of those great days for batting. And those 5 who are already out might regret not having made it through to the end of the day, I think, yesterday.
You see, in normal circumstances, you'd be thinking, well, Jack, I'm sorry, Jack, but you're going to have to bowl probably 30 odd overs today, 30 overs. And he would be right up for that. But actually, it's not what they'll want to happen because he's been out of the game for so long. He's had a limit. I know as he got ready for fitness to come back, he's got that central contract, so the ECB would be kind of dictating how many overs he'd be allowed to bowl. They would be in overall charge of his recuperation. So all I'm saying is that there will be some reservations about bowling Jack into the ground, even though he's what Both used to call me, a sort of step and fetch it bowler. He just, he bowl all day. Well, it's not quite that simple if you're a spinner, especially if you're one who hasn't played a serious game of cricket, apart from a second team game, since last autumn. I think we can be fairly sure that Jack will be up for it. But you can't sort of automatically think, well, Jack will bowl 30 overs that end and we'll just rotate however many seamers we got left. I would have thought, actually, that Overton will bowl one more, and then I would actually, since nothing much is happening, get Jack on earlier rather than later, just see whether he can winkle someone out, and also give a bit of respite, because otherwise Gregory's going to run out of bowling. He doesn't want to bowl himself too much because he hasn't missed a game. He's a vital man in whatever form of cricket we're playing. He's captain, but he's not the sort of bowler that you want to be bowling 25 overs a day regularly. So he's got a difficult juggling act. However, it's a hard work winning games. They're well placed at the moment still. That's a nice shot, isn't it?
Nice flick into a vacant area.
It's not a great ball, but it's beautifully put away. It's a little bit too straight, a little bit too full. But he's timed that to perfection. It's quite a big boundary out there. Like a billiard table.
The ground actually looks fantastic, doesn't it? This year has been really, really good.
Yeah.
After a few problems early on last year.
Indeed, there's sort of a sand pit, wasn't there, in front of us, and a mini lake at the other end.
Which sounds like a sort of a golfing resort, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's the bunker at one end, and then there's always the water at the other. Ooh, that's a rarity. Some 4 byes.
Yeah, not a great ball from Overton, and Rue couldn't get there.
Yeah, well, I'd take him off. Well, his overs are invaluable, and you've got to look after him. The one person, actually, if you're a ruthless captain, you're thinking, well, I'll bowl him into the ground if necessary, is dear old Pretorius, really.
He's
got potentially one more game, maybe, but after that, who knows?
Bit of indecision as to whose ball that is to collect. There's going to be a collision here as Aldrich picks it up. Aldrich, if you're just joining us on the field for Josh Davey, we're trying to find out exactly what's going on there. Haven't heard why he's not on the field, but that is a blow for Somerset.
Yeah,
he's someone who, if he wouldn't have had the ball in his hand now, he'd certainly have it next. You'd have thought if he was on.
Well, obviously they missed a trick. They should have put him at silly point and told him to head the ball at every opportunity. Get concussed. And then Aldrich
coming to bowl. Yeah. I mean, well, that is a serious...
Such a naive team, this.
Come on, Somerset. But wasn't that something which people thought Australia might do with Nathan Lyon? They might put him in a difficult fielding position in a helmet, so he's as safe as possible. But then this is when he had his a calf tear, I think, because he was such a key player.
That's
he was such a key player, isn't he? And
they couldn't replace him.
They couldn't replace because it was a calf tear rather than concussion. So they thought, it just drops in front of the slips. and they thought they might try and get him a bonk on the head so they can then.
Well, it worked so well with Smith and Lavishay.
But because they couldn't then have a spinner, and it was obviously in August or whenever it was, July in England.
Well, they had another spinner on tour, I think, but I don't think that was a problem. But I think it was the process, really.
Yes. Oh, the tour. It was just that match of trying to get a spinner who couldn't. Yeah. As Denley brings up his 50, by the way, with that shot.
Yeah. Well, even
70 balls, been a good innings.
Yeah, it has. He's been very positive in playing, not so much playing the situation as the ball in front of him. I mean, that's, if you're bowling, that's a good ball on a length, but he's defended that with such certainty. You're thinking, hang on a minute, how are we going to get past that? So I would be surprised if Gregory doesn't think, well, he looks a bit more dangerous anyway coming from this end last night. Let's give him a break. Overton's overs are precious. Don't waste them when he's not looking very threatening. So where's Jack? He'll be looking towards his captain. He likes to get loose, and I haven't noticed any warm-up exercises, but it won't be far away, I would have thought.
Is it that him over there?
He's at square leg.
There he is, on the boundary. Oh, well, that's. I thought about it. I think he's come down there.
He's got bat on that.
Yeah, there was a half appeal from.
Without it, they'd have been going up for certain. I don't quite know how he's missed that. It's quite full.
Let's have a look. Yeah, get the replay.
I don't know what he had to hit that. I mean, that was out. He's got an inside edge on it. He's slightly working that. I mean, that's a brave length. It's full. It's almost half volleyed, but it almost got through.
That's what Pretorius has been asking for this whole time, really. How's that taken? There's a question. No, half appeal. He may as well ask, but
I rather like that appeal from Pretorius in the sense that
go on then.
He was just joining. He was joining in the ones behind, but he never really thought it was that, and nor did I think Neil Malander. He was never going to get given that.
No. When you ask like that, you're not going to get given that. You've got to be convinced.
Yeah.
No, not out. Just watch the replay there. It's the right decision, and I think Pretorius knows. I'm taking an inside edge here.
He's bowled well. He's been the best, he's been the most dangerous of the two today. He's got nice rhythm. He's nice and tall. Well, before we start to feel too sorry for Lewis Gregory, let's remember that Daniel Bell Drummond lost George Garrett after 10 overs in Somerset's innings.
So are we saying that sort of a fair play move? Actually, Josh Davies fine, but Lewis Gregory said, "Oh, it's all right. No, okay, we'll even things up."
Charlie, I don't think it works.
It doesn't work like that. No, okay. That feels to be like the sort of thing Harry Everett might suggest. A bit like when he suggested that. I can't remember what it was. I think it was Kyle Abbott against Hampshire. Kyle Abbott came out to open the batting, and Harry's suggestion was that the normal opener was maybe taking an important call or something, and so he couldn't go out to bat. That was his genuine, serious suggestion. He said maybe he's gone for coffee or maybe he's on the phone.
He's on the phone.
Forgetting, I mean, the main issue with that, of course, is that they're not allowed their phones during the game. But apart from that, obviously everything else that's wrong with it.
It's one of them. Harry hadn't factored that in.
It was yesterday where he said that in the last over of the day he thought Joe Denley might be looking to hit a 6 down the ground into the sight screen. I do love Harry. He's the attacking mindset. He got out. Oh! There you go. That's the one he's been looking for. Pushing it full, trying to get a mistake from one of these batters, and it's Everson who goes. And Pretorius has deserved that, you'd have to say. 145 for 6.
Absolutely. I mean, there is, you know how you hear sages sitting in places like this saying, "Oh, they're bowling too short, they'll pitch it up." Sometimes they pitch it up, keeps going for 4, but actually he was brave enough to keep that ball full. He thought he could drive that. It was almost half volley length, but not quite, and he hit across it, and those stumps were trimmed. So that's the virtue of being brave enough to think, well, it could go for 4. If I bowl that length, it could go for 4, but I've got a better chance of getting them.
And fours aren't a big problem.
No, not
with
at
such a big total on the board for Somerset.
You know, you deserve that for having the, for being brave enough to offer that opportunity. He's going for a big drive. He gets in a tangle. It may have come, I don't know, if it came through the gate in the end. Whether it came back, we'll have another look.
I think it did.
A little bit, yeah. It ended up hitting leg stump. But the gate was created by the fact that he was looking to attack that. And he thought he saw a drive. So, we have updates. Our team have been researching, and Josh Davey has a sickness bug, and will try and get back as soon as possible. So it's a sickness bug rather than a tear or a pull. So in some ways, that's, although we're full of sympathy.
Terrible news for Josh, brilliant news for Somerset fans in that it's probably likely, well, either a 24-hour or a short.
Yeah, I mean, you can recover more quickly, I think, from a sickness bug than you can from a torn hamstring. Ask poor old Tom Abel.
Yes, yeah.
Now then, okay, no
game moves on.
Yeah, and we've got a bowling change, and it's not Jack Leach. It's Lewis Gregory replacing Craig Overton. Who opens with a no ball. It's amazing the number of no balls he bowls, given that he is such a white ball specialist, and I bet he doesn't bowl many in white ball, because there's a deterrent there that stops you doing it. But I don't remember seeing him bowl many no balls in T20. However, I think it's time for Sam. I've got my wicket.
Oh, your wicket. Okay.
Well, no. We are objective here, of course. Somerset have managed to make one breakthrough. They need 4 more, and then they'll consider what to do. In the meantime, let's say hello to Sam.
Thank you, Vic. And thank you to the people on the live stream suggesting Sunday morning sickness bug. Heard that one before. Josh wouldn't be so unprofessional as to go out, hit the streets of Taunton, would he, on a Saturday night mid-game? I'm sure that's not the case. Yeah, I'm sure no reason to doubt that the sickness bug is what we're being told. I'm sure that's right. Kent 147 for 6, which is a long way off Somerset's 554 all out, still over 400 runs behind here, which is a huge amount. Sam Rhymes is alongside me. First time this season. Hello, Sam.
It is. Morning, Charlie. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, especially given the beautiful weather we've got here
fantastically set up, isn't it?
Well, if you're a Somerset fan, absolutely. If you're a Kent fan, you're praying that Joe Denley's got another 150 runs in his locker today.
Yeah, hopefully the new man, Bear Swanepoel, can stick around with him and make some company, because like Vic was talking about, it's a fantastic surface out there. A chance to cash in if they can stick in.
Gregory hits on the pad a bit high, and he's coming forward to there, Joe Denley. And there is no run. So tell us about you then, Sam. It's the first time that some of our viewers will have met you.
Yeah.
So have you got a background in cricket at all, or sport?
Yeah, so like most people, played plenty of club cricket growing up back in South Devon, down at Kingsbridge. Played growing up in the summers, bit at school, university, played once or twice. One of those sports day cricket I found as I grew up and through COVID after a long break. If you don't stick at it, it's easy to lose a bit of rhythm. So
lovely drive. Look at that. Using his feet, coming forwards, finding that gap in the extra cover region. Joe Denley looking absolutely sublime there.
Yeah, that's an imperious shot, isn't it? Raced across this outfield as well, which is absolutely immaculate today. Yeah, and then finished university and got myself on a sort of gig here, and I've been here since July. Absolutely loving my time there. Great team, great club. And we've got some great cricket to do as well. I joined the day after the Blast win last year, so I joined at quite a nice time.
But there are a few sickness bugs on that morning.
I was actually
sickness bugs in inverted commas.
I was staying in Taunton on the Sunday evening, and I saw a few stragglers in full kit.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
Somerset fans had a great day out. This is another good-looking drive, squarer this time through the point region, and that on the shorter boundary is also going to go for 4.
So you notice James Roos standing up to the stumps here. Obviously Gregory not quite as quick as Craig Overton, maybe coming from that end, applying a bit of pressure. Great glove with James Rue.
Well, that was a change after the shot where he came down the ground and played it through extra cover. So this is the idea now, to keep Denley in his crease.
You mentioned that shorter boundary, actually. It's very noticeable, isn't it, when you're sat up here?
Yeah.
Just how short that boundary is, coming from the river end onto the offside, the right-hander.
And that is the danger of Rue being up at the stumps there, because that's a quicker one from Gregory. And Rue, well, not only is he not taking it, there's a risk. He's put his hand out, and you risk a bit of injury there because it is coming quick. And if you don't get it in the fleshy bit of your hand, it hits your fingers or the end of your thumb or something. That's the last thing Somerset will want. So it's a risky strategy, but you can see why they're trying it. They are attacking here, Somerset. They have every right to do that. They still need 14 wickets, and they've got what looks like 2 very nice days for batting coming up. So
it was interesting, actually, the field that's been set with 2 slips at this end. Short extra cover, we had short mid wicket. We saw a couple overs ago Joe Denley flick one through the leg side, and it was uppish to start with, in fairness. And although there was a good shot, there's a chance there that long that ball's in the air. And you can see from this end with Pretorius bowling to left-handed Swanepoel. 4 slips, 3 and a wideish fourth.
Yeah, and
point.
Pretorius is going to bring it across the left-hander.
Yeah, we're trying to angle this ball away.
Yeah, trying to get that edge. Obviously, those 4 slips there, just bringing the slips a bit. Well, it's almost a 5th slip position
This
there.
is wide, isn't it?
It's a 1, 2, 3, 5 they've got in, really.
Not quite gully.
No, it isn't. I wouldn't call that
No.
gully, really. So it's quite wide. I guess they trust their slip fielders to be very athletic. So who have you got in there?
It's got Overton in there, is it?
You've got Overton at second, Gregory at first, Overton at second, Aldridge at third.
Who's out with the wide stance?
Lammonby, I think.
Is it?
5th. So you're expecting Lammonby to do some athletics in case it goes through 4th area. Or Aldridge as well is an excellent catch.
Yeah.
So the 2 of them, young and very athletic fielders. I'm going to swap over now because of the single that's been run.
Bit of shape for Pretorius as well. He's bowled really well this morning. He's beaten the bat a few times. Obviously picked up that wicket. Joey Everson. But bowled really well. He's offered threat. And like you say, his workman keeps going. Yeah, might not have the biggest X factor in the world, but he's certainly doing a brilliant job in Somerset colours.
Yeah, it's been a good signing.
Absolutely.
I think there was some. Oh, now there's his skis appealing. No one else is.
Fixed up That's more in hope than expectation, I suggest there.
I don't think James Rue was in any way interested in that one.
If Keeps doesn't go up, generally.
You're not getting it.
No.
Keeper's got to be jumping up and down.
He's got a lead, hasn't he? Yeah.
So let's have another look at that one. Oh, I think you're right. I think in line, that's very high. Yeah, it's got to be high, isn't it? In that one.
Yeah. No, he's been an excellent. I think it was a bit of an unknown entity coming into.
He played a bit at Durham, hadn't he? But other than that, wasn't well known in this country.
But no, he's been really effective and he's growing into it, like I said. That's a bit uppish.
And that, of course, when he was playing for Durham, was in the 2nd division, so Somerset wouldn't have come across him.
No.
Yeah, he was more there. Well, he averaged over 100 with the ball, which isn't. That doesn't fill you with confidence, does it? When you look at the stats, he's not jumping out at you thinking, we've got to sign this guy.
You might just be better to say he averaged 100 and leave it there.
Yes, without letting him know it's bowling average rather than.
Leave it like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, in that case, my average for my club team is
Oh,
very much in the 100. So
Suddenly looks a bit more generous.
yeah, it does. Yeah. Suddenly, I look like the sort of player who should be moving on to a proper league team.
Absolutely.
I wonder whether these two, I'm sure they will have come up against each other at some point. The off-strike batter, Swanepoel.
Yeah.
And Miggy, as they're calling him, Miguel Pretorius.
Swanepoel's first-class average of 27. Handy.
Useful coming in at 8.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, in the situation that faces Kent at the minute, it's exactly what they need is a partnership, isn't it? Someone to stick around. Joe Denley's showing that if you take time and you get yourself set, there's runs to be scored out there.
Well, even I was thinking this. I was on my bike this morning, coming in.
Oh yeah.
It's good. I find it great cycling, not just physically. It gives you great thinking time.
Yeah.
When you're just pounding the. Well, you're not pounding the pavement because your feet don't touch the pavement.
No,
You're pounding the pedals.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, right. So what? And most of my thought in my free time is taken up by cricket, which I think is true
Well,
for a lot of people.
You have to be a Somerset fan, don't you? Bit of a
Exactly.
badger, yeah.
And so I was thinking, even if Joe Denley scores 150 by himself, so another 100 runs,
Yeah.
it still needs someone to stay with him just to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah.
Because even that would only take them to 306, and they'd still be 100 runs short.
Yeah.
So you'd still need the rest of the team to get 100. So you still need someone to have a big impact on
Yeah.
that. So it's a big old ask
It
for
is
Kent.
a huge ask.
You know, if you're looking at one player getting 150 and you still need 100 runs from the next other 4 batters.
Well, that's well done.
Yeah, he's come forwards there. I'm not sure that's the right idea, to be honest.
No. That's slightly back of a length, that difficult
Yeah.
length. You've got to commit and get right forward. Or
Yeah, it was sort of half and half there, wasn't it? Sort of a bit of a shuffle forwards,
It's
not
like
getting
prod.
there. Let's have a look.
it's the kind of delivery that if you get out to that, you'd be very frustrated at yourself. You know either here or there, you sort of push forward at it, but you're not fully committed.
Could easily feather it.
And to be honest with you, after this, we're in deep into the bowlers, aren't we?
Yeah, so it would be Grant Stewart after this. I presume Garrett will bat. Oh no, it was a no ball.
It's been no balled anyway.
Another no ball. Lewis Gregory.
Prone to it.
Now, when you've got a lot of runs on the board, it doesn't matter so much. But in a low-scoring game, you really do not want to be giving those extra runs. And they quickly add up, no balls, especially when you're bowling lots of them.
They do.
There's only, well, two runs obviously per no ball, so that'll be 6 now. Runs overall.
Yeah.
So 3 no balls. I'm trying to think. I think they are all Lewis Gregory. Certainly 2 of them are. I don't think we've seen one from someone else.
No. Okay.
I haven't been convinced by Swanepoel from what we've seen here with
No,
the bat so far.
He's not. He's got some difficulties. Had a bit of time in the hutch to sit and watch things develop. Swanepoel. He's not quite picked up this length from Gregory, is he? Let's see, watching the replay, Gregory coming here. Yeah, it's difficult to say from here, from the front on view, but it looks obviously he is over. Can happen.
Yeah, but it is harder to tell like that.
Yeah.
But he pushes the line, pushes it and pushes it.
Again.
Not convincing from Swanepoel.
He looks a bit late on it. Looks a bit late. Almost like Gregory's not the tallest man, Gregory. He's not like Overton who's going to come in and hit the surface, is he? But actually, if he pushes it through and it just zips on a little bit, it's obviously hurrying Swanepoel.
Yeah, and it's not. He's not as quick as he has been, Lewis Gregory, but he's very. He's one of those bowlers who has great control.
Yeah.
Generally, obviously, bowling not no balls at the moment, but
Yeah,
as far
yeah.
as the ball is concerned,
absolutely.
he's bowling with
Yeah.
a lot of control. He'll jag it back in when the pitch is offering it. He'll find swing when it's
Yeah.
there.
I think you have to.
But he's
don't
not
you?
out and out pace there by any means.
But that's the for someone like Gregory. It's not a frontline opening seam bowler like Craigo or Matt Henry was here. You know where they've got the ability to expose swing with genuine pace, whereas Lewis Gregory's probably got to manufacture some of that movement, get something out the surface when maybe times are a bit tough or pitch get a bit flatter like we're seeing today. Probably see a few variations of him trying to maybe roll his fingers down the ball, maybe off some cutters later on in the day as the ball gets a bit older. But absolutely, what a weapon to have in your armoury. So he approaches back in on the river end.
Using his feet again now. There we go. He's got all of that one.
He's gone after that, hasn't he?
He didn't quite get all of that. I thought I was going to sail away for 6, but actually
Yeah,
it's
he's just dropped short.
bounced in front of the rope, but pretty safe. You know, there's no fielder really out there getting anywhere near it. So this is what he's been looking for. Came forwards and has just swung hard at that one. Gregory.
But he's committed to that shot, unlike a couple beforehand where he's tried to sort of poke prod. He's actually just head down and gone through with it.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got a wideish mid wicket, deep backward square, so there is space there. Left alone this time. Swanepoel.
Yeah, with the length Gregory bowls, it is an option, isn't it?
Yeah.
Back of that length. It's hard. The straighter drives are harder unless you really are going to come up to the pitch of the ball.
Especially on this wicket that's slightly off centre. You have got short, less. You've got a big booming extra cover drive to go through mid off. Oh, it's quite a short little prod down towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Well played.
Yeah, looking a bit more convincing now. Swanepoel
Concludes the over.
having hit that boundary.
Kent, what, they 160 for 6?
Yeah, well, I don't think they've added that 4 on yet. 164 for 6. And it will be Pretorius who continues. So no change from this end this morning. We saw a bit of Overton earlier on. I know Vic's calling for Jack Leach to have a little look just to see what's going on and bowling from the other end where Gregory's just been coming in from.
First thing I noticed this morning walking into the ground about 10 o'clock this morning, Charlie, was the turnout. Fantastic. They've come out as they always do. One of the best fan bases around, isn't it here? But gorgeous
well,
day.
there were some stats doing the rounds on social media this week about statistics, the attendances for championship games during last year.
Yeah.
And Somerset overall attendances were 3rd on the list out of 18.
Yeah.
And the only 2 above them were the 2 London sides. Bear in mind, London is one of the biggest cities in the world.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, that is incredibly impressive, isn't it? From a rural, sparsely populated county. I realise it covers Devon, obviously, and Cornwall, which adds a lot to it. But to be up there, to be beating teams like Yorkshire, Lancashire, those size clubs,
Nottinghamshire,
Warwickshire, big clubs with big grounds. Somerset 3rd after Surrey and Middlesex. Surrey, who are no surprise that they have the biggest attendances. Now look at that. There we go. Some good news for Somerset fans. How are you feeling, Josh?
Davy spotting. Sunday morning.
He's got a smile on his face, so I don't know.
He's got a long sleeve sweater on.
Oh, you're suggesting he's
feeling the chill? I don't know. Maybe
he's warming up there. Look, he's stretching. So good news, because Somerset would love to see him with ball in hand today, but what they don't want to do is hurry him if he's not feeling well.
You'd hate to rush him back and make it worse.
Yeah, I'm sure they're looking after him, right? They do look very carefully after all their players. But.
And in fairness, for Somerset, they've got a bit of time and runs to play with. There's no desperate need.
This would be very different if you were bowling in that Essex game. If you were bowling against Essex, and you wanted, you needed your full attack, really. Yeah. Davey, very, very useful.
He's a canny operator, isn't he?
Yeah.
Lays his handkerchief out and just gets to work, doesn't he, on a leg?
Just into backwards of square on the leg side by Joe Denley.
Yeah, just as I approached this morning, I looked up to the flats over by the Somerset stand and I thought, there's worse places to be, isn't there? On Sunday, sun-soaked Cooper Associates County Ground, fans coming out. Beautiful way to spend the day. Somerset doing well. That's gorgeous. Paints a pretty picture.
Good flags going on. 3 of them I can see.
Great flag game, yeah.
One of them's been there a while because it's actually a bit faded. Yeah. Towards the bottom.
It's had a bit of weathering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, well, we get a lot of sunshine in Somerset. That's the problem. Just moving across his stumps there, Swanepoel, and flicking it into leg side.
Just angling back in, it looks like, with Pretorius here. To that left-handed.
He'll be happy picking up a wicket this morning. Somerset desperate. What they don't want is this pitch to really flatten out and it become easy. Take these 10 wickets and put a lot of pressure on the second innings. I think that's what they want, especially if Josh Davies back. Then I think Lewis Gregory's decision is an easier one about the follow-on, if that's what it comes to.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job yesterday, getting that first big wicket at Crawley early on, making a breakthrough. Bell Drummond, obviously key man, skipper. Oh, that's
good
an
ball.
Absolute Jaffa. Really well bowled. Great ball to finish. Another really tidy over from Pretorius. But yeah, I think Somerset massive for them yesterday. But just momentum, picking up those wickets before the end of play. The key, like you say now, is just to keep going, take them in clusters where you can, just keep chipping away. The last thing you want is Denley getting set and anyone staying with him. Obviously, Denley's the key man for Kent here. Somerset will be targeting whoever's at the other end. Just keep the pressure on, starve Denley of strike when they can. Gregory to continue, skipper. Bit of field rotation. Kent 166 for 6. Gregory coming for his 8th.
166 for 6. Feels ominous for some reason.
Nelson vibes, isn't it?
Yeah. 6. Oh, look at that.
Oh, how strange.
Swanepoel's on 6. Denley is on 60. 166 for 6. Or it remains 166 for 6 as well.
What shirt number does Joe Dunley wear?
Where's number 6?
Ooh.
I was saying that Swanepoel's on 13. Oh, that's also a...
Oh my god, another omen.
Yeah.
Oh.
A lot of omens there. 1666, what was that? That's a famous... Is that Fire of London?
No, that was
1666?
1066 was Battle of Hastings.
1066 was... I think 1666 was the Fire of London.
First
Yes.
Thing.
Yeah, Fire of London, 1666.
Bit of a boffin, Charlie, aren't you?
Well, I like the history. Bit of a boffin. Oh, is that's gone! Oh, we told it! It's the numbers! They all came together. We knew it. Fire of London strikes. And Lewis Gregory picks up the wicket of Vias Swanepoel. Goes for 6 on the score. 166 now for 7. And that is the end of Swanepoel, who didn't stay long. Didn't look particularly comfortable there for a lot of it. Hit a 4 again. Didn't quite look convincing in that one either. But that's the end of that. Another wicket, and Lewis Gregory, captain, picks up the second of the day.
It's a bit of a nothing shot that from Swanepoel, really. It's just throwing his arms at the wide. Didn't need to play at it, did he, really? And it's just nicked it through. I think it's Andy Mead that's taken the catch. Very comfortably taken. It's not the best ball that Lewis Gregory would ever bowl in his career, that's for sure. But it's more than good enough for Swanepoel yet.
Here we go.
Comes in.
I think it came off the pitch a little bit.
It moved
tiny bit of movement, and perhaps that.
I've done him a disservice there. I think, yeah, he's moved a touch.
But Swanepoel, I don't think even then.
Is he trying to move his hands? Is he playing, leaving? What's he?
Oh no, he's fishing. He's fishing. Yeah.
And nestled in at first slip by Andy Mead. Yeah, it looks like it's almost potentially called for the face even. Like he's just trying to open the face and run it down somewhere, but no, an unconvincing innings comes to an end. Bears Swanepoel.
Well, after all that chat about numbers, literally the next ball.
Something's happened.
Well, usually when you're a commentator, I know you haven't been doing it all that long. When you're a commentator, normally when you say stuff like that, the opposite happens.
Oh, do you know what?
So it's commentator's curse. You know, you say this person's looking great, and then they get out. What doesn't happen is you say this is looking ominous, and then it happens. You know, that's a good moment. Now, is it off the back of his bat? Here we go. I think it might be. You know, certainly off or at the edge. He's almost flicked it on the back of his bat.
Past him, and it's just.
Yeah, I think he's off the ridge along the back of the bat.
I think that tells you quite a bit about the quality of the shot.
It's not a good shot. It's not a good shot.
It's not timed very well. It's not. I mean, even if he does get anything on that, it's not going to be very productive. No. So 166 for 7. Kent with work to do. Joe Dunley stuck down the other end. He's joined by Grant Stewart coming in at number 9. Brief cameo, Swanepoel. Entertaining cameo at least. Biffed one over mid-on.
Now let's have a look at this replay. And we're side on here. Might be the wrong side, but let's have a look. It's hard to say exactly what.
But the premise remains, not a shot that Swanepoel want to look back on very fondly. So it's Gregory. Stewart, the new man on strike, faces first ball.
Bowled really well, I thought, Stewart. Down the leg side.
Straightish one.
And no ball.
Another no ball. It's up 3 or 4 now.
Possibly 4. Possibly 4, I think. I think he's bowled all of the ones that Somerset have had, so that might be the 5th. Well, Somerset will be pleased here because what the worry was, and it's still there with Joe Dunley there. I mean, he just needs a partner.
He's running out, isn't he?
Yeah, that's it. That's the problem for Kent. But the worry for Somerset was that Dunley is doing what he's doing and gets just sort of stuck in and dug in and scores nicely. So that again is dangerous play from Kent here, leaving the bat in dangerous places. But and then it would be one other person, you know, maybe Everson gets in or somewhere. But what they've done is they've chipped away. They've taken those 2 other wickets, and what it now psychologically, because if Kent come in and they get through the first hour no wickets, they think, right, this is a day for batting now. We've got the sun out. We know that we're struggling. They did exactly the same in the last week against Worcestershire at Canterbury, where they were conceded 600 in the first innings and then batted out for 2 days. Whereas now, early wickets, that's not a bad shot, but will be stopped. They'll say, oh, what a throw! Obviously in, but
direct hit.
Is it Renshaw?
Yeah,
brilliant. 1 stump to aim at, and So psychologically, it just becomes a bit more of a right. We're backs against the wall here. If they can get them out early, I was thinking maybe if they can get them out by to half 2, take these next 3 wickets
Yeah.
by 2:30, and then take another few before the end of the day. Suddenly, Somerset look on top here.
And this is kind of story of what's been going wrong for Kent, really. You know, sort of floundering down in 8th.
Yeah.
And 1 win, a couple losses, couple draws.
I think the bowling lacks venom, is what I would say.
Yeah, there's no sort of standout. I don't want to be too harsh, but there's no one X factor bowler.
Wes Agar would be that role in normally in this team, but
Missing,
he hasn't. Yeah, missing today.
Yeah.
Missing this match. So that makes a big difference, obviously. And then you're up against it. You've got your England opener walking out, and he gets out first ball. Sometimes you get good ones. He got a good ball. Overton bowled really well, but so there's.
It sets the tempo, doesn't it?
You're missing Jack Leaning as well.
Yeah.
This is a side that without those players, when you take Zach Crawley out because he's got first baller and Jack Leaning's missing for injury, they're struggling here. Oh, what's he done there? How's he got that all the way through? Beating everyone.
Race down the hill for 4. Is that beaten?
Leg by, it's been given.
Take a neck off something on the way through?
Well, it must have hit something because it's been given as leg buys rather than by. So which bit of his leg or body did that hit? Let's have a look. Rue, who's just standing up to Gregory. It's nipped in a long way.
It has.
Just clipped his hip, maybe.
He's getting something, isn't he, Gregory? He's getting that's the ball that got Swanepoel. Again, going away from the left-hander. This one coming back into the.
No, this is where obviously runs don't massively matter here because Somerset got so many to play with.
Yeah.
But if Rue's standing back,
it's a regulation.
Exactly. So that's 4 runs that you've given to Kent. But you've caused problems. You've kept the player in the crease, i.e. kept them back, and you've bowled a ball which is nipping back in, could easily hit a stump or take an edge.
Yeah, it can. I guess the only outcome there is that it's kept Denley off strike for the start of this over. Got Stewart on strike.
So it was a deliberate 4 to stop Denley getting on strike.
Well, maybe that's it's a Harry Everett method of thinking, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a unique way of thinking.
Very much Everett-ology.
Intentional ploy.
Yeah.
Give him some buys and we'll get the other on strike. 3 slips. Gully.
Oh, big shout. Gone. Finger goes up. And Pretorius picks up another. And Somerset now are looking to clear up this tail. 173 for 8. Kent are in real issues at Taunton here today. Denley stands and watches as Stewart walks off. He might be stuck here. He's running out of partners now.
Yeah, it's just getting difficult now, isn't it? If it's a brilliant delivery from Pretorius, he deserves this as well because he's bowled really well.
Plump.
It's up. Yeah, that's middle of leg. That's going to crash into something. A really well bowled and shape again. We're talking about how this surface might be flattening out a bit. Actually, the Somerset bowlers are extracting a bit, causing a few problems.
Well, while it's still playing like this, Gregory in his mind will be going follow on.
Absolutely.
Get us. You don't want to waste time in this match.
No.
Get another win. Imagine Somerset at this point. 6 games in, have 4 draws and 2 wins. If you go on
get
from
that
here.
far, absolutely.
So an attacking option, and I'm sure Lewis Gregory is the attacking sort of player, and you can see that from the way he's been sort of setting about these games this season so far. He will be thinking follow on now, and especially if Josh Davey. I haven't actually seen. Is he back on the field? Is he still warming up?
But that's what's been refreshing.
Oh no, he's on the field. He's just behind Pretorius now. Yeah.
But that's been a refreshing part, I think, for Somerset supporters and people following Somerset is they're taking that attacking option. They are trying to force draws and turn them into wins. It's a good brand of cricket.
Yeah. Somerset have been really impressive this year, and that's without Tom Cadmore and Tom Abel.
Yeah. But that's how good to see.
Ramshackle group they've kind of thrown together in a way. In some ways, you think Pretorius isn't supposed to really be here. That was a late call.
But that's what it's done. It's brought the best. No Tom Abel. It's brought the best out of Tom Lammonby. It's brought the best out of Tom Banton's been superb in the middle order.
Those
James
two
Rue.
in particular really stood out, haven't they?
Pretorius, like you said.
And those were both players. Lammonby, just to quickly go back to Lammonby, obviously Rue had a fantastic season in 2023. But Lammonby and Banton did not have great seasons. Well, Banton barely played last year.
And he was shuffled around, wasn't he? Top order, middle order.
And he himself has admitted perhaps he wasn't working as hard as he could have done. He flew into England, England teams in white ball.
Yeah.
Because he was, so supremely talented.
Yeah.
And actually perhaps took his eye off the ball when it came to this. But now he's working harder. It's clearly paying off. When you've got Lammonby and Banton both firing, it gives you so much to work with, doesn't it?
Yeah. And you've got the benefit. I mean, when you watch a left-hander bat nicely, it's one of the nicest things, aesthetically pleasing things to watch. There is, let alone just in cricket. But Tom Lammonby's he's looked just astute. He's looked mature. He's got time. A bit of a shorter one.
So we've got the former Somerset player Nathan Gilchrist now.
Gilchrist ducking.
So we're not sure about Garrett yet. I've mentioned this a couple of times that Garrett came off injured. Generally speaking, they do tend to come out and sort of limp around and hold a bat for a bit, maybe have a runner. They don't tend to add a lot more on when they've picked up a serious injury. I think it was a groin injury.
If you're Nathan Lyon, you do.
Limping out there.
He was made to go out there,
he must have been close to being timed out, Nathan Lyon. I'm sure they would never have done that because he was obviously there, but he did just limping out. And that was the Lords, was it?
It was Lords, yeah. There's a lot of head swivels. What on earth is going on here? You've got a test match to try and save.
I think it was Alison Mitchell who was on commentary when I was listening into the radio, and she genuinely sounded absolutely bewildered at the fact that Nathan Lyon clearly he probably needs to be in a hospital, if not in bed.
Yes.
Was walking out fully padded up. This is cricket great drama, isn't it? I mean, as far as player welfare goes, it's not ideal that you're forcing someone to go out there with a calf tear or whatever it was.
Loads of it there, was there?
But it does make for fantastic stories.
Beautiful games, isn't it?
I'm just taking a look at the batting averages in Division 1.
I've got a question for you.
Oh, okay.
If you're Joe Denley here, what is your conversation with Nathan Gilchrist in between deliveries?
That's a great question. A wide one now. I think
don't do that.
Don't play around with those ones. It'll be one of my first. Here we go. And Joe might come on and say that. Joe knows here that taking time out of this game is crucial.
Yeah,
if they can make these 2 wickets last an hour and a half, then that could be the difference between losing and drawing.
Yeah.
So he's got to go out there and say, look, it's not about, because it isn't really about scoring runs here. For me,
no, it's not.
Because
they're too far away from the game.
The follow-on is so far away. This target for the follow-on.
Yeah.
It's about taking time out of the match. You've got 2 beautiful days coming up today. Today's one of them. And tomorrow looks beautiful as well. So it's about sucking time out. It's about survival. This is what you get in this form of cricket that you don't get in white ball and in 50 over T20s. It's about just hanging on in there, doing whatever it takes to stop that ball going into your stumps or hitting your legs or going to any of the fielders. That's what I'd be saying. Is this is where you earn? Or is that a big moment?
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't think it was good enough to get rid of Denley there. So that's what I'd be saying. I think it'd be do whatever you have to do to hang on there. And if you finish 0 of 100 balls,
it's just as valuable.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's really good.
Yeah.
Although it won't help your averages, your batting averages. Actually, in a game situation, it will be remembered and
completely
go down.
Yeah,
you'd be a bit of a hero this season.
It's amazing how a 15-20 minute spell changes the whole complexion, doesn't it? Somerset have all the momentum. Suddenly pick up 2 or 3 wickets, bang, they're back on top. There you go. Very sharp, James Root. But yeah, I mean, if you wind this back 40 minutes an hour to start play this morning, and Joe Denley and Joe Everson get a bit of a partnership together, suddenly they're chipping away, things are looking good, it's a beautiful day for it. Actually, credit to this Somerset attack who've created things and they've kept putting pressure on, like what we said earlier, kept taking wickets at good times, aided by some interesting shots from the lower order Kent players. Good shot.
Picked up the one fielder there.
Straight to the only man patrolling extra cover.
We'll finish this over and then I'll bring Vic Marks back in.
Fantastic.
He's raring to go, desperate to come and tell us a bit more about what's going on.
Quick refreshment break. We'll get his insight on how Kent can try and muster something from here.
Well, he was very keen to see a bit of Jack Leach today. I'm not sure we are going to see a bit of Jack Leach now, unless... Well, it depends how long these two hang on for, I guess.
That's well bowled.
And whether or not we see George Garrett or not.
Whether they take a bit of that cotton wool off Jack, if he's needed.
So I was just looking up the averages this season, and Tom Banton is 47.75. Tom Lammonby is 60.00 he's averaging in the Championship this season.
He's looked fantastic.
That makes a big difference, doesn't it, when you've got players like that who are really chipping in with big
Yeah,
scores
absolutely.
regularly. Let's see what Gregory can do with the second half of this over then to Joe Denley, who's clinging on. Last hope, if you like, for Kent. He's going to pick up a single here.
And there he is, Josh Davey.
Yeah, wearing, as you say, the long sleeve cable knit. Which, having been outside and...
Yeah.
sort of
He must have been on the bike this morning. He must have felt that coming in.
It was lovely. It was, well, it was a great time. I left the house about 8 o'clock. It was lovely temperature.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Really beautiful cycling temperature. Just views are lovely as well. Of course,
Very mellow, isn't it, around Taunton?
well, it was bits of so to cycle over a lot of the very flat area around Bridgewater, and then come over the edge of the Quantocks. Glorious views. You come down off the Quantocks, you can sort of see Taunton in the distance. You can pick out the floodlights.
Floodlights from a long way away, can't
which
you?
is really lovely when you know that's actually where you're going.
Yes.
It's really nice.
Yeah, different story if you're not sure how to get there, where to follow the floodlights to.
Yeah, well, that is the end of Lewis Gregory
Tidy.
over, and the score is 174 for 8. So Sam Rhymes, you'll stay alongside. Vic Marks, you'll come in now.
Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, game finally poised. Kent have got some work to do. Keep themselves in this game. Somerset well on top this morning. Pretorius bowled particularly well. And we're going to see a change in this. It's going to be Craig Overton. It's going to come in from in front of the Marcus Gothic Pavilion. Kent 174 for 8. And Vic's back.
Yes. Game's route on. Half an hour or so, 35 minutes.
Fantastic.
I'll withdraw the notion that bring on Jack Leach now for a
No,
while.
yeah. Absolutely, yeah. We were just
The
discussing
circumstances
that.
have changed.
Yes. It's an ideal situation, is it really, for Somerset?
Well, they keep chipping away.
Absolutely. Overton in. Oh, back of a length, and it's an interesting shot from
Denley.
Denley.
Well, he's got a bit of a dilemma. I mean, once you get, I think I'm right in saying that Swanepoel, although he didn't bat very well, has a record of reasonable run scoring. And even Stewart gets a few runs. But I think now, I don't think Nathan Gilchrist, who was obviously a Somerset player for a while, has a great reputation with the bat.
Averaging
and
8.32 in first class cricket. Is that out? Oh, what a stunning catch! James Root!
Got to go.
Absolute
brilliant
blinder.
catch.
Wow.
Left-handed.
Completely
Inside
wrong-footed, There's a loose drive. And a sensational catch from James Root.
Well, you see, we don't talk about his keeping much because last year we were so besotted by his batting, which was phenomenal. But he has taken some absolute crackers. Now, that was his left hand, which I think is his strong hand.
I think so.
But he's taken a lot. But that is nonetheless a brilliant catch.
Especially
You're not looking for an inside.
No, exactly. Denny's going through the cover region. He's probably going to his right, and then he's going to jump back to his left down low. And what a take! What a wicket!
Yeah, well, Denley was the troublesome one.
Yeah,
in fact, he was getting a bit stranded. I was going on to say that he didn't quite know how to play, whether he'd go full out attack now that the tail is in. He's gone for a big drive there. It has moved back in, hasn't it?
Yeah.
He's taken the inside edge, and I bet you he thought, probably Denley thought, well, hang on a minute, in that split second, I'll get 4 for that.
Probably get 4 for that.
If it hasn't hit the stumps. And he's just taken it a couple inches off the ground, one-handed. Left hand. He's taken some brilliant ones right-handed, which theoretically is his weaker hand, and he's left-handed.
Yeah.
Moving away to the right, he's taken some of those standing back. We were sort of slightly not that concerned, but a bit concerned that he hasn't been able to emulate his run scoring until this match.
Yes.
But whilst all that was going on, he's kept impeccably. And taken some brilliant catches. He's been pretty good standing up when he's had the chance to do it. And that's a huge wicket, because now you can sort of speculate that George Garrett's come out.
Well, yes. We weren't sure, were we, if we're going to see him or not.
Yeah, well, he's come out. He's left-handed. That much I know about him. Well, I've just learnt that. I've just seen
him take guard,
He's got a runner. You're allowed to have a runner in certain bits of the game. You can't have it in international cricket now.
No, it's not something you see as often as
it's
you used to.
ridiculous. But they legislated to stop runners in certain formats, and I think Test cricket is one of them, or one-day cricket might be.
Yes.
But actually, it's a stupid rule because,
Well,
by and large, people don't take advantage. Because once you get a runner out there, there's often chaos anyway.
there is.
So it's a strange one. Anyway, the
We're
left-handed
gonna see.
George Garrett is in. He's got a runner. I don't know who he is, but it looks... I can't tell you who it is,
can't quite
but
work
I'll
out
leave
from
that
him.
for you, Sam. Good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, I haven't got binoculars like Charlie.
Yeah.
Overton's in. First ball. That's put away. Is it? Look like might well be pad. It's gone for 4. The signal has runs.
Oh, he dropped it. No, he hasn't dropped it. He didn't touch it. But he has signalled runs.
Yeah.
So Garrett's off and running.
Well, Garrett's off. He's so far made it look a lot easier than some of the batters. Yeah.
Well, down the leg side. I mean, we couldn't tell very easily from here. Full,
Where is he?
bit leg side, a
George
little bit of a
Garrett.
flick, and it avoided the diving route.
So Somerset, what do you think? Foot on the throat and then enforce that follow on?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Overton in again. Prodded down to the offside by Garrett.
I mean, the lead is so substantial. Well, I need you to work it out. Actually,
A lead of
lots.
Oh, it's a few.
300 and odd.
Lead of 380.
Yeah, I mean
376.
I just think if you went to bat again now, you're just wasting time. You've got to think that we're probably going to bowl them out for under 380. So what is the point of going out? I know you want to rest, but you've got Davey. Well, he's got his thick sweater on, but he's on the field.
Yes. Overturn again, back of a length.
It'll be hard work, but it's always hard work to win games at Taunton on pitches like this. But you might as well get on with it.
Absolutely.
They'll have a lunch break hopefully coming up too, where they can sort of recharge. Leach hasn't bowled, but he'll have to do a lot of bowling in the second innings, I suspect.
Yeah.
And there's an interesting game going on at Chelmsford while we're doing this, where Warwickshire had a substantial first innings lead, didn't enforce the follow-on. And last time I looked, they were 78 for 8 in their second innings. So Essex, although it's probably doing a bit, Essex are not completely out of the game, which is what you try and do when you bat again.
You're right. No, it's Warwickshire 397 all out. Essex 162 in reply, and Warwickshire currently 89 for 9.
So
it's a lead of 324.
It's a big lead,
It
but
is.
it's not an. I mean, there's acres of time, and the momentum is with Essex suddenly in that game, even though they've got to get a lot of runs, and one assumes it's doing a bit.
Absolutely, you'd thought so. Day 3, yeah.
But they are not completely out of the game, and when you bat and not enforce the follow-on, the whole point of it is to put the other side out of the game completely.
Yeah.
Well, they haven't done that actually.
No. There's a sniff of a chance there for Essex. They can get another wicket quickly.
Yeah, I mean Warwickshire will be favourites to win that game.
Well, 350.
But it's not a done deal.
Not by any stretch. No. So Gregory's back in. River End.
that's
Well bowled, and that is it. Wrapped up. Very routine. Well bowled, Lewis Gregory. Bit of shape again. He's had a bit of practice all morning.
Okay.
Drawn the shot.
Well,
hang
on a minute. I'm just watching Matt Renshaw sprint off. Now, I'd be amazed if they bat again, but I wouldn't rule it out.
Really?
Well, I've just watched Renshaw.
The way he's running off, yeah. Let's have a look at this.
Who opens with Renshaw? Dixon. Well, he'll have mixed feelings about this.
He wouldn't
He's
mind
on
putting a bit of time at the crease.
Well, he wouldn't mind time at the crease.
Which way?
He doesn't want to get a pet. But I suppose the positive.
True.
But I'm the old timers.
Yeah.
You can say that Gregory kind of looked at the weather forecast.
Yeah.
So
there's
he's
no
not worried about that. And he might think, I'll just give my bowlers a session.
Yeah.
In which to put your feet up. Now, I wouldn't do that.
No.
But Gregory has not put a foot wrong, really, this summer. So,
hard to argue with him.
Whilst I wouldn't do that, it doesn't mean to say that Gregory isn't
Very
correct.
true.
But we'll
Very
judge
true.
that at the end of the game. But I think with a lead that is so substantial, it gives Kent a more manageable means of getting out of this game with a draw. Because you're using 2 hours.
Yeah.
Say Somerset back for 2 hours, or just under perhaps. Which Kent don't have to bat to save the game. So anyway, but we'll see. But the way I saw Renshaw, mind you, he might not be in with the think tank. They may even not have decided. I mean, it's gone extremely well. 178 all out, having been 8 for 5 when we started. They'd have taken that, Somerset.
Absolutely, they would have done. Yeah, and like you say, it was important to keep taking those wickets that they did.
Yeah. Okay, well, we've got our spies are out, and they're doing a good job.
They're good, aren't they?
And this is the info that they've imparted.
The eyes in the
Sean
sky.
Dixon is loitering around the boundary edge.
There's a couple, yeah.
And he's having a chat. And he's
Dixon
what
down
he's
there.
not doing is putting his
Padding up.
He's not padding up. The follow-on has him for.
Confirmed.
What a good captain that
has been
Gregory is.
informed.
I think that's the right decision.
I think the general consensus, isn't it? You've got a lead of 3-7-6. The pitch is doing a bit, in fairness.
They're doing a bit. I mean, it's still, if you get in, I think. What I do think is that they've bought. I tell you who's outstanding today is Pretorius, who got that first wicket, picked up another one, bowled for an hour, was always asking a few questions, brave enough to bowl full enough that if they missed, he hit the stumps. Happened twice. So I thought he was outstanding, and the rest just sort of chipped in. And
all that without Davey, and which could have caused the problem if Denley got in instead. But actually, the bowlers bowled very well. Gregory, 9.1 overs, 2 for 31. Pretorius, 3 for 52 off his 15. All the bowlers under 4, all chipped in from different angles. Leach with his 2 last night. So it'll be a chance for Somerset to get back in and get back out.
Yeah, it's good sort of team effort. It's quite satisfying actually if you're a captain. You've got all your bowlers, apart from Josh Davey, who didn't bowl that much.
No,
they've got some wickets in the bag, and they're feeling quite good about their game. Yeah, and he's feeling quite good. I don't care. You know, I'm happy to toss it to any of them. They're all doing the business. That doesn't mean to say that it's fascinating. Actually, we're here. We've got Zach Crawley, one of England's heroes of the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
He's coming out on a king pair. So there's a bit of drama there.
Yes, there is a bit of story, isn't there?
But also the prospect, if you are just somewhere passerby, heading for the southwest on holiday, we thought you'd take in some cricket.
It'd be gorgeous.
You could come and possibly have the opportunity to watch Zach Crawley, who's very watchable and is quite, a significant England player.
Big name, yeah.
You could watch him for an hour or two. That'll do, I think. That'll be enough.
Do a lot worse
before heading to somewhere exotic like Salcombe.
Oh, wouldn't it be lovely? Wouldn't it be lovely? It's not too busy yet either. School holidays haven't started. You get down there now and enjoy it.
That's a good time to go to Salcombe. You're the expert.
Well, the South Devon Riviera. It's gorgeous down there, yeah. Very nice. Expensive, but lovely. So the conversations are ongoing down by the dugouts, aren't they? Along the lines of, how can we keep these wickets going this afternoon? We've got another 40 minutes or so till lunch, half an hour by the time they get out there, probably.
That Matt Renshaw, you can't trust him either.
Well, the way he was running off, the cameras weren't on him at the time, but he ran from where he was in the cordon all the way off, straight up the steps, So he's in a hurry to do one or two things.
I think probably he's got a limited number of knocks left. And it's looking pretty flat. He thought, I think I'd like to have another innings out.
Nice, wouldn't it? Yeah,
but absolutely. He might do tomorrow night.
You don't know, do you? This game has got a lot of potential. Take some real twists and turns along the way.
But so far, from a Somerset perspective, obviously, it has been copybook stuff. Big first innings. And then applied the pressure. It's not. Kent will be disappointed. It's not 178 all that.
Well, I was going to say to you, that's well below par, isn't it? In fact, what they needed, and had to get only that follow-on target.
And so that, there's a huge burden for them to fight against. Actually, this massive lead. But they will also say, well, look what Joe Carton and Young did for Notts. It's getting better.
So we're going to have a little look through some of the wickets from this morning.
Well, they started. They looked pretty good, didn't they, Kent? They had to wait for a wicket. And once again, that's the virtue of getting that ball up.
You said at the time. Yeah, taking the chance. He bowled very well, Pretorius. Bit of shape. He's workmanlike, isn't he? Not a million miles an hour, but he keeps going.
I think I've just avoided the trap saying, oh look, he's got another one.
The same replay.
But that is.
And this was a loose shot from Swanepoel.
Yeah. Did you establish? I was at the back there.
Yeah.
Did it come off the back of
the back?
Yeah. Well, that's a strange place to have your back.
Yeah. This one pinned in front. There's no debate.
Yeah.
Neil Mann Lewis has
so
finger
that's Pretorius looking.
Yeah.
very, very handy indeed.
It's nice and rhythmic. He had nice shape back in.
Yeah. He was always attacking the stumps, fullish in length, hit the, but no the re-roll.
Yeah.
Had to go. There he goes. That's
Yeah,
a lovely.
it's pinned on the front
Once
pad.
it hits that low down, the umpire, he's completely ruled out going over the top straight away.
And then Craig got in the action. Oh,
That's a great
catch, isn't it, from James Rowe? Like you said, maybe something that got glossed over a bit last year because his batting was just so good, but really reliable.
Have a look. That's quite a nick, and you're expecting to go to your right probably from that line.
Yeah. You can follow.
So it's a great reaction catch, and you see it's jagged a long way. That it moved off the pitch, and then
it's not gone in the middle of his glove either. He's held on to that.
Yeah, he just willed it in. I mean, he's
got the world at his feet, isn't he, James Rowe?
Well, we talked so much about his. That's because it hits stumps. He picks up wickets, Gregory, quite quickly sometimes. It's great the way he's just hits the top of the off stump. That's what you're supposed to aim at.
That's the one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's many years ago. I played one of my happiest times. I played for WA in the Sheffield Shield one season. And we did have plenty of time to prepare, but every time we went out the field, we had this cunning plan. Hit the top of our stump.
Something will happen. Something will happen.
Just hit. It doesn't matter what you bowled, who you were bowling at.
No,
just hit the top of our stump.
Hit that area. Something will happen. Yeah,
absolutely. And that one hit the top of our stump.
Well, especially playing WA, but you can get a bit of spring, bit of carry.
Well, the whacker. Even I could get it up high enough to hit the top of our stump. The problem was for the quicker bowlers to
try and control it.
The bounce is such at the whacker that it's quite hard to hit. You've got to bowl very full at the whacker to hit the top of our stump. Anyway.
Yeah. Quite the contrast, the whacker and the CACG.
Yes. There you are. Gregory's hit the top of our stump, and they've mopped up. It's lovely if you're in the field not to have that horrible inconvenience of tailenders hanging around and being a pain.
How often do we see that? Yeah. And a tough little period for Kent here. Half an hour, 35 minutes until lunch.
Yeah. As I say, but much to savour. You're almost like a voyeur when you see, someone coming out on a king. It would have been the same actually. Sean Dixon come out.
Yeah.
He was on a pair, not king pair.
Yeah.
Crawley came out. He faced one ball from Overton, which he missed, which was hitting probably middle and leg, and he had to go. I don't know. We'll be interested to see who takes a new ball. Whether I don't know whether Davies is allowed to bowl actually.
We'll have to check on that.
Usually, it's an external injury. If you've hit a sort of chipped a finger or broken it, you can resume immediately. But I've got a feeling for non-external injuries, if there is such a thing, you have to serve your time.
You have to. There's a certain amount of time, isn't there? Yeah, there is.
So we'll wait and see. It's not. I mean, what is important for Gregory is that Davey will be able to bowl at some time. Hopefully, he's fit enough to.
Yes,
we saw him with his big jumper on.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're out there.
Umpires on the way out. Players soon to follow. Somerset around the dugout, underneath the pavilion.
I think if Davey doesn't bowl, if I was Gregory, I would bowl Gregory.
You go Gregory. Yeah.
Gregory and Overton.
Yeah. Pretorius got through a few this morning, didn't he?
Yeah. Pretorius did very well.
Yeah.
He bowled for an hour. Gregory hasn't bowled many this morning, and he's just got he's in rhythm, picked up a couple of wickets.
Yeah.
So I think I might go Overton Gregory.
Overton Gregory.
But we'll see.
So here we go. Somerset coming back out. Yeah. Well, Zach Crawley gets another go. Crawley, Ben Compton.
Yeah, well, Compton looked in good nick until the reverse sweep undid him.
He got in and set, didn't he?
Yeah, he looked very good.
43 off 70, few boundaries.
Yeah. So
Bell Drummond was the big wicket as well at 3.
Yeah.
There are problems here for Somerset. They need to keep on top.
Yeah, but they've not really missed a trick so far in this game.
No, they haven't.
It's going to be Overton.
You got half of it right.
Yeah,
we'll find out.
Well, I think that's the easy half. Now, I wonder who in the first innings Compton took strike against Davey.
Yes,
and there were 8 runs actually. I think that's the first over. And then this time, however, it's straight to the nub. It's Overton, and Crawley is marching.
It's quite a purposeful.
Purposeful
march, isn't it?
To the striker's end,
trying to assert some authority.
He's taking guard.
Yeah.
And I expect this. Well, I don't know. You never know how people think nowadays, but I would think, I've got to get my legs out of the way and hit it with a bat. But it's not a bad sort of policy.
No,
it's like
true.
hit the top of
A
off
bit like
stump,
yours,
really.
top of off. Is that what's going through Craigo's head here? New ball.
Well, Craig,
attack
I would
stumps.
think he will be thinking, I'll get it straight, I'll get it full. He played around his front pad. Here we go. We'll find out. A little bit of drama.
Here we go then. Craig Overton in. That's nice.
What an anticlimax.
Gentle, delicate off stump line, wasn't it? Just outside off stump.
I mean, Crawley, we all remember Crawley. We remember certain Ashes series for various mishaps or events. And, of course, the last one began with Crawley just crunching the first
ball of the series, wasn't it? Raucous Edgbaston, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was a great start. I mean, it got your hair on.
Well, the series followed suit, didn't it?
Yeah,
the whole way through. So 4 slips, Craig Overton into Zach Crawley. And again, it's a delicate off stump line. We've got 4 slips, point, short extra cover. Big old boundary out on the offside, isn't it?
Yeah.
Down towards Gimlet's Hill. Wideish mid on. Mid wicket on the 1. And someone's having a very nice little time in the sun. Down a long leg. Deep backward square. So can Overton get Somerset off to the ideal start? Kent's second innings. He goes back in. A bit shorter, a bit straighter. And Crawley whips it off his palm.
Oh, that's the pair gone.
Big sigh of relief.
Well, so although he never seems very bothered about anything.
No,
to
he
be
doesn't,
fair.
does he? He's quite an unflappable character,
Yeah,
Crawley.
I mean, we've got a fantastic view up here. We're just sort of long off.
Yeah.
But because they're that side of the ground, if you're sitting around about just in front of the on-dart, you are wonderfully close to proceedings.
Aren't
actually.
you?
It's fantastic
You are.
to be so close. You can almost hear every conversation.
Yes. Yes.
You're not behind the bowler's arm, but you are very close to the action in a way it doesn't often happen at
True. The same can be said actually for the Colin Atkinson.
Yeah,
which isn't a million
exactly.
miles
That's
away.
right.
Very similar position over there.
Yeah.
Overton again round the wicket. And that ball back in.
That's right. Yes, it's sort of long off.
It's a slightly unique setup, isn't it? Because we were playing on a pitch slightly to our right as we look, not the middle strip.
Yeah.
So from the Hildreth stand and the Somerset stand, a little bit further away from the action. But they make their presence felt over there.
Well, they get the sunshine there in the morning, don't they? And it's a very popular spot.
Absolutely it is, yeah. There's not really many bad ones here, is there, in fairness? Doing it again. Oh, what a play on this. And brought forward.
No, it's one of the beautiful. Well, there's many assets, but one is that you can move around during championship matches too.
Yes,
to where everything's the best spot. But you can get so close to the action, you can feel almost part of it. And it's it doesn't apply at some of the grounds, obviously.
No. So Craig Overton, final ball this first over, and we're going to find out who's going to join him at the other end. Defence from Compton.
Well, it's probably got it right. Hasn't gone tough.
Yeah. Hey, got it right. Spot on. Never in doubt, was it?
Well, I'm not
It seems the
absolutely
sensible-
sure that Davey is entitled to bowl.
No.
Until probably after lunch, if he's had that break. And he's obviously not 100% because even I, who like to stay warm, probably wouldn't be wearing long sleeve sweater.
No, it's remarkably warm, isn't it?
So Gregory's actually he's going from long leg in front of the Hildreth stand. He's going from Hildreth to Gimlet. Which is about 130, 40 yards at least, I should think. He's got there. He's just about got there. He doesn't really want to jog, but he's just about in position now.
You get a little 8 iron out when you're 130, 140 yards. To get down there. So it's Gregory in. River end and instantly attacking stumps. That's a quick single taken by Crawley, who's already doubled his efforts from the last innings.
Now Gregory, now Davey is going to complete the square. He's got to go from the Gimlet stand to the left hand is on strike, so he's got another 80 yards at least to jog, which he's doing. It'll finish him off.
It's a bit of so much for a time to recuperate.
Yeah.
All the way back down in front of that spot you just mentioned, just in front of that on Darchie Pavilion. So Gregory's going to come round the wicket here to the left-handed Compton.
Similar field to yesterday.
Yeah.
They're obviously aware of Compton's strength. He loves to hit ball square on the onside, hence the leg gully and the square leg. And also a sort of wide, long leg, who's the very tired Josh Davey.
Josh Davey, yeah. Who's
I want to see
for a bloke who's maybe not feeling 100%, they're keeping him busy.
Yeah, you've got to get loose. He'll be all right for after lunch, hopefully.
But he's got a vacant gap here between sort of a short, wide, mid-on, and we've got sort of mid-wicket, or just in front, square leg umpire. It's a small gap through there. Big gap is through extra cover.
Yeah.
Huge. But the ball's been zipping along the outfield, isn't it? Immaculate out there. Gregory in again.
And that's where it's gone. And there's a lot of running for someone.
There's length on it.
I think that's Renshaw's after it.
I think it's going to just go. It's going to just creep over.
Yeah.
Very well timed. Ben Compton, he gets off the mark. That gap was there, we mentioned, and just a slight over pitching from Lewis Gregory. A bit wide. Inviting, wasn't it? Just lean on it.
Well, also, that's right. He didn't try and hit that hard at all. And he knew with the fast outfield, and he's in good nick, clearly, from the first innings.
Yeah.
He just needs to time it, and away it went.
Yeah.
75 yards to the boundary, but it just purred along.
Minimal effort, wasn't it? And Kent need plenty more of that. Need these two to stick around and try and create something. Somerset will be hoping to make some inroads. Straight up, much better from Gregory. He's been no balled again, Lewis Gregory. Now he had 4 in the first innings. So I'm sure 5, in fact.
Well, it is odd. I mean, he'll sort that out, I'm sure, because you don't want to bowl no balls with a white ball in your hand.
No, you don't.
I mean, it's bad enough with a red ball, but with a white ball, the consequences can be dire.
They can be, especially at a ground like this.
Yes.
There's not a lot to play with, is there?
And I don't remember it being a problem for him during the 2020. He might have bowled the odd one, but during last year's, he was flawless almost in the last year's 2020 campaign. But he has bowled a lot. You
can't change a field either, can you? T20.
No. Well, unless the batsmen have changed.
Unless they've crossed, correct.
Yeah.
Gregory back in.
It's like it's not quite like it, but I was watching some snooker the other day. You know when they're snookered and they play a shot that doesn't hit the red.
Yeah.
And they decide they're going to replace everything.
Yes.
And then they zoom in. Of course, they have the facility to zoom in to get it precise.
Gloves come up, don't they?
Yeah, that's right. I don't think they quite do that with film pieces.
Just come back
in T20. I think mid-on has just got to go a little bit 3 feet to his left, please.
There's a lot of things you see different now as a cricket, but one thing you nearly always see is fielders, just whether that's boredom or whether that's habit, just to mark a little spot where they are.
Yeah.
Use the spikes. Is there a reason, get inside your mind, Vic, is there a reason why Gregory will be overstepping quite so much, do you think? Something to do with his rhythm or just a different spot?
I mean, I think when you're in rhythm, you don't tend to bowl no balls. But there are some bowlers who just, for some reason, they have to be right on the edge. They want to get as close as possible.
Yeah.
Whereas others, I mean, I'm afraid I'm going to quote you examples that are so old. But Bob Willis, years ago, he bowled no balls, and it was almost part of the deal. But he had to sort of hit that line, and
that's where he wanted to
break the line.
Yeah.
There are other bowlers, like, again, this is a very ancient example, but I could probably muster more modern ones, but a bloke called John Lever, who played for Essex.
John Lever, yeah.
Who's a left arm over, who played for England as well as a lovely swing bowler.
Yeah.
I don't think he bowled a no ball in his career.
Yeah.
Or he might bowl one and it was a mistake. But he would give himself such that he would actually land his foot behind the white line.
Really? That's quite conventional.
Because, you're not only gaining... No. You're talking about 3 or 4 inches here.
Yeah.
What is rationally, what's the point? It's not that much.
No.
But some bowlers psychologically, and I think we've listened in the past to Jason Kerr saying that Lewis is one of those bowlers, a bit like, there's not many other similarities with Bob Willis.
Very true.
But a bit like Willis, he just has that yearning to get to be cutting that line and getting as close as he can. Now he must amend that a bit when he plays one day cricket, because as I say, he didn't bowl that many.
No. Potentially, perhaps, because You think maybe because he's not the quickest. I mean, he's not
Maybe.
slow, but he wants to get as close as he can and get as much purchase on that ball as he
I
can.
guess so. I mean, it's not entirely rational,
No.
but I understand that
It works 90%
bowlers
of the time.
throughout time immemorial have struggled.
Yeah.
I mean, again, this is ancient history. With Joel Garner, I mean, Joel used to bowl some no balls, and oddly, very often his reaction to bowling no ball would be to shorten his run.
Oh, really?
So he, not only a little bit,
Yeah.
in that he would consciously then not be sort of striving with those huge, massive sort of span.
Yeah.
So there's no easy solution, and batsmen cannot understand it. Oh, that's a good ball. And it's just
Yeah, it's a
flick it
weird
away.
one for the batters, isn't it? Adjust
Yeah,
to.
I mean, if you're a batting captain and you think, well, what are you doing? Give me a free. But that doesn't take into account the bowler's mentality that somehow there's something inside certain bowlers they want to get as close as they can.
And that's the same with getting close to the stumps, going wide on the crease. In the sense of you adjust your point of attack, it just gives the batter another thing to think about.
Yeah.
And some will naturally get closer than others.
Yeah. I mean, less so now, but when I was, it always used to be the notion that the closer you get to the stumps, the better you are.
Yeah.
Bowling to right-handers, say, you're almost delivering it almost over off stump. And the idea was that you get more LBWs that way, and also you don't have to swing it so much if you're a swing bowler.
True.
But having said that, there are no absolute rules. There's been some great bowlers who bowl from wide of the crease.
Yeah. Absolutely. I remember Ryan Sidebottom had a very unique. He came very wide in the crease. Over to back in. Nice leave.
Just if you're in Somerset shoes, you think just the one before lunch would be great.
Good idea, wouldn't it?
It'd be a really good morning's work.
It would cap off what's already been a very productive morning.
Yeah.
Turning into an excellent one. 20 minutes or so to go until that lunch break for Somerset to try and find something. Of course, that can be extended.
Well, we never know the rules and regulations probably, but I don't know. I think they'll take lunch. Oh, mind you, it's a long day. That's what you're thinking. It's 104 over day. So I think, as ever,
Charlie's on it.
Charlie is on the ball. He gets up early in the morning for a reason.
Yeah. So that time on his bicycle, thinking about things, he's got a lot of time to think this through. That's very well bowled.
Yeah.
Yes, Gregory.
Yeah.
Well, as far as everyone else in a Somerset shirt is concerned, more time is not a problem because time isn't the problem. Somerset, there hasn't been many problems this morning. Just got to keep chipping away.
Yeah,
Kent are the ones in the uphill battle here.
There's some quality guys, as we know. Well, this pair, Compton, has been a revelation over the last couple of years. Crawley, we've come very familiar with. It's a restrained Crawley so far.
Straight to one.
That's a lovely,
Punch
it's a nice
very
little
nicely.
push.
Just pushed off the pads, wasn't it, down and go and chase on. Cut off, pick up a couple. Down to mid on.
Bell Drummond has had a very good start.
Skipper. As Charlie and I were actually mentioning earlier, it's difficult to look past the absence of Leaning. You know, played a fantastic knocking out Kent's last game. Missing him. It looked like the tail just fell away this morning, didn't it? There was no support there for Joe Dunley.
No, and you felt he played beautifully, Dunley, actually, but once it got past Swanepoel, who you thought, well, Somerset seemed to avoid him having the strike very often.
Yes.
And also he was left with a quandary, well, how am I going to play now? I mean, once I get to 10 and 11 in this Kent side, I don't think there's much quality there. So am I going to have a dip, you know?
Yeah.
And as it happened, he got a good ball from Overton, which he inside edge and was brilliantly taken by Roode. But he was sort of denied the strike at a critical time, one way or another. And he played really well for his 60.
Gregory back in.
It's four.
Off an outside edge, not convincing.
Gregory, who's not the most demonstrative of bowlers, he's got his hand on his head there.
Quite right. Yeah, it's gone through. Third slip and wide.
Yeah, it went quite quickly. It was full length.
It did go quickly,
He
you're
sort
right.
of squeezed it out there, but it wasn't off the middle of the bat.
It's interesting. Crawley looking up towards extra cover. Actually, that ball has shot off through the cordon and gone down towards the man for 4, but it's 4 nonetheless. Crawley on to 9. Looking to build something here. So Gregory comes back in from the river end. Oh, and it was uppish. It was slashed at by Zach Crawley. As Vic was mentioning, we've come accustomed to his approach. If it's there, he's going to go after it, and he certainly did. I wonder if that's a...
I don't think it
How
was
far
quite
away
an
this was.
intentional. I think, I mean, he gave it more or less the full Monty. It was
Give it the
a
kitchen
little
sink.
bit wide, but it was not. It wasn't that short. It
No.
was a whoosh, wasn't it? It
It
went
was.
upwards.
Yeah.
But it wasn't quite a cut shot. It was a sort of stand and deliver shot. It wasn't off the meat, but it did fly.
No. It's gone quickly.
Get too close in that slip
See
corner
how
because
close
he's going hard at the
Yeah,
ball.
he is. Back in again. Good reply from Gregory. Just
But you might find he's in a bit of a trough, actually, Crawley.
Yeah.
Very often, someone like him especially will be more inclined to kind of hit himself out of the hole rather than grind himself out of the hole.
I'm going to leave you to it. Hand you back over to Charlie Taylor, Vic.
Right, well, we'll see you later,
Pleasure.
Sam. Jack Leach, he's warming up again. I'll have a bowl. Whether he might well have been summoned perhaps for an early bowl with the new ball. He did a lot of new ball bowling in his England career, or has done, mostly in the subcontinent. But he has been spotted doing loosening, whether Gregory, who's gone for 17 in his 2 overs, but not necessarily off shots from the middle of the bat, whether he's going to try something fresh. We will see. So what time do we have lunch?
It's usually about 10 past,
About
isn't it?
10 past.
Yeah, it's the important questions that we've got to find out. The key question that we worry about here is: has someone told the caterers? Because otherwise the lunch sits there for 10 minutes getting cold.
Getting cold.
Exactly my thoughts. Unless they're doing some kind of ploughman's, which I wouldn't be against. No, I don't think
These
we've
are-
done ploughman's
yeah.
here. The key questions.
Yeah. Well, they are key questions because I spend a lot of time over the last few decades in press boxes, and the questions that they ask, are shrewd sages of the cricketing world are: does the bleeding Wi-Fi work, and what's for lunch?
Those are the key questions. They don't make it to print very often, but they are the key questions the journalists are asking. Yeah. Well, I thought that was a fine opening spell from Sam there, by the way. Well done, Sam. Yeah, took a few
Well,
wickets.
yeah, that's more to the point. He's got Somerset wickets, this man. That is a beautifully timed clip. He is so strong there, Compton. Round square leg. I mean, it's in terms of pitch maps, it's not dissimilar to Tom Lammonby. He does it in a slightly less elegant way, actually. But Lammonby's always been so strong to anything around middle and leg, clipping it square on the leg side. Just looking at Josh Davey there. He wasn't quite at full throttle in his pursuit of that one. Don't think he could have stopped it, but
Josh
he's not looking like a spring lamb net there.
For those joining late, he had a sickness bug this morning. Joined the game a bit late. Okay. Nice day for batting, you'd have thought. These two very, very accomplished batters.
Yeah, well, it's bound to be hard work, but there's much incentive there to be gained, and I'm sure it will fail for the lack of effort. And it's early days, yeah, but yeah, you've got to take every chance that comes, really, I think.
Oh, Somerset have got 5 and a bit, 5.5 almost, sessions to take 10 wickets. That's the equation.
It's just about. I mean, I think if they bat that long, they'll have a bit of a lead. So,
That's true. That's true.
Because I think the runs will still come. Let us say, even if they're playing in a measured fashion, you'd think on this surface, they'll come at 3 and over for certain, and maybe quicker. They were going more than 3 and over in their first innings, but not for very long. 178 all out. I mean, that is a result. That's a scoreboard over there. It shows the bonus point situation. And Somerset are in proud possession of 8 bonus points. That's the maximum you can get, and Kent have 2. So on that score, they're in the lead, 8-2. But what Somerset want is not another 8 from a draw, but a 16 for a win.
A 24-point addition would catch them up.
Well, it
To
was,
a few
yeah.
other
Well,
teams,
that would
quite
be
nicely.
very significant. But there's a lot of work to be done before that happens. So Gregory's going to continue. Red alert in that slip cordon where Crawley played in the last over. I mean, there was a phase in England, in his England career, where Crawley looked wonderful, and then we caught second slip. I'm just trying to see. Well, that's safe hands potentially of Craig Overton at second slip.
Doesn't get much safer actually than that. does it, really?
But that one was. I mean, that is a. That's not a half volley. He's just hitting through the line there of a length ball and missed it. And second slip would have been on red alert, possibly. Keep it there, perhaps.
Zach Crawley is not the only Zach in this Kent team.
Is that? Oh, Finch.
Finch's middle name is Zachariah. So 2 Zach. I can't have been that common.
Not in my day.
2 Zachs in one team.
There's a Zach Chappell, isn't there?
Yes. Yeah.
I think it's. I mean, Zach. There were not many Zachs when I played.
Back in my day. So Zach, you're saying Zach has improved in popularity?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
In that time.
We've had a Noah this year, haven't we?
We have had a Noah. Noah, what's his surname? From Essex. Young Cade.
Yeah.
I have my notes somewhere. See how Essex may well be playing him this week, which might be a quicker way to find out.
I'm not sure they are, actually.
No, they're not. They've got Michael. Oh, Essex have changed quite a lot, actually, haven't they? Well, Essex are 12 for 1 now.
All right.
So that, I heard you two talking there about the fact that Warwickshire were 94 all out. Does look like the pitch is doing.
Who got the wicket out of interest?
Ray did. Michael Ray. Oh, Warwickshire have got 12 players, so they must have had concussion injury, presumably.
Because I think Spinner's got the wickets at the end of the Warwickshire innings, or I think Harmer and Critchley were getting wickets. But
another one's gone down there. Essex 12 for 2, so
Okay.
that game moving on.
where is that? That's at Chelmsford.
At Chelmsford.
Well, I think they probably
Send the inspectors in, I think.
unplayable surface. Let's send Popperwell there.
That's it, exactly.
What?
So we were hearing yesterday, Nigel Popwell, former Somerset player, is now involved in that kind of stuff.
Well, he's on the ECB disciplinary committee.
Yeah.
Sits in judgment now and again.
Convincingly played there. Compton.
Well, it does.
Thane, Noah Thane it was.
That's right. It does appear that Essex have got a way of making pitches that help bowlers reasonably well, so that you're more than likely to get a result at Chelmsford, which
Well,
is what you got to do if you're going to win championships.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you play on the same pitch, don't you? So if you're helping out your own team, you're also offering results for other teams as well. Which is what in that game where Essex came here and it was a very green pitch after a lot of rain in the few days beforehand, actually could easily have been a problem for Somerset. Somerset could easily have come out on the wrong side of that with Porter and Cook in that Essex side. So.
Well, it makes a huge difference from a camp perspective. Look at this match on albeit a much more benign surface. That there's a huge difference from a Kent perspective. If we presume that Kent can't win this game,
hard to see it.
Yeah. Crick Viz. We haven't heard much about Crick Viz this match, but I don't think anyway. But there's a big difference for Kent. They either get 2 points if they lose, or 10 points if they draw. So that's a huge difference.
It does make a big difference at 8 points, doesn't it? Let's see what Crick Viz has got in here. Match centre. Win predictor.
Win predictor. That's what we need to know.
Somerset 52%.
Well,
the draw
48,
47, 48%. Kent is 0%.
Okay.
According to the Trade Nation Win Predictor, which is all powered by Crick Viz. You can see on our website.
Well, that is interesting, and that it must have collated evidence from that Notts game, I think. Because most of the time I was in the Classics game, I was thinking, well, they're giving Somerset a far higher percentage chance of winning than I would have done. But then that may be a psychological glitch I have. Whereas I actually think 52%
it's gone down to 51
is slightly low, actually. I thought from here, even though it's Taunton and it's flat, there's an awful lot of batting to do.
That's it, isn't it? There's a long... If this was the final day, obviously, I think...
Yeah.
But
Leach is
2 days.
Leach is warming up again. He must have had a word, I think, from Gregory.
Yeah, get him on before lunch.
It'd be interesting to see Crawley play Leach. I'm sure they're good mates because they all are on the England team.
Do seem to be, don't they?
I think they are.
Their previous England teams have had all sorts of
little rivalries.
Cliques and big fallouts in some cases.
Yeah.
But this team does seem to be.
I mean, it tickled me that I have a long while back now that I spoke with Jack probably before he had his last injury, but he was going on tour. And he said, he's one of the few. I mean, they played most of the time. They trained by playing golf, it seems. And he was one of the few who's not a golfer. And
here he is.
He said, "Well, I've had to buy some clubs, and I've had to try and get a few lessons because you're on tour. You get a day off.
That's what they all do.
And I'm left alone at a hotel." So he's had to take up golf just purely for social reasons.
Well, similarly, my friends have done something a bit like that. They all seem to be into golf now.
Oh dear! I'm with them. I mean, I love it. But
yeah, I know. Are you good at it? Are you?
No, not especially. But no. But I'm good enough to enjoy it or get frustrated by it.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's some serious golfers in that England setup now. And as you know, when the future was decided with Blair and Brown, they met at some particular restaurants. But when the future of Anderson was decided with McCullum, where did they do it? Well, on a golf course. There's the win predictor, 52. Kent is not good for Kent supporters.
Sorry.
Although the 48% might give. I mean, 10 points. Kent get 10 points out of this game. Well, they'll have done well.
Interestingly here, the middle column there, you'll see it says Ken 0%. Perhaps that's just a man called Ken. I don't know. It does seem odd to shorten the word Kent, doesn't it, to Ken?
Yeah.
Could we really not have squeezed in that too?
Well, yeah, but I don't know. But it's some.
It is so. Yeah. Well, a bit more understandable.
Yeah.
That.
Okay.
Yes,
So we have
Kent down to 0%.
We have Jack Leach.
Here we go.
And we've got Slip and probably a black player. We've got Crawley, who likes to take the attack to the spinner, but he's going to keep his field right up. There's no one on the boundary at all at the moment. Matt Renshaw's. Is it Matt Renshaw or is it Tom Banton? I think it's Tom Banton's got the that particular job at the moment. I think they seem to share it. So Tom Banton is all padded up. In fact, he's still got his trousers rolled up. But still, I suppose that's all right. And away we go. Leach versus Crawley. Respectfully prodding forward.
Banton's sorting his trousers out now.
He's sorting his trousers out. See, I told you I used to buy Nigel Popperwell some shin pads, who was very often my forward short leg. They weren't so extensive as those. But we can't have that, I'm afraid, Jack. He's halfway down the pitch. But he sort of felt him coming or saw him coming and just dragged his length back. A bit of intent there from Crawley. It's it makes a nice change, doesn't it? See Jack and Crawley and a little bit of tension in the air because you feel Crawley wants to impose himself. That's how he plays against spin by and large. That he's going to get 2 for that, and you think, oh no, just the 1. How did he get an air run there? Just off the inside edge. He was pushing that on the offside, I think. Anyway, he'll take the one.
We've just heard.
Yes, Josh Davey. He was moving very gingerly. It'll soon be lunch, but he wasn't moving very well with his big sweater on. Now then, Jack's just manoeuvring his field. He's really got a strange looking field, and it's quite a hard one to bowl to. He's got just 3 men on the offside, one of whom is at deep backward cover, just behind square. It's got a slip in the mid-off, so there's acres of space in that extra cover region. There's plenty of protection on the leg side, and he's just hit it there too. It's a nice little push. He'll get a couple. He had time to lean back and massive space to knock it into, and he'll pick up two, which is what happened in the first innings actually. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure about this field. I think it's very hard for him to bowl to it because such a huge gap on the offside around that extra cover region, but we'll see.
He got the better of Compton in the first innings, but
Will
Compton
Compton,
that one out.
yeah, well, you understand why Compton played that reverse sweep because there's so much space there. But of course, he didn't execute it quite as he wanted, and was giving out caught behind him. So that was a win for Jack Leach. Overton's having a break after 4 overs, and the hard-working Pretorius is back. He bowled very well earlier on today. And he's going to come in from Gothic stand down. Got a couple of important wickets this morning. Looked in good rhythm. He's not frightened of a bit of hard work, I think, Pretorius.
Sam Dalling's just messaged me, who is here tomorrow commentating. He says, "Oh, I don't think I'm going to be needed tomorrow." He reckons that there's going to be a clatter of wickets in the next couple of sessions.
Well, he's sending an early warning to our
Yes, I'm not going to be in. It's a wide one.
It's a wide one. It's a sloppy shot, that really, because he's clossed it to mid-off, not off the meat of the bat. But he's still there. But it wasn't convincing that he wasn't really moving into that. But I mean, it's in his slot. It's also in the slot that sometimes end up at second slip. But he's not frightened to invite the drive. I thought that this morning, and it might be worth the risk against Crawley, who loves to cover drive.
You can see it is well documented, isn't it? The fact that he will fish outside off stump looking for those drives.
Yeah. And on his day, he keeps middling them.
Yeah. And they're great to watch.
Yeah.
But it comes with a risk.
Well, that's inviting, and this time he has nailed it. And that was off the meat, that sped away. I suppose he invites that length in a way because he's been susceptible to it. But on that occasion, it was nice and full, and he got it right on the half volley. Might have opened the face a fraction, but sped away. But I think a risk worth taking if you're Pretorius. I don't think Gregory would be too grumpy about that. Once he gets in, you wouldn't want to keep bowling there. He's brave enough there, you see, to get it up and invite that drive this time off the inside edge of the bat.
Well, I think we have our answer about that key question we were asking earlier on.
What's that?
Because I can hear lunch being unboxed and brought up to us in the press area here. But there's still.
What do you think it's going to be?
Well, I saw the labels. They bring up little labels.
Oh right, you've seen the labels.
Yeah, the labels.
Well,
We're currying today. Thai. I think it's a Thai red curry. Thai red curry. We had what did we have? We had double potato yesterday. We had. Did you see this? We had cottage pie with sort of new potatoes.
Yeah.
Sort of roasted potatoes. Really. One person who said, part of the team here, Bavia, he said, "Is this normal English cuisine? You have to do two different types of potatoes." So not that uncommon, actually. Not as uncommon as you might think.
With a sense of bewilderment.
Yeah, it was a little bit. It was very nice. I don't definitely. Not complaining, it was lovely.
No, let's not knock it.
Let's put it this way: it really did fill me up.
Yes. Okay, well, more Leach.
Right. Yeah.
As I say, it's a slightly strange field. He's actually just pushed Umid, who's been a sort of boundary fielder on the offside. Instead of being behind square, he's now in front of square. And what I think Gregory's saying to Compton is, well, okay, play the reverse sweep then, see what happens this time. There's a huge gap if you wanted to reverse sweep, but he got out that way.
You've got a slip there, Gregory, ready to gobble up anything that comes his way. Tom Banton it. Quite short leg, very short leg. For anything that comes off back pad, maybe. Aldridge at a short mid wicket. And Josh Davey. There's a sickness bug.
Yeah, made an appearance, but not for that long. Just drag that one down a little bit. I mean, he is feeling his way, Leach, because he's not played any cricket of substance. I thought in the 7 overs yesterday, given the paucity of cricket he's played, his rhythm was pretty good, and as was his accuracy. Still intriguing to see how Crawley will go about dealing with him. Well, he's going to paddle him, and it's a good little paddle, but it won't go for 4, just a couple.
Umid comes round. Being positive, these two.
Very good.
Yeah. Well, I think there's some virtue in that too. I mean, you don't want to. I don't think you want to embark on a massive blockathon, especially if you're temperamentally aggressive, as is Crawley especially. Just got a bat. Just stretching for that a little bit. I haven't seen the ball turn. They have that little bare patch in front of the batsman there, but I haven't seen anything misbehave so far. Still time.
Nice boy. Right there, Nessie.
Single at the end of the over, so we'll keep the strike. Crawley on 22, Compton on 16.
In India, Crawley, I can't remember the detail, but he got starts, a lot of starts, and scored a lot of runs in the series without getting that
Often
mega
above 50,
innings. Yeah.
but below 100, wasn't it? Yeah.
And I thought a feature, even though he failed to get that massive score, but he was very consistent, was the quality of his playing against spin bowling, actually, because very often there would be Ashwin coming on or Jadeja. And he was pretty calm and not outward, not massively aggressive, but positive. You know, he played a few big shots, but not that many. And it showed a sort of maturity in India. It's very taxing because there was always a little bit of help there. I think first time round he struggled, but second time round in India, he found a way of scoring against the spinners without being too gung-ho. So it'd be interesting to see on a pitch that doesn't really offer Leach very much how he goes about playing Leach. So far he's been sort of fairly measured. Come down the pitch a couple of times, but to no great reward. It's a good shot, but it's not going anywhere.
Pretorius just playing that game, is he? Just pitching it up.
Yeah. No, well, he's been very good in this game so far.
What were his figures in that first innings? 3 for 52 from 15 overs.
Yeah. Yeah. 3 wickets. On a pretty flat pitch.
Oh, nearly. That would have been amazing.
I think that not carried to him, but it was safe 4, I think.
Yes.
It was a pretty sweet shot. He does invite the drive, though, and I mean that can be an asset. If we can have a look, see, it just bounced in front of him, and it would have been. I don't think it was a catch, but even if it had come another 18 inches, it would have been a miraculous catch because he's still in his follow through.
Very low down as well.
Yeah. See, Crawley, he wants to dominate. And he's got off to given his travails, well, it's very brief travails in the first innings, he's on to 22 now, and moving more comfortably, timing the ball better, hitting the field a little bit. But he's not going to worry about that. He wants some time at the crease, really. And he wants to enhance Ken's situation too. I mean, if he wasn't playing for England, I'm sure he'd be in the shake-up as a Kent captain, but he's too busy at the moment.
Kent themselves do need points, don't they? I was saying this to
They've
Richard.
got a win, haven't they?
They beat Lancashire, but a lot of teams have. The table is not their friend at the moment. Because they're 8th at the moment. 1 win, 1 loss, and 3 draws. It's not disastrous by any stretch. It's funny to see Hampshire and Lancashire occupying the bottom spots at the moment. 2 teams that at the start of the season you'd have put much higher up.
And they're not playing one another at the moment, are they?
No, Lancashire.
I think Lancashire's a surprise package just at the minute, but that can change. They're probably ahead of the game against Durham. I mean, it's a tight competition, and as I say, I'm quite worked out this precisely what I might do, but I still find it odd that if Somerset were to draw this game and get 16 points, and Surrey were to beat Worcestershire, having been bowled out for 200. Surrey get 3 more points. Yes, no more than 3 more points than Somerset would get, and I'm not sure that's quite the right balance.
They've been playing around with it, the ECB as well. About 5 points the last few seasons.
And you could argue, I see their point, that 5 points is really not enough with all the hard graft of you want players to care about whether that match is drawn or lost, and be prepared to bat long to save a game. Hence, I suppose, the addition from 5 to 8.
Incentives for it. Yeah.
But I'm not quite sure the overall balance is perfect at the moment.
Perhaps it's about increasing the number for a win.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
That's the answer.
Yeah, I think so, maybe. But I mean, you could go on forever tinkering.
Yeah. That was late.
Yeah, well, that's nicely played. You need it. He's just watchful. You need it just to magically turn. There might be a few footmarks, but they're not very prominent outside the left-hander's off stump.
They look much less prominent today as well on a drier day. Yesterday they looked more obvious.
But if you're going to bowl into those footmarks, I think he needs, bowl a little bit wide of off stump. I think he needs a bit more protection on that offside. Otherwise, he's just going to pat it away on that offside. But it's an interesting duel, and Leach's look pretty good to me, given the fact that it's so long since he's played cricket. He's looked in control of where it's going. And well, he's picked up a couple of wickets. He's relied a bit on batsman error, but that's how you get most wickets, really, especially on a surface like this.
Probably one more over, I would think. For the lunch
Well, if we
break,
think
possibly.
10 past 1 is lunch, yeah, I think it probably is.
Probably about right. Feels about right.
Well, it's been Somerset's morning, but Kent have steadied the ship in this period. 12 overs we've had of this second innings. Following on, they're 42 without loss. Crawley's bedded in without too many alarms. A few sliced boundaries with Gregory, a couple of those, but no massive alarms.
Very full. Torres there. Yeah. Yorker length, really.
Yeah, what's cunning plans? Oh, short mid on is what we need. Well, I can see the certain logic of that because we've seen how he pushes hard on the drive, and it's just been aerial for a little while. So I
Just sticks in the pitch a little bit.
yeah, possibly. I mean, it'd be a bonus if it happens, but you can get what he's thinking.
Fielder. Use there, is it?
Wow.
Aldridge or someone?
No, Aldridge
Lallenby,
is a
there it
second
is.
slip.
Lallenby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, is he? No, he
Overton,
can't be
no,
a
that's
second
Overton.
slip. Well, Aldridge is. Where's Casey? It is.
Is this him?
Is he at mid wicket? I think he is mid wicket.
Yes. That's him. Driven. Tom Mountain does the bit of work on the ball. Just a couple of slips now. It's changed since this inning started. Started off with 4, wasn't it, to Crawley?
Well, he's going to get a single, look like a 4 ball, and actually Aldridge will be disappointed that he didn't take that a bit more cleanly, but it was well struck. Once again, he's not frightened to invite that drive and to pitch it up, but still don't mind that too much.
Varron on the live chat said, "We need wickets quickly."
Indeed. I'm with you, Aaron, if you're working like Somerset.
Very rarely do you think, well, we need wickets
Slowly.
slow wickets, please. One every hour should do it. Short ball pulled, and that'll be probably 4. It's racing away.
Yeah, it's a well timed. I don't know whether he banged that in on purpose, but it never really got up. And he seemed to have acres of time, didn't he, just to wait for it and hit it at the meat along the ground. It's legitimate to try a bouncer, but you want to get him a bit higher than that.
That's a good shot.
He looks in good form, Ben Conte.
Well, this could be, I suspect, the last ball before the lunch break.
Well, there's a sort of reminder here that there's a lot of graft for Somerset to do, but just 1 wicket and then get a little bit of zip in your step. You don't quite know where that wicket's coming from. We'll look at the umpire.
Yes.
Yeah, time for. I wonder if they're going to take it. I don't think Josh Day will be able to take it.
No. He might just be on sort of bread and butter, toast and
whatever, yeah. So an intriguing game. It's for certainly the first half with Somerset's session, wasn't it?
Well,
picking up those wickets as quick as they could have.
70 for 5 kept
Yeah,
lost those last
yeah.
5 wickets.
So that was very straightforward in hindsight. What is more difficult now, the sun beaming down, there's not a cloud in the sky yet. The wickets change colour. The Baron Pitts is not turning for Jack Beach, but he's going to get a lot of work, I reckon, this afternoon. And Somerset have got to find a way of eking out a few Kent batsmen. In the meanwhile, Crawley is looking increasingly at ease, having started a little edgily. Compton is looking as assured as he was in the first innings. So it's quite an intriguing tussle. I mean, numerically, Somerset are absolutely controlling this game, but they've still got an awful lot of work to do to try and actually win it. Because batsmen can bat long on this surface, we know that. But much to look forward to, really, including our lunch.
Including the curry. Just before we finish off for this session, just want to mention Sam. I mentioned Sam Dalling. He'll be here with us tomorrow, possibly, if he turns up. He's organised an auction to raise money for the Barnaby Webber Foundation, and this is Barnaby, who's from Taunton, who was very sadly killed in Nottingham in last June, as well as Grace, raising money for charity Grace O'Malley Kumar, who was also killed in that attack. If you want to help out, you can do. It's the last day of the auction today, finishes at 8 o'clock tonight. I'm going to retweet a link to it. So if you find me on Twitter at CharlieTaylor4, I'll retweet Sam, and you can find out all the details on there. But if you want to bid on it, there's some really great stuff on there. Signed, a lot of signed Somerset shirts, including a match-worn Joss Butler Somerset shirt I notice is in there, which is quite a good one. So if you fancy having a look at that, raising money for a very good cause, then at CharlieTaylor4 on Twitter, and you'll see the link I'm about to repost now. So there you go, something you could look at during the lunch break. We'll be back with you in around about 40 minutes' time.
Pumps are broken, man. Yeah. I've just literally picked them up. You got any up? You got the bowling ball? Yeah, I'll just nick one of them. What are you doing, mate? Reds or white? Any. Doesn't matter. I'm just. Guess what? Have you seen our? Have you got the bat? Yeah, it's over there. Say, leave it. Nice, man. Lovely that. Sorry, they've had more success probably at Merchant Taylor, I think. What I've heard. Quick. he have to or not? He has to, yeah. That's lovely, right? Very nice. Yeah. Bob, come on. Yeah. Hold on, Polly. Yeah, I'm trying to go from wide, isn't it? Okay. You came wide in the pitch, you anyway. Watching! Good catch, sir, good catch. Mickey, ball behind you. Yeah. So I start first. Wide, in. Yes. And then 2-3 others from wide, settle in. And then use the fish wide. Spinning. I'm a massive believer in using the fish. Create something. You've got to create some depth.
Stay there, settle in there. I'm not fucking coming anywhere near you.
Hello and welcome back to Taunton. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Charlie Taylor here. Sam Rhymes is alongside me. We'll have Vic Marks back in with us in around about half an hour's time. So the players, Crawley and Compton, the Kent batters, come out ready to continue, they'll hope, this partnership, which is at the moment on 47. Somerset in a huddle at the moment as they think about how they're going to take wickets. Now, the news from the lunch break is that so far we haven't seen any of Josh Davey bowling, and Tom Lammonby was marking out his run-up, so we may well see the left armour come in, which is probably what Lewis Gregory is thinking, how they're going to do this without the services of Josh Davey, who was reported as having a sickness bug and has only come on the field to field rather than to bowl, and wasn't on it for all that long, really. I'm trying to see. I don't think he'll have come out. So that's Craig Overton. No, don't think so. Sam is alongside me, and well, what do you think then? The prospects of this still in the game, 5 sessions to go. Somerset need 10 wickets. Kent still require around 320 to make Somerset bat again.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we've spent all morning talking about how well Somerset bowled in that first Kent innings, and they came back out, forced that follow on, and for 40 minutes the two Kent openers, Zach Crawley, Ben Compton, looked really nice, batted well, neatly, nothing too expansive, putting on 47. There's a lot of chat around the ground in the lunch break. Pessimistic chat, really. Charlie Thompson talking about where this game's going, but let's see if Jack Leach can change those fortunes.
Well, they've got plenty of time here, Somerset, to take those wickets. They're not, but they will need a couple of breakthroughs, really, probably in this session. But what we saw in the earlier part of the day was that the Kent lower order does not seem, from what we've looked at today, does not seem to have all that many runs in it. No, they struggled, didn't they, this morning?
They did struggle. And it was timely as well, because Joe Dudley was in and set, and we said a few times if he had someone to stick with him, it could have caused Somerset a few problems.
Yeah. So what Somerset will need to do is, well, once Kent were about 6 down, especially given that Garrett is using a runner, and that never tends to last very long, that's what Somerset will need to do. They aim for that 6, and then the others should come without too much resistance, given what we saw before. But that top 6 is a very good top 6 for this Kent side, including Ben Compton, grandson of Dennis, who defends that one.
Straight away into his work, isn't he, Jack Leach? Straight away. You saw on that off stump line. Nagging length.
Bowling from the river end, because this end near to the pavilion where Ben Compton is batting is been cut quite short, so it might be drying out. A few patches of footmarks on there which Leach might be targeting, but they swap over now because of that single. Right-handed Crawley comes on to strike. Beautiful day here in Taunton today, so we will get a full day's play in. Still 73 overs, 72 after this one.
Be interesting to see Crawley's approach here. How he takes on Leach. Just tries to nurdle him round. There's plenty of room for ones out there. Big bounce to the leg side. Or whether he goes after him. Cautious.
Quick single out to be quick. Yeah.
Shy.
I think he would have been fine.
Yeah.
But that's Kent don't want to give away wickets like that.
That'd be a disaster, wouldn't it? You get in and set, and we saw it with Compton in the first innings, making that. He made 40, didn't he? Got in and set, and then got himself out.
50 partnership, 25 to Crawley, 23 for Compton, and one no ball, I think is what we've seen so far. Yep, from Lewis Gregory. Here comes Leach.
Squirted away, isn't it, off the pub?
Glorious day here. Quantock Hills bathed in sunshine, that's what we want to see. Much better than yesterday. Well, the game still moved on a fair bit yesterday. Somerset scored quick runs and took those 5 wickets of Kent in the evening. Lovely runs there. At least 2. That will go all the way, actually.
So quick this outfield, isn't it now? Couple of days of sun. Be interested to know. I didn't see myself, Charlie. Which end was Tom Lammerby having a little look from?
He was measuring himself out on both ends
to
start with on the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end.
Be interesting that left arm change of angle.
Well, what they'll also be thinking there is about getting some more footmarks from a left armour on the drier, shorter grass area here at the pavilion end.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, similar to Gregory in his sort of stature, isn't he? He's not the tallest. Gets a little bit of movement. He bowled in the pre-season game, actually, Tom Lamberby. I was watching that one as well. He came and picked up a wicket against Exeter. Seems like a lifetime ago already, start of the season.
Been a lot of county championship cricket since then.
Yeah, there has.
7 rounds of it. Each team will have played 6 by the end of this fixture. Craig Overton just warming up. A few throwdowns.
What's the options here? Craig Overton field set 2 slips.
Field is I mean, they're all within what sort of T20 circle, except for a backwards square leg. So he's given the option of runs here to Crawley.
Nice shade.
Yeah, really nice ball that. And if Crawley had decided to drive that with, as you pointed out, Sam, a little bit of movement, that's what he's looking for. And yeah, as you'll see there, see mid-on in place.
Sean Dixon is that, isn't it?
Yeah, Sean Dixon. So, and Vic talked about that because this is the field they had to Crawley before lunch as well. He's just wondering whether he sort of plays quite a straight on drive, which could be in the air a little bit. That's finding the gap. That's what they're looking for there. Somerset won't really mind it. Run's not too important. What they will want to see is Crawley attacking like that. It's a nice shot for 4.
He's good to watch, isn't he, Zach Crawley, when he gets it right. He's not nailed that. He doesn't need it to. Just leant on it and thrown his hands at it. And we saw a couple in the from Joe Denley earlier, actually, very similarly. If you time the ball well, this outfield's so quick, you'll get value for your shots.
This is not a typical Craig Overton technique here, or tactic. No. Craig Overton will bowl it back of a length, horrible length, whereas here he's pushing it forwards and asking for that drive. Yeah, again, good ball.
It's something Vic mentioned earlier, actually, about Pretorius, how he got rewards for pitching the ball up, and he had to be brave. And he did get driven a couple times through cover, but actually he got his reward. He got picked up 2 wickets, didn't he? With that really tidy spell he bowled. And he got a little bit of shape, and it was enough that when he pitched the ball up, actually, he caused a few problems. Went through the defences of some of those lower order Kent batters. And Overton looking to do something similar.
Straightening that one up a bit. Bringing it at the stumps.
So it's a 5-4 split here.
Yeah.
4, 5, yeah.
It's an interesting field.
It is.
They are asking Crawley, saying, look at all these runs on offer here.
It's easy to say, isn't it? Stood there. Look at all the space. You've got to get it there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they're trying to tempt him into against someone like Craig Overton. Drop and run here.
That's
good running.
It's twice we've seen that already, isn't it? Obviously, something they've got in mind is there's going to be ones there. You've got to keep the field engaged and active.
Yeah, it's an easy run, really.
It's a good one to take, doesn't it? You see those? How many times do you see that just prodded and just that batsmen don't even look for one? Actually, be proactive, keep that scoreboard ticking over, rotate the strike a little bit.
Well, that's it. Rotating a left hand, right hand strike.
Left hand, right hand is massive. Yeah.
Overton just playing around here, pushing out a wide-ish long leg.
So you got a mirror field almost.
Pretty much. Yeah, it is pretty much. Yeah, it's a little bit finer, the square leg.
Yeah.
Oh no, bringing it wider now.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, pretty much mirrored, although no silly mid-on. Fuller, driven. That's a nice shot. Came out the meat of the bat. No point chasing it too much. Yeah. It runs away. Oh, it's slowing down.
Plugging. I'm not sure if Matt Renshaw would set off a little bit earlier. It's probably been a bit of a heavy lunch, maybe. Didn't fancy it.
I think that was. I think that was safely a 4 all the way.
Just a bit over pitch, wasn't it? A fraction too full from Craig. Good looking shot on driver, isn't it? Well balanced on drive.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look good.
What is your favourite shot? What's your favourite shot to watch?
To watch, I think probably a really good crunch and cover drive is probably my favourite.
Yeah.
Especially when it just bisects 2 fielders, probably, you know, 2 of them sprawling out.
Goes right between
people
both.
Can't get them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not just about the shot itself, but it's about placement of where you put it. So I think that's probably up there.
Yeah.
If we're talking sort of proper cricket shots.
Yeah.
You know, and then you get very exciting.
You do.
Scoops, reverse sweeps, and all
Flamboyant.
these sorts of. Yeah. I mean, they're all great fun, aren't they? But that's probably my favourite. It looks really good, doesn't it? When you see that on the replay. What about you?
Same as you. I like a nice square drive, nice
drive.
diamonds, and lean on it and stay. But I love a leg glance, whip off the pads. Probably advancing.
Oh, Leach straight back up. Having a look. That's Craig Overton there. The spirit of Craig Overton in Jack Leach. Always looks to throw it back when he fields off his own bowling.
It's very sharp to get down there. Really did really well, Jack Leach, actually.
Yeah.
There's a good few matchups, isn't there? Crawley, Bell, Drummond, come. Overton, Leach. Crawley again. Down on the chart.
Feet.
Yes, boys. Yes, boys.
So looking alert in the field.
Great building up.
Breakthrough.
They've got to make Crawley work for his runs. Yeah, they have to. The last thing they want is these two just rotating straight and just you go 3 or 4 and over suddenly.
And with no real threat.
Yeah, exactly. They get set.
Yeah, build a bit of pressure can make a difference.
Got about good. Leach taking this ball away from Zach Crawley.
Excellent, boys.
Kent following on here if you're just joining us. Still a lot of runs to go before that follow-on target's reached. They need 404 in total. They're currently on 141. 241, sorry. So yeah, still a good 160 off. There you go, little glance.
You'd think really from a Kent perspective, it's one of these two has got to go in and get set and go, haven't they? I've seen it a few times with before day 1 with Tom Banton and James Rue, Lam and B getting 60-70 and then getting out. Actually, can you kick on and get a big 100 like Banton and Rue did, which just sets a foundation. Gregory could come in, play a bit more freely, but it's a different situation for Kent here. Got to have one of these two go on and go big. It's a good response from Crawley there after first baller. There was a lot of talk about him before the first innings, wasn't it? It plays on a batter's mind for certain. Dreaded pair looming over you. But he's looked assured, he's looked good. And they're facing some good Somerset bowling. So Overton back in. Good length, good line. No interest. Zach Crawley. It's interesting, isn't it, Zach Crawley? So much talk when you watch him play. Tall man, big bloke, big levers. Goes off. We saw him a couple before lunch, a couple big slashes through point over the slip cord. It seems to me that since the last 12 months, 18 months, where he's sort of revitalised his England career as well, he's been a big part of England's top order. But it's just to know when to go at some, when to leave some as well.
He's a crucial part of this form of the game.
That's a pearler.
What a ball.
Not a lot you can do with that, I don't think.
How's that not done something?
No,
Taking the stumps, taking an edge. Oh, it's jagged back. Look at that. Just jagging away from the batter, Crawley. Brilliant. But not a wicket. Crawley survives. Fantastic bit of bowling there. Using the seam.
You talk about more traditional Craig Overton bowling. That's more.
That's what you think of when you think of Craig Overton. Certainly, that's what I think of. Slash, brilliant stop.
What a bit of fielding.
Dixon.
Superb. That's travelling.
Yeah, great work, Sean Dixon. That's 4 runs saved there.
Absolutely. I was looking behind. In fairness, I feel bad for Sean Dixon. I was already looking to see where the ball had gone, but it's a fantastic stop.
He's quite a short man as well. He's certainly not the tallest in this Somerset squad.
No.
So to root, because he had to really reach for it.
Yeah.
And at that pace, keeps pressure on Crawley here. That was supposed to be his release shot.
Well bowled again.
Yeah, brilliant ball. Brilliant ball. Silly mid-on there, and I just wonder how much that is containing Crawley, whether he's having to take one shot out of his repertoire because of that there.
Well, one thing I would say is so far what we've seen from Overton to Crawley in particular these last couple of overs is that he hasn't bowled a generically straight line. He has given a bit outside off stump, like we just saw that stop from Dixon. There you are again. It's not angling in. So whether the ploy is to try and get him play through cover, bring in a leading edge, but it's not a set plan where he's going back at Crawley, trying to tuck him up and bring that catcher into play. But it's something in his mind, isn't it? Someone like that is in your peripheries.
Last ball then in this over as Overton comes in. Good ball. Another excellent leave. Yeah, really did fly through to the keeper. Should we have a look at this matchup then? Overton against Crawley. A few replays to show you how this matchup is going. Here we go.
Using his feet straight away, isn't he, Zach Crawley? He's always looking to get on top of the bowler. And Craig, being the tall man he is, gets a bit of bounce. As soon as one was pitched up, he wanted to get moving.
There's another one. Great ball.
Yeah, that's the area he wants to be, isn't it, for Craig? And the benefit there of Dixon's stop, it just, like you said, it builds that pressure. It doesn't give him a release shot. So if he gets one of those and they go for 4, he can afford to leave one. Actually, if he's leaving 2, 3, that maiden there, he's leaving 3 or 4 balls and over. Suddenly, Crawley's.
Well, what it does is now that pressure is built, and you've got Jack Leach coming on. And what does Ben Compton do here? Is he starting to think, oh, I've got to score runs because actually we're not getting anything from the other end. It's a little bit loose from Leach. It allows a single, and now Crawley's back on. So Crawley, who's thinking to himself, he's just struggling to get the runs away at the moment. He hasn't really got going since lunch.
No.
Now he's up against Leach, so the right-hander. Leach, I think, prefer the left-hander, bowling it into the left-hander rather than away from the right-hander. But Lewis Gregory's there at slip. Short leg, I think, will be Tom Banton under the helmet there. Huge part in setting up that total for Somerset.
Very
Forward,
good line.
defending from Crawley.
So good, boys, so good!
Really interesting this particular battle. Overton and Crawley have been going at it, but this would be really interesting. Drag down, wasn't it? Yeah.
Got what it deserved.
Strong wrist work through mid-wicket.
Yeah, which is it, and that's it now. The release shot from Crawley. He'll feel a lot better, and that pressure dissipates.
I think he'll feel a bit of groove there. Jack Leach himself, probably.
Yeah. Well, and this is someone who hasn't played first 11 cricket for months. finding his way back in. It's a pitch that isn't offering all that much, really, if we're honest.
No. And you'll know it as a cricketer yourself, Charlie. There's no substitute for match fitness and playing, is there?
Oh.
You've got to be out there.
Better cut away again. 4 more, a little bit wider.
Just
Slashed away.
doesn't need second invite, does he? Any width, anything drop half a yard short, he's going to jump on it.
Dropping the phone. Dramatic
That's one
drop.
way. Keep us away. Yeah, it's back to back. Zach Crawley moves on to 39. Get a single to the edge of the ring. Yeah, so it's interesting with this. We keep referring back to this Josh Davey absence. No bowling. You know, if pressure builds a little bit, if Zach Crawley keeps imposing himself on Jack Leach, can Craig Overton, that little subplot, how's that going to unfold? Gregory, Pretorius both bowled well this morning. Lammerby, you mentioned. There are options there for Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, Lammerby as well is someone who hasn't bowled an awful lot this.
No.
I think he might have bowled once, or had like one spell. Let's have a look at his figures so far this year.
I guess for Somerset here in the situation is that Somerset are well in front and they have been on top. Actually, you're not relying on wickets right now. You just got to keep trying to ticking away, build some pressure. Craig Overton, that maiden he just bowled to Zach Crawley. No luck for the bowlers. Nothing in the wickets column. That's the one that counts. Pretorius, couple overs.
Yeah, he's only bowled once, Lammerby, this season.
Yep.
That was against Nottinghamshire in that mammoth second innings where they're 440 odd for 2.
Overton back in. Bit straighter to Crawley, and that has been timed fantastically well.
Rocketing now.
It's looking good touch as he moves into the 40s, that Crawley. That was really nice because it straight back of a length, but this has worked up his pads really nicely for Zach Crawley. Just waits. Moving forward. Just rolls his wrist to it. It's, like I say, it's not a big boundary out there at all.
Somerset probably going to have to rely on some kind of mistake here from Crawley, who is looking to score. Fuller and driven. And that one, I think he got a hand to it, maybe. Slowed it down, but I think still got enough on it. Yeah,
That's still going
to go all the way. Mead gave chase, but Dixon couldn't quite get enough on it to stop the boundary. Well, Crawley has hit how many boundaries in the last 5 balls he's faced? I think he's hit 4 boundaries.
That's unlucky there, Sean Dixon, because he's flung himself at that. He got a hand to it.
Yeah.
Loose delivery though, probably got what was deserved, in fairness. Slightly wide, half volley length. Slap through cover. And when you've only got 3 men there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's hit 4 4s from 5 balls now. Shorter, and I like that from Overton. It's a change-up.
Yeah.
It's a big change-up, and he hasn't broadcast that in the field in any way, so Crawley's got no way of knowing that's coming.
Ah, interesting.
Oh, no.
Craig Overton.
He hasn't. He's just swapped the bails over. Stuart Broad, are you watching? Probably not, given Nottinghamshire are playing. If he is watching, he'll be watching that.
Did I see that? I saw it in a county championship game earlier this week.
Yeah,
Day one on Friday.
Who was it?
Someone did it.
Who was it? Was it Worcestershire or someone? Or Surrey?
They also tagged Stuart Broad. Yeah.
So he's just swapped the bails over. Doesn't work this time, but he keeps it's a dot ball nonetheless.
Isn't it amazing?
Here we go. Let's have a look at it. Just keep an eye on Overton at the far end there.
He's almost walked past the stumps.
All right. I'll go for a bit of a Stuart Broad.
And interestingly, they both stopped for a chat here, the 2 batters as well.
Yeah. Oh, he's just swapped the bails, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do as a batter.
Just get in front of one.
Yeah, just see this one out.
Isn't it just amazing how that's suddenly become a bowler's go-to now? If you go for a bit of a dry spell.
Yeah, but it's not. What I like is they swap the bails at the non-striker sense.
Yeah.
It's not even straight dry. Oh, what a shot! And that will bring up Crawley's 50. What a shot! And the way he's accelerated in the last couple of overs. He's moved from the 30s into the 50s in no time, and that is a really good start to the innings here from Zach Crawley. You can see why, when he's playing like this, why he's liked so much by that England setup. Crawley moves to 52 with another beautiful looking drive for 4.
52 off just 67 deliveries. And he's really, like you say, really going. He's got 9 boundaries in that time. And Compton quite happily here will just sit the other end and just rotate the strike and watch his partner go to work. There you are. That's exactly it. You talk about, you know, the way to manage situations. 2 boundaries in the over. Leave the last one. Compton's back on strike. That's mature cricket from Zach Crawley. It's interesting, isn't it? We talk about how quickly the momentum shifts. Either side of lunch, Kent just built up a bit ahead of steam. Suddenly they'll be thinking, good platform here.
Yeah. What are they, 86?
86 without loss,
With still 10 wickets in hand, yeah, absolutely.
There'll be some murmurs around the Hildreth stand and the Botham stand now. Some advice for Lewis Gregory, I'm sure, on what he could be doing.
Usually a bit of advice from the crowd.
Let's go bang bang. Let's go bang bang here, boys. Safe.
So, Jack Leach over.
Oh, that's the first time we've seen. Well, that's turn, isn't it? There, that is turn, and it's the first time we've seen something happen really since lunch properly. We saw Craig Overton one which jagged away, and let's have a look at this. That's turned, right nicely.
In that foothole, isn't he?
And that is exactly what Vic Marks was saying. Jack needs to aim for, and that's why they've left that. The grass cut quite short there. Sadly, no, it's a single, so he won't be aiming there anymore. Crawley's on strike.
That's just the beauty of the left hand, right hand, isn't it?
But Leach will be feeling quite good about that, I think.
Absolutely.
He'll think, right, that's definitely a place to aim for. It's a nice position, that football. To the left-hander. Crawley quite happy here. You mentioned it earlier on about Lammonby marking his run-up. Lammonby, the left armour, who would then leave a few more footmarks on the other side, potentially. Could increase that one. Gives you a bit of an option, doesn't it? If you just want a few footmarks. Oh, that's nice. Using his feet here, Crawley. All the way.
Valiant effort.
Nice shot.
He's getting on top of the Somerset bowlers, isn't he? He's imposing himself. He's not overhit that, again, just a little punch through cover.
Well, this is the destruction that Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes back in for, isn't it? It's not going to come off every time because of the way he plays, but when it does come off, it will take the attack straight to the bowlers.
And you know that in that Kent dressing room now, in the heads of Zach Crawley and Ben Compton, we just keep going. This score is going to quickly move on because it is a fantastic batting. We said it so many times, a great batting surface.
Got to ask. We got to wonder how they managed to get themselves all out for less than 200 on this.
And kudos to the Somerset bowling attack there, because they
bowled well.
Absolutely, they did. Got off to a good start and maintained that pressure throughout, didn't they? Took wickets at key times.
Well, a little bit of success for Leach there in that they got one to turn nicely into the left-hander, on which took an inside edge, didn't hit the stumps. But we'll just put a bit of doubt in Ben Compton's mind when he's facing Leach from that end, won't it? He'll just start to think, when the ball's released, where's this going? Is this going to be in the footmarks? How do I play it? So that in a way is a bit of a success, although not one that you'll see on the scoreboard.
Yeah. Little win sometimes, isn't it? The bowling collective.
Exactly. Overton will continue then. Zach Crawley again on strike. Good area, had to play at it.
We've seen largely orthodox there. We've seen a bit unorthodox with this silly mid-on. Where's your go-to third position? Where do you situate yourself or get situated when you're playing, Joey?
Well, the team I play for is very, very low level. So
don't do yourself a disservice.
What we tend to do is spread, because our bowlers generally will serve up some nice 4s and 6s for the opposition. So I tend to be somewhere near the boundary, to be honest.
The boundary rider.
Yeah. but we don't tend to have many, as that's a lovely shot. Oh,
He's looking.
this is ominous for Somerset here, because Crawley is.
He looks imperious.
This is, well, I think I'm right in saying this is going to be his highest score of the season already, and he doesn't look like he's anywhere near done. So what's he got? Oh, he's by far his highest score. He's already on 61. He's only scored 5-4, 41, 1, 6, 10 and 0 so far this season. So this is by far his best score in the championship this year.
It's unlikely after he missed out in the first innings he's going to miss out again.
Yeah, yeah. Craig Overton was the man who got him though. 96 on the board for Kent. Oh, here we go. 100 up. Crawley on to 65. I must say I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, he's seeing it like a beach ball, isn't he?
I don't know where the Somerset bowlers bowl to him now, because he's finding runs when the ball's straight, when it's outside off. 100 up.
It's one thing as a bowling unit if someone is stubbornly, Joe Dunley, stubbornly holding up an end like he was earlier. It's a very different mindset when someone's scoring this freely, isn't it? He's on top, he's dictating things now. The field's changed, we've got a silly extra cover, short extra cover.
Driving. Oh, ouch! That's going to hurt. It's Andy Umid, I think. Oh, no, it isn't. Who is that? Matt Renshaw,
yeah.
who's he's stuck a hand out bravely.
He's going to know about that.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
I hope that's nothing too. Hopefully that's just impact on the
a bit of sting. Ow. Yeah, it's just painful, Matt Renshaw, isn't it?
A picture tells 1,000 words, doesn't it?
Not every player's shoving a hand out at that. I'm going to say it.
Yeah, no, completely. Craig owes him a thank you, I think.
Yeah. Because Crawley was looking for 4 more there. In comes Craig Overton. And Crawley thinks no to this one. And Craig Overton sort of fakes a throw back towards the stumps, or James Rue, one of them. 100 for no loss. And Crawley has hit some lovely boundaries, and they will be worth watching on the highlights if you're just joining us.
They'll make a nice little montage, won't they?
They have, absolutely, yeah. He's hit 12 fours in his 65. That's not bad.
48 of the 65.
Yeah. That's, not doing all that much running, really. Straight drive. Oh, that might... No, this one hasn't got the legs. The need will come around. $101. That's the next one. Now Josh Davies walking onto the field. Now he's not going to be allowed to bowl for a while because he's been off for a fair bit. He's clearly not feeling very well, and I wonder whether you just say rest, because he can't bowl for a while now. So how long have we been on since? Well, he's been on for half an hour.
He was on for a brief spell, wasn't he, this morning?
He spent a lot of the first session out as well, so off trudges.
You wonder if it might be better just to have him.
Actually, it's Bashir who was on.
Team will know best, wouldn't they? But he's got his shirt sleeves down over his hands, and he's got a long sleeve jumper on, and he is on his own in that front.
Yeah, he's
because it's warm out there.
I wouldn't. He's not 100% well, Josh Davey.
No,
that's for sure.
It's quite clear.
So,
but fair play to him. He's out there.
Well, I wonder if the thought might be if he can. I don't know. If he's not feeling well, he's not going to be bowling his best. But you never know. That might just distract him from his illness. Might be the man to make the breakthrough. It's Crawley on strike to Leach. Won't be for long though, because that'll be a single.
Change of field straight away. You can see 2 men. Short extra cover catching. It's Crawley. He's looked good. 360s at Crawley and first through mid wicket. He's looked good straight through cover, particularly. He's had a couple through point earlier on. And nothing wild. It's been controlled. It's hit the bad ball and it's been there.
Well, here's the change up then, and Gregory's having a big old think about this, because that footmark, I think that one ball which he got to land there and has turned, has now got Somerset thinking this is the way to get Compton. Leach, all you got to do is pop it in that footmark every time, please.
Test with Ben Compton here as well. He struggled in Kent's last game. It was 0-11 against Worcester. 43 in the first innings.
looking back.
He's doing his job, isn't he? He can just hold up an end and take one.
Well, Crawley's hitting them as easily as he is.
Yeah.
You don't. Yeah, absolutely.
What's the plan here? Jack Leach to Zach Crawley. How's he going to get him out? We've got these 2 catches at extra cover.
Well, it's not doing very much, really. It's not from to the right-hander.
Can't see at the minute Zach Crawley playing a false shot.
No. Yeah, but those 2 catches are very close to
They
each
are.
other. It's almost like having a slip cord in there.
They're only a couple of feet away for each other, aren't they?
It's like a sort
We've got
of short extra cover slips.
You've got a conventional slip, slightly backward point. We've got a normal extra cover. These 2 catching. Leach it again. Fullish.
So what? They're cutting off that shot, so he's not going to risk the drive through extra cover.
He's not going to go over the top of there, is he?
Well, you don't. Well, you don't. Yeah.
Well, I
Problem is
say
you've got
that.
Craig Overton waiting at.
Mid-off?
Yeah, sort of a much distant mid-off. They will pick up a single 3-point there. So they're just interesting field. They're asking him to do something different.
Unless they want him to play against the spin and then go into that mid-wicket area. There is one in there.
Vic's here. Vic, should we go to half past to get it back to the halves? Is that good for you? Thumbs up. I'll do another 5 minutes and then I'll bring in Vic. Yeah. And they've got the left-hander on strike again. Somerset need a breakthrough here. They're going to win this game. Kent looking probably for the draw. Felt a bit quicker, that one.
Did look at push through
Whipped it in a bit, yeah. Just again, not letting Compton settle, not give him what he's expecting. That's the end of a Leach over. Good one in the end. Crawley 68, looking really good for his 68. Very, very good looking player of a cricket ball.
Some big scores around the grounds today. Worcestershire got a mountain to climb against Surrey. Just the 471 needed. Not too sure in this spot.
They playing
Nottinghamshire.
yeah.
Hampshire struggling, aren't they?
Yeah, they seem to be, which is, on paper, they're a strong side.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been challenging up near the top, haven't they, a few years now?
Yeah.
This year, it just doesn't seem to click for
No.
some of their bowlers and batting unit. Whereas normally the bowling is so fierce. One of the best in the country with Abbott and Abbas. But it just hasn't seemed to click this season for them.
Speaking of not clicking, we've got a change in the bowling down here at the Marcus Gothic Pavilion. Lewis Gregory's brought himself on.
Captain fancies having a go bowling at Zach Crawley. Overton probably a due a rest. Shorter. Oh, that's
wow.
For the first times we've seen Zach Crawley really struggle there. In fact, it was a shorter ball before, wasn't it, that Zach Crawley struggled with?
Yeah.
Short, but it's not getting up very high.
That's sort of hip height, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
hitting sort of thigh pad region. He's trying to take that from sort of outside off stump, isn't he, and try and whip that across.
Yeah. You can see why you'd think of that when you see the ball come in. They've still got the very short sitting head on there, waiting. I wonder how much Gregory sort of looks up and reads about fielding theory, or whether it's just very much based on what he fancies.
Instinct.
Every day.
Yeah.
Sort of we'll shove someone in there.
I'm sure that they'll of course have their plans, won't they, to start with. But when you're in this position, your plan A, B, and C is probably been and gone.
Yeah, 104 for naught. This couldn't be more different to the first innings for Kent, who were 178 all out. Of course, they won't be picking up any points there in this innings, like their previous one. They could have done
102 for 5 in comparison to the first innings.
Yeah, quite a difference. Again, causing some issues here for Crawley. Good change up from Gregory. He might still be able to extract a bit from the pitch here.
We were talking about this earlier, how Gregory's very canny operator, and he's got some movement, but how he might roll his fingers down the ball, bowl some cutters, maybe just pose a different threat for Crawley. That seems like Somerset's probably best option here. Overton coming in, and once he's seeing it at a good pace, and Overton a little bit of lateral movement, but Overton, Crawley's seeing the ball so nicely. Just got to keep changing the picture.
Oh, nice. Another really good drive. No point running for that one, Zach, because that is going all the way through extra cover and 4 more.
That is sumptuous. That's everything you could ask for in a nice cover drive.
It's fantastic innings so far from Zach Crawley.
Lovely. He looks like he's got all the time in the world, doesn't he? Just waits and just lent and just...
He is being helped by some by the fielding placements here, I'd say.
I don't think you can bowl. You can't bowl. Well, that bowling a half volley is never great anyway. But
yeah.
bowling a half volley to this field,
yeah,
particular.
Yeah, exactly. Makes it look better when it's not collected on the boundary by someone and you only run a single.
Correct. It's got to be straighter, hasn't it, with this field?
Yeah. Well, let's go and have a look at the ball here. So yeah, see, it must be the ball. Can't just be that Crawley's hitting lots of 4s. Must be the problem with the ball.
Problem all along, isn't it?
You do see it when they get changed. You do suddenly see that sometimes, don't you? Where they change the ball and wickets just suddenly start falling. Let's have a look. What is Rob White and Neil Mallender talking about here? Oh, they are having a good look at it. They've got the rings out. Oh, it's not going through the ring. It's not going through. We're going to get a change of ball. Well, Somerset will be pleased with that. Not sure Zach Crawley will be.
Very happy.
Interesting. Well, there we go. Lewis Gregory, who was already at the top of his mark there, which makes me think maybe because usually when you see, especially a captain bowler with ball in hand, they're normally right up in the umpire's face and say, look at this, and they usually try 3 or 4 times before the umpires finally...
They're quite stubborn to do
it, they don't normally, but there we go. Gregory was ready to bowl and then chucked it. I don't know who, it was almost like Rob White asked for it.
Well, clearly Rob White and Amanda are enjoying the show. They want a new ball. Unless it's a bit of wear and tear, it's hit an advertising hoarding down the bottom or something's it's picked up.
It's misshaped somehow because it definitely wasn't going through. He was carrying it on the loop they have there.
It's only 22 overs old.
Shoaib Bashir giving his thoughts to umpires White and Mallender. Well, at Somerset we're happy with this because clearly something wasn't working with the way Crawley was playing. What's he on now? 72 from 88. I mean, it really has accelerated there, isn't he?
It's something, isn't it, for the Somerset? It's a bit of a new vigour, perhaps. Just a little energiser. You can see we've got body language in the back of the field. It's not great.
Pretorius Gregory and Davey, who's still wearing his thick jumper and long sleeves.
I can't get. Yeah. He doesn't look overly enthused about it, does he?
Poor lad. He needs to be in bed. He's on his knees. I think
he cuts a pretty dejected figure out. I mean, I don't know. He might well be smiling and having the time of his life out there, but it's hard to...
It doesn't look like he is having the time of his life out there. He looks very ginger when he's walking around.
He's a Barocca on a line.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we haven't seen him bowl today because he spent a lot of time off the field, Josh Navy, but it's going to... The new ball, newish ball, the different ball, to be clear, it's not a brand new ball.
What can the skipper
It's
make
been
happen?
given to Lewis Gregory, who now bowls to Zach Crawley. Oh, here we go. There we are. Perfect. That's exactly what we needed.
Right on cue.
So, Lewis Gregory, who's got a big smile on his face, and he'll be pretty happy with that.
He's got that ball talking straight
Let's have
away.
a look. Shall we have another look at that one? Oh, lovely delivery. Yeah, just pushing it up full, allowing a little bit of movement.
Just a hint, wasn't there? Just a hint.
Well, it's all very well Zach Crawley hitting those runs, but if it's with a dodgy ball, then they don't really count for anything, do they?
Counting, no.
It's been lovely to watch so far, and I'm sure Zach will cash in at some point with this one as well, if he can. Gregory over the wicket, shorter. Yeah. Quite as good a ball, that one.
That's a fantastic delivery.
Right, all this chat about changing balls.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make way for Vic Marks.
Change of balls, we'll have a change of bowler.
Absolutely, and it'll be Vic alongside Sam. Take you through the next half hour.
Fantastic. Yeah, plenty to dissect. We've had a busy first 40 minutes after lunch. Busy for Kent. Zach Crawley, Pierce, Craig Overton slightly expensive, but look at those figures. 8 overs, none for 40. Jack Leach is continuing. Come on then, Vic. Penny for your thoughts.
Well, Crawley's been astonishing, hasn't he?
Played really well, hasn't he?
And what's unusual, I mean, there are many unusual things about Crawley, but it's very seldom you see a bloke who's about 6'4", 6'5",
Yeah.
who's so elegant
Yes.
at the crease.
Yeah, yeah,
Usually a bit ungainly, but he's played beautiful classical cricket shots. Overton was just dispatched on either side of the wicket time and time again. I mean, they weren't terrible balls, but he just hit through the line, beat the field, and the field is spreading.
It is, isn't it?
Compton has become a kind of spectator, and why not? He's dominated the strike as well as the run scoring as Crawley since lunch.
Yeah.
Got sort of in-out field, old W formation
It is.
on the offside.
Draws defence out of that Crawley.
So it's quite a challenge. I think it's a good idea for Gregory to have a ball in that if anyone's going to make something magically happen, it might be him. He's already ball change, that might help.
Yeah.
But you just got to sit in and be patient. And
is that the way to go, you think?
Well,
should try and manufacture something.
I don't know. I mean, the alternative, which I don't recommend really, and they haven't got the bowlers to do it, is that in the modern game you see a reversion to a kind of short-pitched attack, and that's the one. That's the one he wants.
Question. He's asked the question,
but he hasn't got it. But that's one. It's only about 3 dot balls, and he's gone for it.
Yeah.
There's a big gap. That's the one place there is a gap. There's no one on that leg side boundary. So that sweep shot is a boundary shot. Let's have a look. He's outside the line, I think. But it's not far off. You know, that is one mode of dismissal.
Yep.
Keep him quiet. He
Yep.
goes for the sweep shot. He misses it, and the umpire obliges.
This one slashed
But
away.
now,
to the
next
point.
ball, he's just fractionally short, and he's so quick on it. So quick. You want him to sweep.
Yeah, I think so. Tall lad, it's a long way to get down, isn't it?
Yeah,
There's a bit more room for error. Whereas if you dropping these balls
That's
back
right.
of a length, he can just rock back and just.
But
throw his
he's,
hand up.
he's just applied a bit of pressure there, Jack Leach. But he's just dragged that down, and he times the ball so well, and he placed it so well there. I mean, it's been a fantastic exhibition of stroke play,
hasn't it?
Since lunch,
hasn't it? Jack Leach, can he reapply some pressure? Better line, slightly tighter to Crawley. Crawley 77 off 92. It's flown.
He has. I don't know what. I mean, he's flown past Compton. I'm not sure what the lunch score was, but Compton's barely scored a run. Partly he's barely faced a ball, actually. I mean, like all top players, when he gets to flavour, he likes to have his strike. Crawley, I don't blame him on that.
47 without loss at lunch. Brought the 50 shortly after the interval.
How many did Compton have at lunch? And Crawley.
He's not scored many after lunch.
No. Anyway, it's been I mean, for the neutral,
great watch.
It's actually been a treat to see,
hasn't it?
See an England player very suddenly since lunch, right at the top of his game.
Yeah.
The surface. I mean, he loves the surface. Perhaps we should offer him a contract. He
Wow.
won't be around much.
Wouldn't you, as a batter in these conditions with a surface like this? Ball not doing huge amounts.
But he's played some glorious shots. He can trust the wicket. He says sometimes it's been half volleys that he's just put away. Sometimes it's just been a little bit of width, and he just knows that he can hit through the line.
Charlie and I were highlighting that the really impressive thing is it's all been controlled, and none of it's been wild or loose. He's waited for the over pitch one. He's leant on it. It's gone through. Anything short, he's just rocked back, put through point. So it'll be interesting to see how Gregory adapts to the situation here.
Well, he's got Compton on straight.
Left-handed
The key thing is perhaps bowl a bit more often at Compton and see if
maybe
we can get him out.
Angling in to the left-handed Compton, just probably to the leg side.
So that's. I mean, it's an amazing acceleration.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our statistical team
again
has passed on the fact that both Crawley and Compton at one point were both on 30 at the same time, and now Crawley has 77 and Compton has 34.
Yeah.
I mean, he has dominated the strike as well, but he's played some glorious shots, a stream of boundaries.
Tucked off the pads nicely by Compton, just to rotate the strike. And it's something this is becoming a bit of a feature of this sort of partnership now, is the way that Compton's just able to
Yeah. Well,
just
I think
knock the ball around and
he's
just let Crawley take the main stage.
absolutely, and I think Compton's mature enough to recognise that I'll just let him have his head.
Yeah.
And my job is just to pick up the runs when
Quite.
I can, but don't try and match him, because I play differently to Zach Crawley.
So Gregory's got some thinking to do. Still, imagine that Lammerby had a little trundle in the lunch break. Leach is operating from the far end. Pretorius we haven't seen yet. Second innings. Renshaw, mentioned about him earlier.
Yeah, I mean, these are all straws, really,
Aren't
to
they?
clutch at.
Aren't they?
But Crawley, well, we know Crawley is fallible in that he gets out.
Absolutely.
But since lunch, he's not put a foot wrong.
No.
In a curious sort of way, I think a Gregory-style bowler might have more hope. He was severe on Overton in that post-lunch spell.
He was.
In a curious, that's going to go. Everything seems to just go for 4. I mean, that's not off the middle of the bat, but
It's such a short boundary up there, isn't it? It's leading edge and just whipped off the pads for 4. Crawley moves into the 80s.
And one thing I'm thinking is that Overton is the sort of bowler you come across in Test cricket. He's tall, and he's almost felt like Crawley is more comfortable against a Test-style bowler, Overton, than he is a little, shorter, skiddier. Don't see so many bowlers like Gregory.
No.
So, and Gregory does have the scope. Sometimes he conjures something from nowhere.
Yeah.
But you can understand why he's having a go, but it's not straightforward for Gregory.
No, far from it. As the skipper comes back in. Good, well bowled. Well played. But he's always he's advancing all the time. And like I said, big man, he sort of imposes himself on the bowler.
And that's prompted Rue's going to come up to try and keep him in his crease.
Seen this a couple of times today, haven't we?
Yeah. I mean, the plus is that it keeps Crawley in his crease, it stops him wandering down. The negative is that if he nicks it, it's a very far harder
tough
catch to make.
Yeah.
So you have to balance those things up.
Let's see if it makes any impact then. Gregory back in. And again, it's a good looking drive for none. Josh Davey wearily gets to his feet.
Davey will feel a bit better if Crawley's in the pavilion. He might start whizzing his arms around there. And it might be all right, Skip.
There'll be renewed vigour around the whole ground, I think, if that happens.
Yeah. But I mean,
it's a long way to go.
Taking the wider view, it is. I know it's a nice surface, but it's been a treat to watch,
hasn't it? Yeah, absolutely.
Leach, I mean, I think you want to keep going with Leach. Partly there's a dearth of options anyway. And he's, Davey's not really with us.
No.
So Leach hasn't bowled too badly, but he's not imposing quite enough pressure. I mean, in the first innings he got Compton because Compton went for an ambitious shot. He hasn't tried that. This not. I don't think this is the time for the reverse sweep. There's plenty of gaps there. Just pop it for one and see what Zach does
let Crawley
next.
take charge at 118 without loss then. Kent. Zach Crawley 81 off 98. Payne Compton 35 off 51. Playing the supporting act. As Leach continues from the river end. Compton pushes towards mid off. No run there.
I mean, with Leach's best bet to the left-hander, and at one point he had another additional man on the offside, is to, I think, to have a go at bowling, aiming for those footmarks just outside the left-hander's off stump.
There's a
hope for some uncertainty there, although, I mean, it's done very little so far.
We saw one, didn't we? We just saw one, a player to miss. We saw it just landed right in the wide foothold. You can just see it on your screen now. There's 3 darker areas and there's the one wider one. Leach landed into the left-hander.
But even then, we're slightly clutching at straws. We're looking for something to happen, but not much has happened. Now it's just getting a few men in the right place.
The sweeper's coming back.
Well, he was never out there in the first place. I think he's dozing.
I see.
But he has he's got these 2 men at sort of shortest extra cover and shortest square point. The rest are now more or less guarding the boundary on the offside, that very short offside.
It is,
So the temptation for Crawley is to go leg side, because there's quite a lot of protection on the offside. He likes boundaries. He went leg side there, but that's not, that's sort of, he's trying to improvise. So you can see what he's doing. Trouble is, he's playing so well from Somerset perspective that if he decides to improvise and try and go leg side, chances are it'll work. But it's worth the invitation.
Well, he's playing against the spin, I suppose, isn't he? He's got
such as it is, yeah.
As well, bowled.
Yeah. Looks a bit bored.
It's been a bit of a storyline of this Somerset bowling. Is inconsistency, isn't it? 3 good balls and then 1 loose one, and you relieve that pressure. Again, Jack Leach, we were just saying with Charlie, first game in.
Not too, he's been okay. Ooh. Just managed to keep that down to a dot. Yeah, but Crawley will have it because you're right. He's hit the half volleys away beautifully, but he's also not so much against Leach, but he's hit some reasonably good balls before, and that's when bowlers start to sweat up and panic. Wherever I go now, he's hit one of the good balls before, and that's not a good ball. He's got a. That's not a wrist shot because that was going down anyway.
No, he's got a big stride, and hasn't he, Crawley there, and he's just swept that authoritatively through the leg side. Straight through square leg. It was uppish for a bit, but no one in any vicinity. It's raced down to the boundary.
You want him to sweep, but you want him to sweep straight balls, not ones that are just drifting down.
Yeah.
But he is, he's making it difficult for all of them because the margin for error
is so small. Yeah. Moves on to 85. Zach Crawley. Kent have suddenly turned up to 123 without loss. 2 hours ago this morning, Somerset was question marks, and really could Somerset take some early wickets and get this game wrapped up. Kent have done a fantastic job of bringing themselves back into it.
Yeah, well, we know it can, things happen, stuff happens, a couple of wickets here and there, but it's not obvious to see where it's going to come from just at a minute.
Corey with a shot.
Interesting. That's an ugly little
jab into the leg side.
A couple for it.
Ben Compton. You can't blame him. He's not seen much strike since lunch. He's had the best seat in the house to watch his partner go to work. It was back of a length, wasn't it? Sort of off stump, and it just tried
pokey
to
pull,
poke it around,
but I don't think he quite meant it like that.
Just lolloped into the leg side for a couple.
There's also what's happening? Matt Renshaw's got a few ideas. I think they think he's such an onside player. They're going to reinforce that leg side, and you've got to bowl to hit top of off stump again, middle and off.
Well, let's hope so, because at the minute we've got an offside field of
couple slips,
point and mid off.
Yeah, there's a huge gap,
gap. So it's got to be shortish and straighter. And Gregory,
there's a sort of ring of onside fielders. That's where he scores his runs, but I don't think it's going to worry him hugely.
No. Let's see what this Lewis Gregory can do. Can he manufacture something for?
He's got to stay. He can't go down leg side, but he wants to be relatively straight and say, okay, hit that through square leg then.
A bit back of a length, a bit straighter. Going to try and force a
Matt Renshaw's very busy now. Well, why not? Actually, they're changing the field. He did it for one ball. He's gone. They're changing the manpower.
I see.
Renshaw and Pretorius are swapping. I think possibly the idea is that Pretorius going to make wicket? It is. I think Pretorius has got a lot more bowling to do. And he's got some runners either side of him, Pretorius.
True. They don't fancy sending out to extra cover, sweeping. Gregory in again. This one's fuller, straight up.
That's the danger. He's so good, and he's got.
It's worked. Yeah, worked off the pads very nicely.
Well, we'll have a look at that replay possibly and see how straight that was. I think Gregory was trying to suggest that that's a straight ball he's just nicked down there, but I'm not quite so sure.
It's always sliding that
quite
way,
that
isn't
straight.
It? Yeah. And again, with all the fielders we've got on the leg side, behind square, there isn't any protection.
Fine. Not fine.
No.
What they haven't done to Compton seamers is that they've bowled, and given that he's so strong and so keen to play square on the onside, you would have thought that they bowl over the wicket to him more often.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit, and just say, okay, we know you can play it through square leg. Just show us we're going to bowl real over the wicket, looking for an outside edge maybe, and let's see, can you play on the offside as well?
Push it across them,
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a thought. I think all the bowlers have bowled around the wicket, more or less, to Compton, the seam bowlers. Anyway,
Gotta be
you
going.
know, but
It's got to be going through his mind. Skipper, as he comes in again, just pulled into the offside. It's interesting, isn't it? Because of all the, we're seeing this sort of straightish variation. We've seen Jack Leach through a couple wider, a couple fuller to Zach Crawley, but that's probably one thing we haven't seen is coming over, trying to push that ball away.
I see you're talking to Conte.
Correct.
You could, I mean, he could Leach, although it's pretty negative and not. He could bowl over the wicket just outside leg stump to Crawley and say, with a leg sidey field, and say, okay, sweep away and
block your scoring shots and see what you can manufacture.
And watch out for the top edge.
Yeah. Gregory in again.
But it's not a very uplifting.
No, you'd hope.
You're almost admitting some sort of defeat when you have to do that. But Crawley, I mean, Shane Warne was good enough for Shane Warne sometimes.
Well,
against the people who could pick him, who were playing well, Graham Gooch say, he'd say, hang on a minute, come round a wicket. And he'd come round a wicket and he'd bowl just outside leg stump. And he'd still cause some headaches because he spun it so much. But essentially it was, I've fed up with him scoring off me so easily, I'm going to give him just one shot to play, a sweep.
Yeah.
And I've got 3 men there waiting for a catch.
Wait for the mistake.
Yeah.
So Jack Leach is...
He's going to stay.
Continue.
Yeah.
He's going to stay...
around the wicket, which is, you know, where he likes to bowl, where most left-armers like to bowl. There's just not much help there for him. He's there to ball. His line has got to be hitting middle and off stump.
10 overs, none for 45.
That's a delicate single, actually.
They have run they've run their ones well, actually. Countless innings, they've maintained that pressure on the Somerset fielders. And this is the thing with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Consistently changing lines, lengths.
Yeah.
Hard to build pressure that way. 2 set batsmen. Still got 59 overs remaining in the day. A lot of time. For Kent to keep building, or for Somerset hopefully to pull something out of the mire here.
No, we're going to have a little. I think he's going to be a bit. Where's he going?
He's going short leg.
Silly point.
Silly point. So Tom Banton's under the lid.
Good luck to him. He's quite close offside. Ooh, that's turned a little bit outside the rough. I don't forget. I mean, maybe we're getting overexcited there, but
Tom Banton's reaction suggests it wasn't far away.
Yeah, I mean I think that's a good line, and that has turned.
Yeah, it has
not
turned.
Quite enough to hit the stumps, but that'll just food for thought, perhaps.
It's not in the foul, but it's not far away from it. Leach again. This one's straight up. Maybe that's the way to go.
No, I think it is. I mean, against the left-hander, and I'd almost consider an extra offside fielder, extra cover, and say in bowl, essentially pitching the ball about 12 inches outside off stump in the knowledge that there's rough there.
Yeah.
With maybe one, well, I don't know, maybe that's actually, I like dot balls. Batsmen don't like dot balls anymore.
No.
But, I mean, they could just have an extra man on the offside and then give themselves one man on that leg side boundary, just round about the square. But I think his line against the left-hander needs to be towards that. That's it there.
What's big appeal? What are we appealing for?
I think we're appealing for we're appealing for LBW.
I see.
But that is again. Well, I think we are.
Yes,
that's the line again.
Area.
That has done something as well. Have a little look here. It bounced actually as well, but it's pitched. You know, good 18 inches.
It has turned,
and he's padded up, and I think there's too much height on it. But that is a good line.
Yeah.
And he needs a field that he's got up to a point to encourage him to bowl that line. So you need a bit of protection. But that's the first time for a while that he's caused any problems to Compton. He ain't caused many problems to
not many have they?
Crawley, and that's there's no disgrace in that.
Through the years, we've had some pretty successful players and spinners, in particular, come through the Cooper Associates County Ground, and you can induct yourself onto the new Legends Wall behind the Somerset stand. You can do it now and forever, be a part of the history of the club. Get yourself a plaque for yourself or a friend, your club cricket team. Get yourself up on the wall, surrounded by the legends, years gone by. So Gregory's going to continue. He's whipped it to the leg side. It's going to be a man
Just
up
the
there.
one.
Banton cuts it off. Who are the bowlers you'd be playing with, you used to play with, Vic, that would be in this situation, be thinking about different ways to create options? Who'd be the one in your team?
Both of them.
Yeah.
He would probably say, well, I'll bounce him out.
Bounce it out, yeah. Yeah.
Well, he might do. Garner.
Of course, yeah. Do something a bit different.
Well, I mean,
with talent.
I mean, he was a handful, of course.
Naturally.
What you wanted, actually, I remember once playing against Northants in a sort of the game was going nowhere at Bath.
Yeah.
And Northants keeper, who was from Kent originally, pulled him sort of by mistake. He's called Stuart Waterton. I don't know if it's
right.
And he pulled Joel for 4.
Okay.
Innocently.
Yeah.
Well, but Joel suddenly took umbrage. He'd been bowling at about 80
Yeah.
miles an hour. He was very accurate, so he could bowl at 80 miles an hour, great height,
Yeah.
and cause real problems,
Yeah.
but not really strike terror.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But he took umbrage. So Joel was a very gentle soul. We thought he was too gentle. We wanted a nasty.
You want
He
to
was
rev
too
him up a
nut-
bit, yeah.
Anyway, but he suddenly took umbrage that he had the impudence to pull him.
Yeah.
And he went, and he suddenly, every ball got quicker and quicker, and then we, the extra cover, short leg, and like at midweek, third straight. So he was so incensed that, innocently this guy had pulled him for 4, that he got the pin, which he didn't very often, and he ended up bowling about 90 miles an hour, and I can't remember whether he actually swung the game. But he suddenly
took it personally.
Took it personally and was transformed, and all the field completely changed from a fairly conservative one to about 5 men round the bat. And poor Stuart Waterton innocently said, "What have I done?"
Just played a good cricket shot. Yeah.
But I mean, I do remember, for example, we didn't have lots of analytical team talks.
No.
Much in those days.
I can imagine.
But we would sort of have a team meeting.
It's gonna back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, I mean that's not off the meat, but there's no protection very fine there. I mean he's trying something, but it's proving quite costly. Ball's actually going underneath the tarpaulins now. He's about 50. Where's it going? He's in there somewhere, I think. It's quite a nice new ball. We've only just got
a new one.
They found it. Tom Lammerby, I think. Anyway, we'd have these team meetings. Then I remember, I think we were playing Nottinghamshire in one of the one-day finals. And we'd have a nice dinner before. The club would give you a dinner on the eve of the match.
Okay.
So we all tucked into that, and we might have, a few relaxing glasses or something.
A few troubleshooters, yeah.
And so we'd have the team talk, and we'd go through the Nottinghamshire side. I think, where are we going to get him out? People like Clive Rice, who was a substantial player, Derek Randall, those sort of players, some good players. Go through A for 1, talk about Joel. We went from 1 to 6, and we said, I think Joel's the man. Forgetting the fact that what in the Benson edges, you've only got 11 overs. But we worked out very subtly that Joel probably bowl well.
Just get Joel bowl at him. Just got to.
Compton's got his 50.
Update you. Yes, we're slightly behind. Apologies, going through.
He's coming over the wicket. He's got a slightly odd field.
Sticking with the short ball plan.
Oh my goodness, poor old Gregory's a bouncer wall.
Well, he's getting a bit of Garner treatment, isn't he?
Well, there's one slight difference.
Yes,
12 inches.
Garner-esque.
Garner was a little bit quicker than Gregory, but Gregory might be. He's just summoned someone. I think he might be going off. I'm sure not for long, but I think that's probably the end of his spell. And he's probably just going to
sit down.
Well, Craig Overton, I think, will take over. Perhaps he could sort this mess out.
Maybe he could. Maybe he could be the Joel Garner Hunter yesterday.
Well, I don't think. He's almost as tall as Joel, but not quite. He's only about 3 inches short.
How tall is Joel?
6'8".
6'8". Craig's not a short man by any stretch.
No, but he's more like 6'5" or 6", I should think.
It puts in perspective just how tall Joel was.
Yeah. Anyway, so that was our immediate solution, bowl Joel. But,
Yeah.
you know, in the middle of a championship match when it's very flat, it's wicked sleeping, he would say. He never bowled badly.
No.
No.
What
but that was quite a good. And then in later years, after I'd finished, we were talking about him the other day. In the 90s, Mushtaq Ahmed played from Pakistan, wrist spinner.
Yeah.
Lovely bowler. So you would have thought the chances were, and him and Caddick were in the same team. So you thought that Mushtaq Ahmed, with his ability to trick batsmen, bowling his googlies and his leg breaks, they didn't always pick him, varying his flight. He was your man, potentially, to get that critical wicket, to get that really good player out, I suppose.
He was the man.
Both would be the man sometimes if the move was with him, that he would get him out caught cover, possibly, or somehow.
Yeah. Bit of a golden arm.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Or he might get him out with in his pomp. That's make him.
Oh, they're not afraid. Direct here.
They're going to have another one.
I'm going to take one for buzzers here.
I mean, at his best, he could get anyone out.
Yeah.
In his pomp when he swung the ball late at pace.
Yeah.
Otherwise, well, the alternative is that I think you've got to accept that these are good players, and you mustn't be too ambitious. Even good players don't like being. But if you could put a bit of pressure on and stop scoring, then they don't like it. But it's hard to do on this sort of surface. And Crawley's shown that. The fields haven't been over attacking, but he's just kept ticking over, and there he goes again.
So the synopsis is really, Vic, you played with some pretty decent players. You got some good.
We had some good options some of the time. But,
absolutely.
But you know, there were days when it didn't work. Obviously.
I'm sure Lewis Gregor will be having similar thoughts. Hoping that one of his bowlers can force something here, create a little breakthrough.
Well, yes, I'm going to pluck that Mushtaq because it's something different.
Yes. Yeah. There's plenty of options here. There's plenty of time in the game yet. There's no need.
And you only need. I mean, it's one mistake, and the knack will be. Someone might make a mistake, or get out, come out. There might be a freakish run out.
Yeah, you just don't know.
Something like that. The test then is, and the good sides can really do this, is that having looked, not exactly all at sea, but with nothing happening, to be able to kind of increase the intensity with new batsmen in, and suddenly the game seems different.
Yeah.
And the good side seize on that, grab that opportunity.
Yeah, take the ball by the horns.
And really start to impose a bit of pressure. Very important, Jack, I'm sure, would do that. But if you get one wicket and you get a new man, you really got to make him work.
Which bowls Crawley sweeps hard. Is he going to beat them there? Straight to the man out there.
So to seize the moment when you have, if you somehow conjure something from somewhere, to be able to turn on that pressure against a new man, suddenly the game becomes difficult again for the batsman. But at Taunton, it's a difficult play. We saw that against Notts. You just wonder where the wicket's going to come from. Or maybe it's at the moment the notion is Jack to just land it in that sort of 15 inches outside off stump at the left-hander. And he's not actually scoring very freely against him, and he came down the wicket there. He's sort of slight change of tack from him.
Well, it's better from Jack Leach. I'm going to leave you, Vic. Charlie's going to come in and join you. Thank you very much.
Well, you're leaving. Gregory has briefly left, so he's not on the pitch. So the vice captain, Craig Overton, he's not bringing himself on, but he's having a chat with Pretorius, who is going to come on. And they're looking at a distant boundary, really, for where are we going to put our boundary fielder on the offside for this Crawley. But they've reached their sort of conclusions. Craig Overton. He's captained Somerset a few times before and looked very comfortable doing it, but hasn't done much this year because Gregory's been ever present. Just going to have a slip for Pretorius, who we've decided is not work-shy, just as well. Davy's still out there, by the way, but I don't know whether he's eligible. And if he is, I don't know whether he's going to have much of an impact, but he is still there. I don't suppose Greg will be long. He sort of walked off as that's the end of my spell. I'm just going to go for a few running repairs. I'll be back in a minute. Or maybe he thought perhaps Craig will conjure something out of the blue. Just change our luck. Prompt a mistake. Pretorius has been good though in this match so far. Probably as good as any of them, it seems. Oh. But there is a touch of deja vu creeping in there from the Nottinghamshire game. That doesn't mean to say that the outcome need be exactly the same.
Well, this is what you're talking about. You don't want to waste time batting for runs you don't need. This is why you want as much time as possible to get these 10 wickets, because that one's nicely driven out square. Because actually, it's quite a nice pitch to bat on, and they've got a good top order. Ken, Bell, Drummond and Denley still to come. O'Riordan, who looked good in the first innings.
But we know how the game can change if you make the odd breakthrough, but it does look pretty flat at the moment. The runs are coming easily. They're looking totally untroubled. Crawley's 9 short of 100 now. Compton's got his half century. So it is all fairly straightforward just at the minute. It's a real issue for us, actually, for Somerset, is that the non-deteriorating wicket is a problem. I mean, I mean, they've done some wonderful work. They produce some wonderful surfaces down here, but that's a beautiful shot. Just waiting there. But the perfect wicket may be good for batting for a couple of days, and you don't see it, the perfect wicket. But then it gets trickier. And it's unreliable, or it spins. Ideally it spins. Doesn't really happen here unless you go to take significant steps to make it spin, and it tends to spin right from the start because it's not really holding together. But it's not that often you get a surface that just disintegrates enough to really bring the spinners into the game, and that, getting that balance is tricky. So he's just juggling around Overton. He's going to bring another slip in, and we talked about no one bowling over the wicket to Compton. Well, Pretorius is going to have a spell over the wicket, and he's got a bit more sort of protection to stop that little glide, that intentional glide down to third man. But it's 3:05, and they faced 31 overs in this second innings, and they haven't been parted.
It's worrying for Somerset, who felt like they were well on top in this game, like they were against Nottinghamshire.
There's always a possibility, but the thing is how well they stick at it and then create something out of nowhere. It might be a runner, it might be a
spectacular
catch, or it could be a batsman error, or having been tied down for a little bit.
These are the tough days in cricket, aren't they? These are the days where you really have to, and having just bowled them out as well, Somerset will have been bowling for quite a while.
And the bowler short so far. I mean, there's still, we've got Davey at mid-on, but he's not looking very sparky.
No.
I think that's Lewis Gregory coming back on. So.
Yeah. Who's he with?
Tom, what is that? Is he the Banton? It's always either Banton or Renshaw, I think. I think it's probably
Renshaw, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, looks like Renshaw.
Well, he's using, in fact, Davey looks like he's going off.
Oh, yeah.
He's going off.
Yeah.
He's going off very solemnly.
Poor old Davey.
Morosely. Slowly.
So Aldrich stays on then as Gregory.
And like you, I think.
Davey.
I suppose he's trying to clock up a few hours so he doesn't have to wait too long to bowl when he's fit to bowl. But he's now gone into the pavilion slowly. He's clearly in discomfort.
Poor old Davey.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Leach continues.
Well, Leach is, of all the bowlers, he's the one who's
especially to left-hander. If he gets it into those little bits of rough outside the off stump, that sort of line, that's it, and that's, he's padded up to that. If that could keep a bit low, then he's
can ask the question, can't you?
Well, he's asked the question once, but I think it was bounced too much. But that's the best mode of attack against the left-hander at the moment. So fairly wide, but you've got to get it on that length around. There's a bit of purchase out of those footholds. And it might not be the unplayable ball that gets him, but it might induce error.
Just play with his mind a bit.
I mean, one option for what he might do, Compton, a lot of modern players would do, there's no one out on the leg side, he might think, right, I'm going to slap my right leg down and just aim for that Caddick Pavilion now and again and see whether they like it. But he's less inclined to do that than some.
They are desperate for the single here. Crawley's backing up loads. Compton's thinking about it each time. Hasn't been given that.
I think desperate might be
they're very
overstretching it, but yeah,
they're very keen, but they are looking for it. What I mean is they're not just.
Yeah. That's a good line. You see, he's tucked up. And he's not minded to play at the moment the big shot into the wide open spaces just in front of the Caddick Pavilion. Essentially, there's 4 men on the leg side, 3 of whom are definitely saving the single. Mid-on's a bit deeper. He's gone that time, though. He's gone that time, and he's cleared it, and that'll be 6. Well, we identified the option, and he's taken it. Do you think he's got one of our records?
Well, we thought Lewis Gregory did for a while. Everything you said, he ended up doing. But yeah, that was well, as you say.
If you're Leach, you cannot worry about that. You have given him that option. There is risk attached, and they're not going to change the field at the moment. So he induced the batsman to take a risk. The only slight problem is the risk came off and the ball disappeared. And we're back to square one. So Leach has gone for 6 in that over, but it's a blameless 6. Nonetheless, it was a calculated risk taken by Compton, which worked pretty well.
Just looking at the state of the game, there's still 222 runs behind here.
You've got to sort of keep that in mind. And as I was saying to Sam, what will be important is if they can somehow break this stand, preferably with Crawley, I think, but if they can, it's whether they've got the capacity to sort of change the intensity against a new batsman and create a bit of doubt, a bit more doubt, and really squeeze and put pressure on and make the batsman feel rather more uncomfortable than they have since lunch, especially when they've dominated this session. Crawley's dominated this session. They've actually slowed Crawley down a bit, partly because he's been kept off strike a bit more, and they've perhaps his field has
stopped giving him quite so many 4 options.
Well, he kept pummeling the boundary. Sweeper out.
Here we are. Left armour Tom Lammonby will be.
Okay, well,
how many did Pretorius bowl there? 1. Yeah, just the one extra over from him.
Well, I don't know. Perhaps I expect Gregory went off and their cunning plan was hatched. Anyway, here comes Tom Lammonby, left arm over the wicket. No, was that a no ball? Yeah,
yes.
And a no ball.
Good start. Well, he did mark out he had to mark it out at lunchtime, I think, because he wasn't planning on bowling in this game.
That was a no ball.
Yeah, I think it was given. They haven't added it to the total yet.
Lammonby had a phase, didn't he? He would open the bowling. He bowled the first over in the T20.
It was it worked well, actually.
Yeah, the brave, but he's now conceded it's 2 runs for a no ball. And that will be just a 1.
Aldridge comes around to field. We'll just change the angle slightly, bringing on left arm, but also they'll think about footmarks.
Yeah. Well, they were quite like Lammonby, yes, to run down the middle of the pitch. But he needs some long studs. It's just this pitch just refuses to. But your job is to run down the middle of the pitch, Tom, until the umpire stops you. But but he might just induce a mistake. It's a different angle.
Yep.
Well, he's not the worst seamer in the world.
No, and Compton might think, well, let's cash in here.
Yeah.
So he's very watchful.
And the other option that they might have, although I wouldn't do it simultaneously, is at some point they might let Renshaw have a bowl at Compton in particular, into that bit of rough outside the off stump, his off stump.
The BBC website, when the first ball of a bowler bowls is an O ball, it says the overs is 0.0. Obviously that's right, because he hasn't bowled a legitimate ball, but he has leaked 2 runs. And I assume it's some automatic economy worker out. It all happens automatically. It's not someone typing it in. But because it's no balls bowled but 2 runs, the economy that he was bowling at was infinite. It's just infinity is what it says.
It says infinity.
Which, you know, that's not an ideal economy, is it? Infinity.
Well, he's probably he's now
he's all right now.
He's got a more orthodox economy rate.
Does seem a bit unfair on your figures to me. What you don't want to do is pull up injured after that no ball.
Yeah.
And then that's the end of your spell, and you end up with.
Well,
it ruins your economy for the rest of the season. That because infinity just keeps growing.
Yeah. Actually, since that no ball, he's been
pretty tight,
more or less on target. I mean, it's not a desperate point. We saw him bowling at lunchtime out in the middle, but he didn't bowl much last year actually because he had an ankle problem apart from anything else. And it's something that he's pretty good there.
Yeah,
it's something that, fitness permitting, it would be handy for him to develop. I mean, there was a time when Tom Abel was playing, where Tom would be the additional seamer, and actually he picked up wickets. He's as big a swinger of the ball as there is in the in the club.
First class hat trick, isn't he, Tom Abel?
He might well have done, and the stuff would happen quite often when Tom Abel was bowling. But you won't see Tom Abel bowling this year, I don't think, with all his injury woes. And we won't see Jack Leach for a little bit because. Have a little bit Pretorius
changed ends
from the far end. Whether we'll have some spin from this end.
Yeah, I do wonder whether they might try it.
It's not supposed. I mean, it was designed. I suspect this pitch to offer a bit more help for the spinner from the river end, but I mean, it hasn't really done a bit much at all. What they could do, but I don't suppose. I mean, they could bowl Leach from this end into the footmarks at the other end, in the knowledge that the big leg hoik, which they could protect,
is a long
hit.
Much longer.
But we'll see. We'll see what Cunning plans. Hang on. He's got a funny field here. Poor old Pretorius. He's been the man selected.
He's got a crazy field.
He's got the we're going to bowl bouncers at you field.
Yes, this is what we saw in the Ashes last year.
There's 3 men. I mean, I feel this is the short score for. I don't know if he's done it much before, Pretorius. But there are 3 men on the leg side boundary.
4 men. We've got
4 men on the leg side boundary. 2 of which are behind square. You can't have any more than that. And then there's a couple at mid wicket and square leg.
Oh, he's taking it on. Crawley's taking this on.
Okay, well that's what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
Now, what's he going to bowl to the left-hander? Because I tell you what, if he has
everyone swap.
If he has this field to the left-hander, Compton might think, well, hang on, this is a little fairy boundary here. I'll just take that on. So we might not do it.
No, I don't.
But we wait and see. We'll tell from the field.
Dixon's heading out to the boundary.
No, I think they're going to go. They're going
to try it.
Yeah. So overrate we're dropping because you've got a massive sort of emigration from one side to the other.
It's not quite the same.
No, it's not. Actually, it's more conventional field. It's a more
yeah.
conventional field, and I think that makes sense. That boundary is
so
so
short. Like a T20 power play field we're looking at now.
Yeah.
With just the 2 men out on the boundary.
But Pretorius has been detailed to adopt the short-pitched attack, but he has got a field that allows him to pitch the ball up as well.
After all of that. Well, thank goodness it wasn't a single, actually.
They'd have to all go all the way back again.
Yeah, a few dot balls or even numbers might speed things up a bit.
Well,
Or a wicket.
The over 8 as it stands, because it comes up on the board that Somerset are not in. They're one ahead at the moment. Which that's because they haven't had many batsmen crossing, I think.
Yeah. And I had a fair bit of Jack Leach.
Clipped, but Renshaw wants to run him out at the other end. Probably go for buzzers. No, we're all right.
Renshaw is he's like a puppy, isn't he?
No, he's having a chat with someone in the crowd. Now there we've got the mass exodus from one side to the other again.
Here we go. Now
they're doing it quickly.
Who have we got out in the back?
This field is set in such a way that he's almost got a bowl short because he ain't got much protection straight.
No, he's bringing Lammonby off the boundary. Oh no, they're all coming in.
Well, he's hit the field. He hit it quite smoothly, but he hit the field, so that's a dot.
This is the sort of, when you see these work and you see the mistimed pull shot or something and you end up getting the wicket. This is when you see huge celebrations, don't you? Sort of all pointing at each other, delighted with themselves. You occasionally see.
And when it works, it means you're condemned to have to watch it for another hour or so.
Yes, yeah.
Happened in the Ashes Test.
All the time. It was both teams, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
England. That's a good shot. Well stopped, Jack Leach.
Yeah, just for a minute I thought it was in the air, but it wasn't. Okay, well, it's been quite economical, that...
yeah, it worked, actually.
Well, no, it hasn't.
Except for the wicket.
Only works if you get
a
wicket, really. I mean, it's not... I'm sure the bowlers, don't really like doing that. I don't think Lammonby can do that, and he's marching in. Rare sight. Cap off.
Yeah, so they're not... I wondered, as you said, whether they might put Leach over there.
Well, I
give
think
Lammonby a few.
Yeah, and Leach has bowled... a dozen overs on the trot and bowled okay. He's bowled okay. It's been taxing for him, with Crowley in particular, attacking him.
Well, there may well, as you mentioned earlier on, there might be limits on Leach's numbers given by the ECB.
You can't make such precise limits, but anyway, but they might be.
Well, he's bowled 13 in this innings.
Yeah,
did he bowl?
in a row or two.
Yeah.
So he's having a little break. It's fair enough to break that up.
Bowled 7 in the previous.
There's Renshaw to come. And he's off breaks.
Good.
Well, he might be worth a little bowl at Compton. It's not the worst. I mean, he's not a fully fledged professional off spinner, but he's not the worst.
No. But this is something that Somerset will want to look at, isn't it? The pitch that dies halfway through a game.
Yeah, they need to be able to. I mean, obviously, they managed to bowl Kent out. Admittedly, yesterday it was grey and a bit humid. Damp and humid. Once the sun comes out, they need to be able. And you'd think all the wizard scientists around the world would conjure a way of preparing a surface that, after a couple of days, started to disintegrate a bit. I mean, it happens it's happening at Chelmsford. But it seems to be able to happen at Chelmsford quite frequently, and that's good. I'm not criticising it.
No. Well, they've won divisions because of it. They've won the league.
Yeah, and you want a cricket pitch to deteriorate naturally. And that's one thing that doesn't happen much here. And to make it happen, you've got to use the odd unconventional method of preparing the pitch. Anyway, we'll see. Well, Lammonby's actually doing quite a good.
Yeah, no,
he's bowling another no ball.
But
other than that, he's landing it in the right place, and I think he's commanding quite a lot of respect. I suppose they don't want to get out to him.
If you look at the Nottinghamshire game and say, well, Somerset was so far on top of that one, that was probably 8 points lost there because it was from 16, which they would have got for winning, down to 8 from drawing. Well, if this ends up being a draw as well, that's another 8 points. 16 points already looking at from home games that have been lost. It will happen the other way around, where Somerset are on the back foot and they need a draw, and if the pitch flattens out, that's good for them. But at the moment, it seems to be costing Somerset some wins here, but still plenty of time in this one. Actually,
no.
Always add on 2 wickets, don't you? That's the saying. 162 for 2 is not by any means a bad situation, especially with one of these and one other back in the have a look. Driving hard. Will
It's
there
a
be
very
a
good
dive?
shot, and it's a very good piece of fielding.
Yeah, is that Aldridge?
Yeah, it must be. Well, it could be anyone
Yeah,
else,
it
but it
is.
is Aldridge.
Yeah, fantastic.
So cutting that down to 1, it's pretty clever. The Oval seem to be able to get pitchers that do enough at the moment, and they can exploit it. I see Worcester are 75 for 7 in pursuit of a mammoth target, so they've turned that game round pretty decisively. Some good games around there. Notts have a lead of 156 at the moment against Hampshire, but with only 2 wickets remaining. So Hampshire coming back
in
into
that one
pretty well.
That's an exciting one.
Lancashire, who've been ailing, now have a lead of 434 against Durham, but they're going on because Stokes is playing. I don't know what I am, but that's a big lead. And they've got Nathan Lyon to try and exploit the pitch at Blackpool. They hope might turn a bit.
Good shot, well stopped. Seems like kept their heads up in the field here.
The other interesting one is at Chelmsford, where it's an amazing, Warwickshire 397 and 94, having failed to enforce the follow-on. Essex 162, and in the second innings 104 for 3. They still need another 226. But it's not impossible if someone plays out of their skin. Dean Elgar, we've talked about him, he's still there. He's got 56. I see Rob Yates, who's the opening batsman for Warwickshire, who also goes off breaks. He's bowled 10 overs, so it must be turning there a bit. But he's not a fully fledged,
Well, in that Warwickshire innings of 94, it was Critchley and Harmer doing the damage. That tells you.
So Rob Yates is the emergency spinner. Pretorius?
No ball.
That's a
too
no
high.
ball. That might be one for height, is it?
I think so. And Crawley is a tall man.
Yeah, Pretorius is bewildered.
I think that's on height. We can perhaps have a look at it.
Well, I think it was too. It went sailed.
Crawley was standing up high, wasn't he? Yeah. Let's have a look. Here we go. A replay from the side angle. If it's above head height while he's standing up.
Excellent camera work. On the
miles over his head.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Let's misjudge the length. There we go. That won't be any
Quite
runs
middle
there.
of that, if nothing else.
Seemed to bounce off the matting there a little bit.
Well, he's minded to take it on, which is sort of what Somerset want, and it is a big boundary. So he's taking it on with the boundary fielders are not quite on the boundary. They're trying to sort of establish where it's going to go. That's close to being another one.
Yep, give him.
Yeah. Well, he's getting enough. He's getting it down there, Pretorius. It's just a fraction too short and therefore too high, and therefore no ball.
A lot of no balls now. Lammerby, Gregory, Pretorius all adding to the total. Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, no ball. Definitely the right call from the square leg umpire. It will be Rob White. Pulled again.
He's peppering Gregory at square leg, but he's hitting it down and Gregory's fielding it. So
he's not afraid to take it on here, Crawley, which I quite like actually. I'm enjoying this innings, despite the fact it is a bit of a pain for Somerset.
It's an odd game. It's obviously turning at Chelmsford, but Warwickshire haven't really got an off-spinner, a professional off-spinner in their team.
Oh.
They've got Rob Yates, who's essentially an opening batsman who can bowl a bit of off-spin.
Punch that one
he
through.
Decided, there's no value on the offside. I'm going to give myself a fraction of room and flat bat it through mid-off.
What's the ball like there?
So he's now on 98.
Yeah, well, there's no cover there at all.
So he can do that again if he likes and see whether he can get his 100.
It's been excellent innings.
It's a 7-2 onside field, I think. Is it 7-2 or is it more than that?
1, 2, 3 plus the 4 there. No, it's 7. Yeah.
I can't see the other man. He's at third man. And that's his 100. Oh, hang on. He's got a scurry, though. He's got a scurry.
He's going to do it. They're going to go for it. No,
he's
they're
gonna
not.
Be on 99.
Oh, well done, Pretorius, off his own bowling.
Yeah.
No cover out there at all.
Okay. So he's just got a hand on it, Pretorius, to save the second. I don't suppose Crawley will be too worried on 99.
Now we're playing a game of 99s, aren't we, in this one? I feel like I should do the Sam Dalling and tell everyone that Crawley's just scored a magnificent 100 now that he's reached 99. Which, if you missed it in the first innings, this is what he did with Tom Banton.
Well, he's not facing it at the moment.
No.
It's a relief, really, to get Compton on strike for Pretorius. It means he hasn't got to strain every muscle to bang it into the middle of the pitch to try and get it up around the nose of the batsman.
You also don't want to be the bowler that gets the runs, gives the runs for the
no, but
really.
Lammerby may have that privilege.
Yes, there you are. You have it, Tom.
What's that team? Hoping goal? I don't care about
A couple
soccer.
respectable overs, apart from the conventional no balls.
Hoping goal?
Gloucestershire hit their highest score in their history, first-class history. They'd never reached 706 for 6 declared, which in their whole history, a club like Gloucestershire is slightly surprising to me.
It is slightly surprising, but in the old days, of course, they didn't play 4-day cricket very much.
That's true.
But yeah.
Ooh, tight one at Sussex. Yorkshire require 55 to win with 4 wickets remaining. Driven, well stopped. Still on 99, Zach Crawley.
Yeah, well, that's a good one. I mean, Yorkshire will be. Actually, Sussex are top of the table.
Yeah, Sussex doing
Yorkshire
well.
haven't won a game yet, but they must have their eyes on that. But there'll be a few nerves jangling, I expect.
Crawley, 99. The left arm and Lammonby comes in. Oh dear, oh dear. And it's hit away, and that is not the way you really want to bring in the 100.
I've not seen that for a long time. But that was a sort of a no ball. He's taken his head.
Well,
that ball bounced 2 or 3 times before it got to Crawley. It's something you can flip out the back of the hand. It's actually going to cause the umpires to say, "Wait a minute, what happens here?"
It's a no ball. So is the ball dead?
I don't know. Now this is where we need help.
That's what the research team do.
I think the umpires need a bit of help. That ball, it slipped out of his hand. In the old days, when that happened, batsmen you could just wander off and go and hit it, which is exactly what Crawley did. Because he wanted the 1 run for his 100. Now Neil Mallender and umpire White are in long discussion, and
he's been sent back. He's been sent back to the to the striker. So it's not a run. He's on 99.
That run does not exist.
So the second time in this game, the commentators have had to call a century when the player's only on 99.
So hang on a minute. So he hasn't got 100.
So he has not got.
Thank you, Charlie.
He has not got 100.
Well,
there we
are.
It
would be a cruel irony.
Well, now imagine this is going to be the snorter that rips out his middle stump, isn't it? That is one he won't want to watch
taking
back.
the slip back.
Well, I'm not surprised. Oh, Tom.
Hang on, and
field's moving.
Everything stop-start.
Is he smiling, Tom Lammonby, about that?
I don't know. I don't know what he was obviously trying to do a special delivery, I presume, that slipped out of his hand, and it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go.
Crawley on 99 again. Oh, he's going to get the run. No, he's not. No, he's not. Banton comes around, no run.
Well, Lammonby knows about danger of taking that run because he rang Matt Renshaw out with a shot like that on 99.
So that's interesting now, isn't it? That's the first time I've seen that, where they've run and then had to go back and.
That doesn't count.
No, the no ball
they only
kills
ran a single, didn't they? And that was obviously deemed to be irrelevant because the ball was already dead.
Yes, must have been. Once it's a no ball.
However,
no,
we can't have that one.
No. What's interesting is when you bowl a no ball overstepping, you can still smash that for 4, can't you? Yeah. So it's different types of no ball. It's not like a no ball we calls a dead ball, but that kind of no ball, once it's bounced twice, does. Shocker of a delivery, mind you.
A slip down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
He's got 2 dot balls after that. And there's another
Oh,
one. No,
not this time.
And is that Renshaw? Who's
Who is it
diving
there? Is
on
that
the
Banton,
floor?
isn't it? I think.
It's Banton doing his Renshaw impersonations.
There's a lot of smiling going on out there, despite the fact Somerset are 174
Well, they're
runs.
just, I mean, Crawley might be smiling, but he's not entirely happy because he's had this freakish one denied him, and he's had several dot balls since then. However, I think he's got
That'll be it. That will be it. That's a much better way to bring it up as well. Smashing it before on the leg side. And Crawley, who has deserved that. It's been an excellent innings from Zach Crawley after he got out first ball in the previous innings. Has hit 103 now, not out. And looks very much the part for the England slot, which he currently is in possession of. Very good innings from Zach Crawley.
Yeah, high quality. 103 from 136 balls with lots of fours.
Lots and lots of fours, actually. Should we see how many?
Well, we'll give you
including
more.
that one as well.
If you want to be picky, we'll tell you how many exactly in a minute.
18.
18 fours. That's a lot.
Very good.
High percentage.
Yeah, no sixes.
But a beautiful exhibition since lunch. He was a little bit iffy, a bit nervy before lunch, wasn't he? With a few slice drives against Gregory, actually, over around the slip cordon. But since lunch, he's barely missed a ball, and he's played some majestic drives. So it's been a pleasure to watch it. Unless you're a real ardent Somerset fan, desperate for this win today or tomorrow. But there's still plenty of life in this game. And but the balance, I don't know what the old win predictor's saying. Can you summon him up?
Yes, I
Wake him up,
can.
give him a prod in the ribs.
It's going to go straight to the man. Let's see, showing. I should think it's reduced an awful lot since the last time we were there. So it's 52%, I think, last time we checked. Win predictor now, Somerset 22%.
Oh, right, they're
The draw,
really quite pessimistic.
Yeah, the draw is 78%, and I'm afraid
In other news,
Kent can't win. Yes.
I've got my little phone working here. Well, you needn't be sure of anything, but the Western Storm are up in Bristol, and their opponents, the
Southeast
Southeast Stars, are 104 for 8 in a 20-over match in the 16th over.
Ooh.
So there's scope there for optimism.
Amanda Jade Wellington having a big impact there. 3 wickets by the look of it. Getting Sophia Dunkley out. Paige Schofield. Phoebe Franklin. Excellent. Great work. Oh, another one. Yeah, very, very good. A couple of run-outs in that one, including one from Wellington. Tash Farron out for 1. Very useful stuff. We'll keep you up to date with that one.
I think I'm going to lie down.
Vic needs a lie down. Prepare his bed, please, everyone. He's gone to the Vic Marks sofa. We all got stuff named after the players here. Well, that's just going to avoid the waiting Tom Banton there. Vic Marks gets his own sofa. Going to get some shut-eye. And we'll bring Sam Rhymes back in shortly. 180 without loss. This is looking very, very good for Kent, who are now batting to save this game. The pitch is offering very little indeed. In fact, we have to say next to nothing, apart from a little bit of spin for a bit of turn for Jack Leach, but he's currently having a bit of a rest. It's Pretorius over the wicket. It's a good bouncer. 1 for the over, says the umpire.
It's interesting. I was down on the Thatcher's Terrace just below us watching a bit. You get a slightly different perspective down there, a bit wider. But the biggest thing I noticed was being not much closer from where we are, but obviously you're outside. It's the noise coming off Zach Crawley's bat when he's hitting. If he's hitting these balls, it's so true and so pure. He's seeing everything so cleanly. Yeah, it's
world-class talent.
Yes.
Absolutely world-class talent. That's why he plays for England.
Yeah, it's good to watch.
Wow, that's a shot. That is a shot.
There's proper authority in that, isn't there?
It's just dispatched. He's just picking his gaps. No wonder they stuck with him. Through some pretty tricky times for England, they've stuck with him because when he gets going, well, we've seen it, haven't we, with England?
Yeah, I mean that's yes, it's back of a length. It's not short, but he's such a big, tall man, big statue. He's just got on top of it and he's absolutely dismissed that, hasn't he? It's a very different picture, but you wouldn't think it's the same wicket that Somerset had Kent effectively 70 for 5.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Because actually, it wasn't like the pitch has flattened out with. Oh, that's hit him on the grill,
Was
I
that
think.
hit him?
I think that's hit him on the grill. He might. Well, that's it now. You have to retire. Sorry,
it,
Crawley.
sorry.
That was a lovely innings. Thank you very much for coming. No, he's.
Is he going to get checked out?
It might be his chest. I couldn't. He's facing away from us, so we'll have to have a look on the. Oh no, I don't think it's. I'm not sure it's his head actually.
No.
I think it's. I can't see a physio coming on, so I think it must have been on his chest. But that is a very, very good innings from Zach Crawley. Excellent work from the England man. It's just the problem here for Somerset is they've got a pitch that seems to flatten out. Happened against Nottinghamshire, it's happening here now against Kent. And if it does turn into a draw, that's 16 points that they've dropped in those 2 games. Wins turning into draws.
It's frustrating, isn't it? Because you couldn't have asked for a better day 1. You couldn't have asked for really a better start for day 2 and 3. It's just gone Kent's way. And the thing with these 4-day games is the beauty of it, isn't it? It's so much can happen. Thoughts on Lamberby in the attack here? Tough, isn't it?
You're missing Josh Davey, and you're following. Well, Kent are following on. You've been forced to follow on, so you're bowling 2 innings in a row. Sorry.
Yeah.
So your bowlers, your seamers are going to be a bit tired.
Is he out there, Josh Davey?
No, he's gone back in. Unless he's come back out again.
Aldridge and Bashir on the field, which means someone else has gone off.
Overton? Where's Overton? Can't see Overton.
That's a great pick.
That's him down there. It's that Pretorius.
Who's this, a square leg?
Oh no. Aldridge. So yeah, I think it's Craig Overton who's currently off.
Where's Renshaw?
Oh no, there's Overton. Yeah.
Sorry,
you're right. Overton is at square leg. I was looking at deep square leg.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's Renshaw at deep.
Is that Renshaw?
Point? Who's that over there?
Get the bins out.
No, that's Jack Leach at deep point. Yeah, I think it's Renshaw.
I think
you're right.
That, you know.
I think you're right. It's Renshaw. Don't often see Overton in tucked in square leg though. It's because there's no slips.
Yeah,
I guess he'd usually be your first pick in the slips.
Commands the cordon, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Seniority, isn't it, in the cordon?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Gregory and Overton in there, captain and vice captain normally. 185 without loss. Perfect to start for Kent.
Tough ask this for Tom Lamb, isn't it? Not a regular bowler, a bit of a change bowler here and there. Come on, can you give us something? Can you do anything for us? 185, you've got 2 set batsmen. Everything's in their favour, really, isn't it? But, you know, all it takes is one delivery, isn't it? One bit of misfortune.
One wicket can massively change things. You're right.
Just ejects, put some impetus in the Somerset fielding innings, doesn't it? Because it's just a bit flat out there.
Sure. But no ball.
Seen a few of those today, haven't we?
Loads of them. Too many of them, really. But some have got runs to play with, but it's a bit ill-disciplined. You can see what they're doing. They're pushing things as far as they can.
Wants to come off this. So Daniel Drummond, once this eventually working, Daniel Drummond.
Oh, he's got pad rash.
Is he?
Well,
He'll be sat there.
He's been sitting there in his pads for a long time now.
There's a couple of the Kent lads were doing a lap of the ground now. Just chill. I mean, why wouldn't you? Stretch your legs.
Yeah. Yeah, get some fresh air.
Pop over to the legend.
Well, they're taking another look at the ball here. And once again...
It's not going through.
It's not going through. Well, they're going to get another ball change.
Genuinely hitting it too well.
Do you think that's what it is? Or you think
well,
it's
he's not
Zach Crawley hitting the ball so well that it's smashing it out of shape?
He hasn't hit a 6, has he?
No.
No.
But Compton has.
Yes.
But no, not from Crawley. Well, it's going to be another ball change here. Compton just takes on a bit of a drink, and Crawley.
That's about 16 overs after the last one.
Yeah. Jake Ball brings out the ball. Oh, look, the ball boy. Jake Ball with the balls.
Jake Ball boy.
Yeah, he's born for that.
Long day for you in here, Charlie. Jake Ball boy.
Who else would you want bringing the balls out? So both umpires having a look. Bashir's there as well. Bit of a chance for a breather for these batters and the bowlers as well. funny that we've seen two. But I don't often see two ball changes, and not as well. Normally, it's the bowling side who go and say, "Please change it. Here's another look. Have another look. Keep looking at it. Keep looking."
Yeah.
But here, it's just, to me, I haven't seen any other times where the umpires have looked. Both times straight away, be like, no, this needs to change it. Well, we've got another ball change here. Somerset really desperate. They'd love to pick up a wicket here. This particular get Crawley gone. Those runs are counting down those runs.
Well, I was going to ask you, in your humble opinion, what's a good scenario end of play at stumps today for Somerset? What is a good?
Well, for Somerset, they'd want to get rid of probably 3 or 4 top order batters. I think three probably likely now, looking at the way the game's going.
Deficit's down to 189. It's not.
Yeah, and if you can get rid of these 2 plus, say, Bell Drummond.
That's a big evening session.
And then you'd be happy with that, because then you've got O'Riordan and Denley. Yeah. And you feel like that's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Get one of those early. Maybe use a bit of early swing or something. So Somerset probably 3 would be happy. They probably take. To be honest, they probably take 2 at the moment. Might even take.
Well, get over the first hurdle, isn't it? Get 1. Yeah. Break this partnership. Yeah.
There's still plenty of overs left today. 48 overs.
Lots
47 after this ball.
Yeah, absolutely, lots of time. But it's just been timed perfectly for Kent. The weather's just played ball, isn't it? It's been absolutely superb.
Yeah, and Somerset had the better of it in the first 2 days, and now Kent have had for sure the better. Although Somerset have given them this opportunity by choosing to enforce the follow-on.
I think at the time it was the right.
Definitely,
it was the right call.
And still probably is, because you don't want to waste any time you don't need to.
No,
This is going to be tough to take 10 wickets.
Just tell the umpires.
Yeah, great innings. Great partnership from the 2 of them. Really good to watch.
Did I hear you and Vic going around the ground, see what else was happening?
Yeah, we had a look around.
Yeah.
So
anything interesting?
Tense one going on at Sussex.
Oh yeah.
Western Storm are doing well against South East Stars.
Excellent.
So yeah, it's,
I did just catch up with our resident Harry Everett, moaning about ironically moaning about the lunch portion sizes, even though he's not actually up here today.
Well,
talking
did
about
he?
Western Storm.
Was he? He shouldn't be eating the lunch. I noticed he turned up just at lunchtime. Said he was playing cricket in the morning, playing cricket in the evening. He's organised it. Oh, now look at this. We're going to get a bit of Matt Renshaw here.
What's happening?
We're going to see Matt Renshaw's off spin. Going to roll a few off breaks.
Where do I watch him bowl out in the year? Worcester.
Yes. I think it was Kidderminster.
Yeah.
Seems to ring a bell. Let's double check. So yeah, won't be the first time he's bowled for Somerset this season, but he doesn't bowl all that often. Generally means something's going wrong for Somerset if Matt Renshaw's throwing the ball, unless it is really spinning.
I think if
he did get this will be the 3rd match he's bowled in, and he picked up in that first innings at Canterbury the wicket of Joe Denley. Got 1 for 40 in that innings at Canterbury. Well, that's not what you want to see. First ball is absolutely throwing the bat at it, and it's a little bit wide from Renshaw, and that's 4 runs through cover.
He doesn't flight the ball, does he? That was pushed through.
Yeah.
He gets it from one to the other.
Yeah, flight's a difficult thing to get right, isn't it? If you're a full-time spin bowler, you can really work on your flight. Where when you're a part-timer, it's probably more about
called on at 9 on tee on the 3rd day.
Yeah, it's probably not quite. No. So he didn't bowl at Worcester actually. He bowled at this game, this round against Nottinghamshire. A little bit better, a bit more flight than that one.
That game could have seen, I think, only 10 of the outfielders could have bowled in that game.
Yeah,
there wouldn't be much change, would there?
It was he hasn't had his figures are very modest actually this year. 66 against Kent, flicked there off the pads from Crawley. 87, he was run out by his partner on 87 at the Oval. Since then, he hasn't got above 35 with the bat.
That was in the Surrey game that went down to the carnage on day 4.
Yeah, it was a brilliant end to that game. Really good.
It was a proper end, and that's been a theme actually across the championship this year. Sides, we touched on it earlier, especially Somerset. Sides going to get a result.
Yeah, really fighting for the wins.
Playing for draws, yeah.
Bowling at the left-handed Ben Compton now.
I wonder when you look at situations like this, when there's not a lot on offer, the pitch isn't overly aiding Somerset, down to a few change bowlers. There's no sign of a false shot being played by the batsman.
No.
You've just got to just got to be patient with it. Just got to keep changing the picture where you can, change the flight, change it. Or if you're going to stick to a plan, you've got to stick to it, be consistent with it. Bit of action down on the dugout. This is helmet.
Yeah, going to bring on presumably some kind of maybe a short leg.
Tom Anton's
Silly
the
point.
go-to, isn't he?
What we're getting in? Yeah, he's a wicket keeper. That's the thing.
Designated, yeah, yeah.
So he's got very good hands. Now, where's he going to go? I'm guessing. Oh, he's heading over onto the. Oh no, he's going at a leg slip. And he's not in any hurry. That's the end of the first Renshaw over. First ball went for 4, and then the rest was all right, really. 192 without loss, heading towards a double century partnership here.
It's mighty impressive, and you put yourself in the shoes of Zach Crawley or Ben Compton here. It's an ideal situation. Time in the middle, you've done the hard work, you've got yourself set. Compton's been able to play off Crawley's pace and aggression. Just been able to just dominate the Somerset bowlers, manipulate the field, and worked really hard. Laid the foundation for the middle order to come in and try and build off it. Flip that round. See what happens for Somerset. Lambie to continue. Sliding around the field. Show Bashir. Mid on. Got mid on. Mid wicket, kind of halfway out. Square leg just backward on the rope. 10 minutes till tea. 4 o'clock, tea will be taken. Can Lambie find a breakthrough? Straightish on the pads, worked out towards that. Matt Renshaw, square leg.
Well, a breakthrough in the next 10 minutes Somerset would really, really boost them. They'd go in feeling like because then they think, right, we've got a new batter coming out after tea, who we can aim at, who we can really go at.
Massive momentum.
But
shift.
going in with none down, will go in with heads down, I think. So a breakthrough now could be very, very useful indeed. As I say, they're probably happy with 2 or 3 down by the end of the day, and then just focus on getting through that top order. We've mentioned it earlier on. There isn't, although on this pitch, lower order could probably score plenty of runs and will hang around a long time. Actually, there wasn't a lot of resistance put up by Kent earlier today.
It's difficult here, this situation, because Lambie cannot afford to pitch the ball up because these two are seeing it so well. Anything up in their area is going to be driven and going to be punished. So he's almost forced to bowl back of a length, which just nullifies that wicket-taking threat because he can't attack the stumps. So suddenly you're relying on an edge, a leading edge, a false shot, which they just don't. You mentioned don't like doing.
These are two very, very good players.
And what's probably not talked about enough is the left-hand right-arm combination. You're constantly changing field, you're tinkering with lines and lengths and adjustments, and it's difficult. It's a difficult one. But we've seen Somerset pull results out from far more precarious situations.
There's been some real nail biters here in this ground for Somerset. They've needed wickets and it's gone right down to the final few overs. Or they've needed runs and it's done the same. Gone right down to maybe being 9 down.
Got a big credit to Nick Pepper and his grounds team as well. What we were talking earlier about the contrast from 12 months ago. What an immaculate state of the ground is in the whole. Outfield's fantastic. Nice wicket. Trade Nation stands up. Ready for use.
That'll be bouncing.
It will be.
In a week or so's time.
It's not long to go now, is it?
And what is it, 31st of May, the first home game?
Yeah.
Double header.
Repeat of the final.
Yeah, it is indeed.
We'll see a few of these faces in the T20 squad.
Well, this man bowling will, I think, almost certainly be in that squad. Tom Lammonby probably weren't bowled much. I shouldn't have thought. Well, he did get used a little bit, didn't he? Useful over or two he could squeeze in.
If there's carnage all around you, you can throw him the ball for an over in the middle and kind of want to win to nothing, really. There's no pressure on him. He's not expected to with all due respect, a very handy operator, but he's not expected to be a Craig Overton or a Matt Henry replacement. But actually, left to left arm changes the option a bit. But in the short term, he could really do with finding something.
Bit mucking about going on. Pretorius and Bashir, was it? I think.
He's a really. I've seen him a couple of times around. He's popped to the office. I've been around the ground. Miguel Pretorius. Very cheerful bloke. Very happy. Likes his golf. There's a lot of them.
That doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
A lot of the players do. But yeah, very nice, honest guy.
Left-handed Ben Compton on strike to the off breaks of Matt Renshaw coming around the wicket.
Oh, talk about a false shot. It's kind of bottom edge that could go anywhere, couldn't it?
What's frustrating is when there is a false shot and it doesn't result in a wicket, you think, well, that's our false shot for the next hour.
Chance.
That's the one done.
That's our chance.
Yeah, that's interesting though. Kept a bit low.
It's those footholds, isn't it? They are there to aim for.
Yeah, definitely. Fling it out there. Oh, he's not going to pick up a run in that one. No run there either.
This is what Vic was mentioning earlier, actually, which I found really interesting. He was saying that if he was bowling off breaks to a left-hander, as Renshaw is now, he'd want to be bowling just in front of those footholes and trying to force him to play through the off.
Got him! There's a breakthrough, and it's Renshaw! It's Renshaw who's got Compton, and we said about there being a false shot, about something different. Renshaw comes on, he's bowling his off breaks, and let's have another look at that. We're not going to be right behind the arm here, but we'll have a look at it. And it was straight away Malinder putting up his arm, and it's coming in, and I can see Renshaw desperate on his knees.
Look at that.
Look at the reaction as well from the Somerset players. We talked about that breakthrough just before the tea break, and there it is.
Massive. That's absolute jubilation as well. All 11 around each other there. It's huge for Somerset.
Here we go. This is the angle we want.
He just played on the wrong line.
Let's have a look. I wonder he'll be a bit. I wonder if Compton might be a bit disappointed with that. It looks like, unless it straightens up, for me, that looks like it. Well, it might be clipping leg stump. But it looks. It's angle. The angle of it he's coming round the wicket, so it's got to straighten up. Which I guess that's what the umpires are. Straight away. There's no hesitation, is there? I might be being a bit harsh on.
I mean, by hook or by crook, you take it, don't you?
The Somerset players won't mind whether it was clipping leg stump or just missing it.
I think Compton will be more agreed.
Here we go. Let's have another look here. Bear in mind where leg stump is. He's standing right in front of his stumps. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. I don't know.
I think it's hit him quite.
Do you think?
It's hit him low and centrally. You look where that impact is.
Yeah, just think the angle he's using is coming around the wicket. So the ball, you've got to think where the angle's going.
The only thing I say is if
it might be straightening up a bit. It might be straightening up a bit.
I know he's not ripping it square.
It's not. It's not certainly not a howler. But for me, looking at that, it's a tight one, and I'm surprised the umpire's been so quick.
Yeah.
It might be. It's the one where you sometimes see umpires go. Yeah, go on. Rather than sort of direct. But I'm not an umpire, and Neil Mallender knows a lot more about it than I do. So we'll give. I'll give Renshaw. No.
I think Compton will be more aggrieved. He's actually played.
He should have hit it. Yeah,
the decision
absolutely.
itself.
Yeah.
Well, huge.
Renshaw, look at him now. He thinks he should have a wicket every ball.
But there's a sudden bounce, isn't there? There's an instant impetus of energy around the whole squad.
Exactly what I was saying. This is that one breakthrough. Even though it's 194 for one. Bear in mind, there's still a long way off the. Oh, this is in the air. Oh no, probably a bounce ball, I think. Surely, there's no reaction. It looked to me like he just put it in the air, but I think he must have hit it straight down. 2 breakthroughs and 1 over would have been asking for too much anyway. And Renshaw is so look at him, raises his hand as if he's just sort of, won the Ashes. As he
he's done his job, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's done. And this is it. It's how often do you see that happen where the part-timer, after all of what we've seen, the seamers, everything else, it's the part-timer who comes on and just causes issues. Look at him. Look at the smile on his face. He absolutely loves it. Brilliant stuff. A wicket maiden for Matt Renshaw,
It's brilliant.
who was up here with me. What game was that? He was up here with me. Nottinghamshire, I think.
Yeah.
He came up. He had a good old chat. Oh, here we go. Now, look, we said one part-timer.
Oh.
Andy Umeed is going to be given the ball.
The GOAT, as he's known around,
Yeah.
around the commercial team.
Well, he had that incredible series, the season in the one-day cup, didn't he?
Metro Bank, yeah.
Unbelievable. How many hundreds was it? 4? 5? Just could not get him out. No team could get him out. It's amazing. Right, well, we're going to see the bowling of...
Talk about this field, Charlie. Look at this.
What have we got here? Let's have a look. We've got... Well, it's an in-out field on the offside. You've got one player on the boundary just in front of point. The other sort of... Well, they've decided... I don't know if it's Gregory or if it's sort of more of a team effort, but they've decided that part-time spin is the way to get Zach Crawley out. I like Umeed's the way his action when he comes in. So it just flicks the wrist nicely, doesn't
So
he?
he's listed as a right-arm leg break bowler,
I'm not...
but I feel
I
like
don't think
it's
it's his leg, is it? Let's have a look.
coming out as it's off break.
It looks to me like he's using his fingers, but...
Unless he's rolling his wrist down and across
Yeah,
the wall.
maybe, yeah. Let's have a look. So I've got my binoculars on, I'm watching very carefully.
He had a finger injury not so long ago. It kept him out at the start of pre-season training.
Yeah.
But he's been relentlessly in the gym, I will say, and also I know he's been working really hard in the nets as well as bowling, trying to become more of an all-rounder.
To me, it looks like off spin, but it's unusual to change your action really. If you're you're used to bowling one type rather than another. Need to see sort of slow-mo really to really look what he's doing, but the shape of it. That's a full toss.
He's your comment about not part-timers, that's harsh. I was a player's head off for tea.
Well, that's 4 o'clock, so it was just the one final over, just finish things off before tea. I'm not sure we'll see more of Andy Umeed, to be honest. When you've got a new batter out there, you kind of want your seamers. There's no point bringing a seamer on for one performance, especially to Crawley as well. Well, he's kept Crawley on strike there, which means that whoever it is who takes the ball in the next over will
gonna
have
have
Bell Drummond on strike. So 197 for 1 is the score. That one breakthrough will really make a difference for Somerset, I feel, for the way they feel psychologically. So if they can pick up another couple in that final session, then they'll feel like they've got a chance tomorrow in what looks like another lovely day here in Taunton tomorrow. But still one more session to come here today. 197 for 1, which means the deficit, which Somerset currently have over Kent, is 179. So still a lot of runs to get.
It's a lot of cricket to be played, isn't
they've
there?
only got 9 wickets in hand, but we'll see how things go. There's the card. You can see Crawley not out, 117. That's what Somerset will be most worried about. Will be Crawley getting in and sticking around for a while. So thank you very much, Sam, for your
I'll
commentary.
catch you in the evening session.
Back with us a bit later on as the ground staff make their way out, and we'll take a quick look at the pitch. Lammonby's obviously bowled a little bit, so we've seen a few footmarks around the other side of the stumps. And they continue to do some very hard work here to try and bring the best cricket that we can for us here in Somerset. As we watch, quick look round the rest of the grounds. Essex require 207 runs to win. They've got 6 wickets remaining against Warwickshire. They could have been made to follow on, but Warwickshire didn't enforce it in the end. They were bowled out for 94. Lancashire lead Durham by 474 runs. They've got 1 wicket remaining, so that batting Durham out of the game. They're trying to there. Hampshire need 169 runs to win. They've got all wickets in hand. And in the finishing off the First Division, Worcestershire need 409 runs to win. And they've got 2 wickets remaining. So Surrey are going to come out on top, you'd have thought. In that one, it's BBC Radio. You're listening here to the what we're looking at here, the live stream here in Somerset, as we get ready to talk a bit more about what's going on. And you'll see this a lot at the ground, actually, if you come to Taunton. as there are plenty of posters around as the NHS are telling us to check our blood pressure a bit more. I'm joined now by someone from NHS Somerset. So what's your role within the within NHS? What do you do?
Yeah, hi. So my name's Bernie Marden. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for NHS Somerset.
Bernie, tell us a bit about why blood pressure is so important. Why is it so important to keep an eye on?
Blood pressure is one of those things that you can go through your everyday existence and not really give any thought to. Most people who have a problem with their blood pressure would be entirely unaware, and that's why we sometimes call it the silent killer. We know that approximately half of strokes and heart attacks will be associated with or caused by people having high blood pressure, and the majority of those people won't even have known about it. But the good news about blood pressure is that it's really easy to test for and to detect, and even better than that, there's loads that we can do about it. So there's lots of really good reasons to reach out to the community and to people like your patrons, your fans and spectators, and get them involved in understanding what blood pressure means to them. And we've been working here to actually do some testing and to help people to see for themselves what their blood pressure is right now.
Brilliant. I know there are some machines that I've seen dotted around the ground over the course of the last month or so here at Taunton. You said there that it can be symptomless,
Yeah.
which is a worry, isn't it, that you've not got something that makes you think, oh, something's not right here. Are there certain age groups or types of people who should be more worried than others, or should we all be really careful about our blood pressure?
Obviously, everyone needs to be careful, but there are some people who perhaps don't find themselves in a place where they're coming forward to have their blood pressure measured because they're not in contact with health services in the way that maybe some other parts of the population are. In particular, men in their 40s going through to their 60s is a group of people who often wouldn't be presenting to their GPs, maybe have no cause to have it measured, and they are of particular risk in not knowing but being in that profile group of people who carry that excess risk of having something like a heart attack or a stroke.
Mm-hmm. And that's what it can lead to. So if you've got high blood pressure, you have increased risk of those sorts of things, are you?
Yeah, they're the kind of the headline ones that everyone thinks about, absolutely, really strongly associated with strokes, which obviously aren't just in the moment when it happens. There's the impact it has on you for the rest of your life, potentially. And of course, some aren't survivable. People die of strokes and heart attacks. So it is really important. But there's other things as well. So some people have problems with their kidneys, for example, because they've got high blood pressure. So yeah, it can affect people in lots of different ways.
Okay, so what are the causes then? This is important, isn't it? Because although it's symptomless, there are things that we can do to try and reduce our risk of getting high blood pressure. So what are the main causes of something like that?
Yeah, so there's lots, and a lot of them are things that we can pay attention to ourselves. So obviously staying fit, exercising regularly, that's really important. Paying attention to how much salt you're having in your diet. Most foods come prepared with salt already and don't really need necessarily any adding. Healthy weight, so that's something that again we know is a very strong association with people having high blood pressure, and again something that people with support can potentially do something about themselves. Drinking, so I feel like a bit of a fun sponge here. Really.
Certainly all the good things. Yeah,
it's about doing things in moderation and just being aware really about the impact that things can have. And similarly, smoking. And smoking is probably a really, that's something that drinking, moderation, smoking in absolute terms, people should try really hard not to be smoking because of the impact that can have. And as I mentioned earlier, as much as I'm, this seems like a whole pile of bad news, but if we help you to understand what those things are and the impact that they're having on you, there's things that can be done. And even if we discover that you have got high blood pressure and it needs some attention, then there's treatments that can help and really make a big difference and get you back to just like being anyone else in terms of what your risks are for things like heart attacks and strokes. So the other element we talk about is, is when people have prescribed medication, it's really important that they know how to take the medication and that they do keep habit and keep monitoring.
I want to ask you about the treatments and the things you can do. Obviously, there's lifestyle changes, but as well as medication. But forgive me if this is a stupid question. When we talk about blood pressure, we sort of hear the term, we know what it sort of means. I guess it means the pressure in our blood system is high. What is actually happening there? What is causing the pressure to be higher inside us?
So we're plumbed basically, and we need a form of pressure because we spend a lot of our time being upright. So in order to be able to get, in particular, blood, nutrients and oxygen and so on to the brain, you do need a head of pressure to do that. But over time, what can happen is that the blood vessels themselves can become stiffer. They can become lined with things that start to clog them up. Some of the muscles that dictate how broad, how widely open your blood vessels are can sometimes become a little bit overactive. So that's what's happening inside of people. It's a combination of the sort of the tone of the muscle in the blood vessel, the actual sort of how patent the blood vessels are, and how stiff they are, because we all need a nice sort of nice pulse. The pulse is, if I feel my pulse now, it's probably bounding a bit right now, but it's meant to be nice and elastic. And as your arteries harden, there's a tendency for the blood to have to tries harder and harder to try to get the blood where it needs to be.
I see. Right. So we've talked there. You mentioned a bit about medication. Obviously, that's something which can help in, I guess, urgent cases. You can put someone on there. Is it quite a simple medication? Is it something that you can take fairly easily if you're found to have something like high blood pressure?
Most people are on really straightforward, very safe medications that are, long history of being used, and people understand how they work. Often just a simple tablet once a day. But everyone will be a little bit different. Some people won't need medication at all. It will just be a question of paying attention to some of those things that I talked about in terms of lifestyle. Some other people, might have more complicated reasons for why they have an issue with their blood pressure, might need more sophisticated medication. The important thing, I think, is to work with, people there to help, healthcare professionals, to make sure that you understand what's happening and what it means to you, and that you are well looked after and you get the right sort of monitoring and help and supervision with your treatment.
You mentioned there about the lifestyle changes that we can all look at. That's all very well to talk about, lifestyle changes, but actually if you don't know you've got high blood pressure, you might think, well, I feel okay. Obviously we know it's symptomless, but I feel okay, so I think I must be doing something right. How can people get their blood pressure checked? Because not everyone's got a machine at home, have they?
No. So obviously we're running events like this, so that's a great opportunistic way of getting it checked, but we won't be here all the time. People can access blood pressure machines from their libraries, local libraries in Somerset. So we've got a great partnership working with the with Somerset Council to help us with some of this. Pharmacists, great expertise in the community pharmacies, so all sorts of help and advice can come to people that way, not least having your blood pressure checked, and they're often in a place where they can help with, because some people sometimes have like a one-off reading, and I bet if you did my blood pressure right now it probably wouldn't be, it might need a bit of attention. But what I would then do is I'd want to check it over a period of time, and the pharmacists and the libraries can help you with machines that can help you do that at different points in your normal everyday life.
Sort of hear about white coat syndrome, people who get nervous in clinical settings, which is understandable.
Unbelievable that people would be worried about seeing the doctor.
But that's the sort of thing. It's people who would be tense or have high raised blood pressure because they're worried. But it can be a nerve-wracking experience, kind of going into
absolutely.
To a setting.
We understand
like
that.
How common is something like this? Is it? Will there be people watching now who you'd be certain there'll be people who will have it and won't know?
We know from working with our public health colleagues in Somerset that about 1 in 3 people who have high blood pressure in Somerset won't know it.
Wow.
So that's a lot of people walking around today, perhaps in this crowd even today, who have got this little ticking problem that's waiting there to bite them in some way or another, and it's so treatable. There's things we can do. So I think it is, and if you have your blood pressure measured and it's fine, isn't that great? Because you then feel somewhat reassured, and that's also really important as well, that people aren't worrying unnecessarily about things that aren't actually something that's going to affect them right now.
You mentioned that one of the key groups that you're aiming at is men between about 40 and 60 years old. I'm not that old, but I know, my dad has been through that period, and actually that can be a tricky period to get people to think about their health, in particular probably men more than women, to think about that or to get them engaged with something like this. Is there a reason or a call for family members? I don't know, wives, children, the other people to say, well, actually, Dad, have you thought about this? Have you looked into it?
So I am of that demographic, and I do respond very well to those who care for me, taking an interest in my health. So yeah, I think we are trying to raise awareness, not just within that particular sort of target group, but you're right, it's really important that everybody is aware of the potential for blood pressure problems. I often think dads in particular often listen to their kids. So
rather than the wives, you mean?
You're dragging me down an alleyway that I don't think I should be going down. But I think people receive their messages from all sorts of different places. Yeah. So yeah.
So and it may not be that you've got no actual concerns. They're not showing symptoms, as we said. It's symptomless, but it's just a case of better to know than to
Absolutely.
not.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't. Are you a cricket fan, Bernie? Is this?
I am today.
You are today.
Yeah,
okay, not normally today. A cricket fan.
I shouldn't reveal this. I was at the Saints match down at St Mary's on Friday night. I'm a bit of a football fan.
So that was a good result, wasn't it, for Southampton?
Yeah, very good. So into the playoff final
against
Wembley
Leeds
next weekend. Yeah, so that's good, all to play for. But no, it's interesting. This has been great today, and it's been really interesting seeing what's going on, and maybe I am now a cricket fan.
Getting into it. Yeah, I will say that watching a partnership of 195 is hard. It can be tough going. There were some lovely shots in there, but as a Somerset fan, can be quite a lot to go on. We talked about the demographic you're aiming for. How important is it to have teams like Somerset? Plenty others, I'm sure, in the Somerset area who sort of take this on board and agree to help out.
Yeah,
with
it's
stuff
so
like
important. We're so grateful. Actually, it's brilliant being here today, and everyone, from the players through to support team, have been really welcoming and supportive. And we think people are. This is such an important thing for people to be part of, and we're really pleased that people can see that and want to try and help out. So thank you very much.
Brilliant. No, you're more than welcome. And for people who want more information, I think it's important to point them in. You said libraries, good place to go if you want to have your
library,
blood pressure reading done.
Pharmacists. Obviously, people have their GPs, those normal relationships. We'll be continuing our campaign. We'll pop up in various places, so people keep an eye out for us. But yeah, there's we've got some great community pharmacy facilities here in Somerset, and I think that's a great place for people to start. I think if they've got all sorts of health worries, actually, it's a good place to start a conversation if that's convenient and helpful to them.
Brilliant. Bernie, it's nice to speak to you today. Thank you for coming along. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
You can see a bit more. A few more wickets might be nice from a Somerset perspective.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens there. So thank you very much, Bernie Marden from NHS Somerset, coming in, speaking to us about blood pressure and getting yours checked, because you might not have any symptoms. This is the key thing. It might be completely free of symptoms, but you might be walking around with actually something which could cause some issues down the line. So great to speak to Bernie about a very important message, one which Somerset County Cricket Club is supporting and has been supporting over the course of the last few matches here at Taunton as Vic Marks comes in. Interesting to hear about that. It's always good to be aware of those sorts of things.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm aware of them in that I don't know, swallowing so many pills for blood pressure nowadays. But the great thing is that once you get into the system and people know, well, the old NHS still does work to help you out and guide you. Mind you, watching Somerset play sometimes is not very good for the old blood pressure, is it?
Well, I did say that.
Oh, you did?
Well, the idea that actually sport... He said there are some settings, and I was going to say, well, actually, I think watching Somerset's probably... I think you hear the phrase, oh, this is taking years off my life.
Yes.
I'm not sure it does, but it can be quite stressful. Well, that was a key breakthrough, wasn't it, Vic, at the, just at the end of that session?
Just a glimmer, yeah. And I can see out there now, not long before we resume, Craig Overton. He's going to have a little spell now with a new batsman. He got Bell Drummond in the first. He's got some harsh treatment actually from Crawley also after lunch. But he's ripe for a new spell. I don't know what I think I might keep Renshaw on for a couple actually at the other end. It's not the first time he's taken. He's not the worst Osprey in the world. And also he's just created a bit of suspicion or indecision. It's not that the ball did anything much, but he's just grabbed a wicket from nowhere. So it's very important. We were talking about it in the afternoon session that when you do get a wicket after a big partnership that has switched the balance of the match significantly, that you are really on the ball against a fresh batsman. Crawley will probably just rein himself in a little bit to try and just get this partnership established before he resumes his attacking way of playing. So you want to put a lot of pressure on Bell Drummond before he gets in. They always talk, these batsmen, doesn't matter what the service like, you get through the first 20, 30 balls. Well, Bell Drummond's only faced a couple. From Andy Umeed, actually, most of them. I don't think he'll resume necessarily.
No.
So there's a glimmer. There's a lot of work still to be done, but another wicket and suddenly the whole feel of the match changes, particularly, actually, if it was Crawley, who's been terrific. I mean, let's acknowledge that. Come along to Taunton today.
Please welcome back onto the field.
You want Somerset to win? Probably, if you're
Neil
from around
Mander
here, you
and
clearly
Rob
do.
White.
But also, it's fantastic to come and see England's opening batsman for the last couple of years, who's thrilled us from a distance very often with some of his stroke play. To see him in the flesh and play in that last session, not so much in the bit before Valence, but in that last session, he played beautifully.
It was brilliant. Really good to watch.
And it was a treat to watch for the purist.
Well, I shall
So
allow...
that obviously includes you, Charlie.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, pure. Well, I am really. I see a proper shot. It's just timing, and he places it so well. That's part of what I really like, is he picks a gap and he hits it perfectly quite often. I'm going to make way as the umpires are coming out and as the Somerset team come onto the field, and Sam will resume in my place alongside Vic Marks.
Yeah, well, here they come. It's going to be a long old day for Somerset, but can they make it all worthwhile, all that toil? Out comes Crawley. He's marching out. He doesn't look at all tired. Well, he's hit so many boundaries. He hasn't done much running, actually. I mean, we established, I think, that he'd hit 18 boundaries in his 100. Well, I can work that out, given a bit of time. That's 72, isn't it? 18 times 4 is 72.
I trust your maths, Vic, absolutely.
Well, I was rather looking for you for confirmation.
Yes.
So that's 7. I mean, so he's only jogged up and down 28 times.
Best way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the modern way.
Let's see what they're going to do. Well, they are going to continue with Matt Renshaw.
Yep.
Why not? Just, I wouldn't, not for ages necessarily, but he actually, he's not the worst off spinner.
No.
He's very eager. He'll bowl all day if he wants.
Yeah.
And he has got that wicket. And there'll be, Crawley, he doesn't mind, well, he won't want to get out to anyone. But getting out to Overton, there's a certain respectability of that. Get out to Matt Renshaw, hang on, what's going on? Where's he hit that? Just for the single.
What's the sweeper? So back underway. Kent 198 for 1. Crucial wicket for Somerset right on the stroke of tee.
Yeah, well, it would have given them a fillip because it's been a long old session for them. I see it's Shoaib's out there, so I'm presuming that's because there's no Josh Davey. We keep checking.
Yeah, there's no Josh Davey and someone else, because we've got Shoaib and Casey are both on.
Okay, well...
so we're missing another, maybe Craig, I'm not sure. No Craig's at mid-off, that's what I feel like.
You always want to look for the bowlers first. I'm wondering whether Pretorius is having a sort of convenient break. I don't know, but I wouldn't guarantee it.
No.
Just to go via elimination. Anyway, but the significant absentee is probably is obviously Davey. Yes. The rest have been coming and going. But
yeah, we mentioned that at the top of play this morning, didn't we? It's been remarkable, really, and it's when you talk about it being a long day for those Somerset fielders out there. It's a hot day. It's been difficult. Been out there grinding, but it's interesting because I said to Charlie, this wicket doesn't look like the one that got 5 Kent wickets early this morning.
No, I know.
And it's completely, hasn't it? Just
yeah. I mean, they've played really well. The sun comes out.
Yeah,
and
it's conducive, isn't it?
Dries out a bit more and. Then the batsman plays so well. Crawley, as I said, Crawley, he hit the bad ball before, but he just occasionally hit the good ball before, and that spikes bowlers. What's going on?
Yeah. Yeah, see if Renshaw can muster something up here.
It's just a flicker. He's kind of hit the field a lot there, the fell drum, but he hasn't got any runs for it all. Now then, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Craig Overton. He was just bowling a few just before the play resumed.
Yes, I did see it on the practice strip down there.
So it's going to be him. He's only bowled 8 or 9 overs, isn't he?
Today. He's managed to get through 8 overs, 1 made and none for 40. Gregory's bowled 7. Leach has got through the most, 13.
And opening the bowling in the
5 for
evening session
Lambie.
from the Marcus
Taurus,
Pavilion.
7.
He's sort of
Sponsored by Southwest
shared it
Equipment.
round pretty well so far.
Yeah.
So he's got a bit of, given that there's no Davy, he's got bowlers with a bit of fuel left in their tank, you'd think, and you'd hope.
He's almost been forced to, isn't he? With the way these Kent batters go, he's had to keep just flicking through his options and changing the picture.
And we were on sort of plan, I don't know,
How many are we
against
down?
Crawley. And this plan, I suggest, is that he's going to bowl just outside off stump to a packed offside field, 6-3 offside field. There's a wide, there's Gregory himself has stationed himself in kind of gully, no slips. There's 3 men in a row, sort of protecting the ball from mid-off to extra cover. And there are two men on the offside boundary. Now, there's a ball scenario,
Another ball scenario. We need Charlie's binoculars here. We've had 2 ball changes today already, which is pretty unprecedented. And that ball is only 44. Sorry, the innings is only 44 overs old. We've had 2 new balls in that time.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, when they change the ball, they don't give you a new one.
No, of course.
but they're going to change this one, I think.
Looks like they're going to get the box out again, are they?
Yeah. Here comes the box carrier. Well, we think that must be Jake Ball.
Well, the first 2 times today that the ball's been changed, the ball's not gone through the gauge.
Well, I guess they've done that bit already. I think they have.
They're not messing around about it. No. Well, who knows? The first ball after the most recent ball change, Gregory beat the bat instantly.
Yeah,
whether
just
that's
once.
just luck or judgment, I don't know.
Or it may have been the sort of delay in play.
Yeah,
and Crawley was just sort of. But sometimes it does happen that another ball that's selected suddenly starts to swing, and then everyone gets quite excited.
They do.
So they're having a look at the latest replacement. It was a problem with these Dukes balls a couple of seasons ago. They just kept going out of shape.
Yeah.
So Overton's got that one in his hands.
Well, if there's one person at Somerset will make it talk, it's Craig Overton. Let's see if he can have some kind of influence on this game here. He comes in with that big bounding run up. Bit of shape. Full. Just punch to Tom Banton at mid-on.
He's going to get a new ball, or no, a different ball.
Yes.
You give it a damn good polish to start with to see whether you can just
shine
it up a bit.
Create anything,
I don't know who most sides nowadays, they have a kind of dedicated ball shiner.
Designated
for years
shiner.
It was Trescothic for England.
Yep.
In that era. I think Alistair Cook did it subsequently when he wasn't captain.
Always saw Cookie with a big red stain on the back of the trouser leg, wasn't it?
I don't know whether Somerset have got a dedicated.
Joe Root's done it a few times. Silly corners, with his sleeve.
Yeah. Perhaps ex-captains get the job.
Maybe it's the passing of the baton. Less responsibility. Take the cloth.
But I'm not sure whether we've got Somerset got dedicated, man. They're all having
Tom
a go.
Abel's definitely done it. I've seen him do it before. Again, ex-captain. What they do for someone like Tom Abel to have a few overs at the minute.
Well, yeah. I mean, I did see Tom, and he was looking as fit as you could possibly look, but they're still being cagey about him. And maybe he'll play the next game. I don't know.
Well,
but he said, I don't think you'll see me bowling much this year. No. And he has got useful wickets. He actually swings the ball as much as any of this attack. He's a natural swinger of the ball. Yeah. And he's got wickets in little batches sometimes when it's just swung and he's.
The thing, I think if he wasn't playing, he's so helpful across the 4-day format and the T20 team. He's going to play in both formats. They have to look after him. You've got to monitor him.
Well, he's become last year. That's probing.
Yeah.
Why last year, especially his T20s, he was originally a sort of archetypal red ball cricketer, wasn't he? Who played properly and made his name that way and came into the side that way.
Yeah.
But last year he was an absolutely critical, innovative, not a massive hitter of the ball like some of them, but just clever, measured, playing lots of sweeps and stuff. And he was a significant contributor.
He had a fantastic winter in South Africa in the T20. Nicely worked off the pads of
Well, that's not quite bowling to his field. He's set this field so that there's protection on the offside, but he's just strayed onto that middle stump. That's all you need to do against Crawley, and he's picked him off.
First boundary after the tee. Can't move on. 202 for 1. Yes, of course, with Blast coming up, and big 4-day. Somerset well set in the 4-day competition so far. Didn't get a result here. Been massive help, but the sooner he can come back fit and firing, another option in that top middle order, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
One thing that Somerset aren't doing too badly is finding run scorers at the minute, in fairness.
No, they've done well to
it's been throughout
to progress without him.
Yeah. And Shaw continues. But Shaw jumps on that and slams it through cover.
Yeah, he hit the field a bit in the previous over, but that was a little bit wide, a little bit short, and he's found the gap.
He's jumped into that so quickly.
So I think Gregory decided, hang on a minute, I'll just protect that, and he's probably suggesting to himself that unless if he keeps bowling like that, I'll take him off.
Most likely, yeah.
It's a simple answer, but his stock ball is quite nice actually.
Yeah,
he gets it a little bit of air and he gets a bit of energy on it.
It's very
easy action,
isn't he? Jubilant after picking up that wicket.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been excellent. It's been good to see Lammerby in the runs, Rue, Banton, good form.
How did that get stopped? That looked like 4 all the way.
Well, yeah, it's been slammed back. I
think Renshaw must have got something on it.
Foot, maybe?
Is he going to give that?
I'm not sure if is he hit it on the full, I'm not sure, but he charged down skipped down the track here and he's welted it back. Let's have a look. Crawley's Bell Drummond, actually. Oh, yeah, he's
on the sort of toe.
Just on the instep of the foot, yeah.
Oh, well, he saved 4.
He has saved 4. He's obviously in bowling.
He hit that quite hard, actually.
He did. In fairness to Rachel, he made a fantastic one-handed stop at the covers earlier as well when he was fielding at short cover. He's not afraid to get about a bit.
He doesn't like to be dictated to. Bell Drummond, he's
another stalwart of the county championship game. Danny Bell Drummond, he's been scoring runs for a few years now. There's another key, with stubborn cog in this key Kent wheel as well.
So I'm guessing that Gregory will be thinking, I could give Matt maybe 1 more, but then it might be time to go back to the senior spinner Jack against the newer batsman before he settled.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Craig Overton would rather be bowling at Bell Drummond just for the moment than Crawley. Just wants to. He's set himself that offside field, but let's have a look. He's gonna adjust that. Is he slightly? Yes, I think he is. He's taken a. He's going to protect that leg side field. He's got 1 man over from.
Still got these 2 short covers.
No slips.
No slip. Overton again. Crawley on strike. Plays a lovely looking on drive. Just leans on the ball, but straight to Tom Banton and mid on.
What's James Rue up to? James Rue's had a thought. And he's, hang on. Oh no, he hasn't had a thought. He says, I want my cap back.
He wants his cap.
He had the helmet on for Renshaw.
He was racing to the skipper with a
brilliant
stroke
idea.
Of genius.
I thought,
But alas, everything continues. That's a fuller one. Getting towards that Yorker length, but defended well by Crawley. Daniel Bell Drummond, just looking through some of his numbers here. First class average of 34.93. High score of 300. Coming on the back of scores 67 and 41 in his last game. He's in a bit of good form.
Oh, right, straight to field, that's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, you see him working that. He's working that from the middle and off probably, but he's in such good touch that it doesn't feel like a risk.
No. I asked Charlie the question earlier. I'll ask you the same question. What's a good result for Somerset at the end of the day here?
From here?
Yeah, from here on. What's a good position to over stumps? A couple more wickets?
Yeah, at least. I think. I mean, it's asking a fair bit, but if they could get 4 down tonight.
Yeah.
You'll have to remind me what the deficit was.
370.
So they're
371.
So they're still 170 adrift.
Correct.
Yeah. Well. 4 down would give
down?
Somerset 4 down with, let's say, Kent 320 for 4. Well, there's scope there, isn't there?
True. Very true.
But it's easy to say. The problem is getting there.
It's been difficult enough to pick up the 1 wicket, to pick up another 2 or 3. It's
Umpire Malin decided to field it. Not field. Stand.
It'd be handy if he could.
I suppose he's avoiding looking into the sun.
He's coming
That's
down
what he's doing.
over his back. Is it to our left, over the Somerset stand? Over to the end. Powerful off drive, straight to the left. The sun setting down, isn't it, over the Somerset stand? Still plenty in the ground, gripped by the action. Poised.
I mean, run still matters, you see. So, you know, when the equation, you don't want to. I mean, that might have been a maiden. And it could get to an equation where Kent could score 500.
Yeah. Yeah. Really.
But if there's 20 overs left, game on.
True.
So you don't want them to sort of run away. So at some point, if they scored so quickly and kept going, then their lead would become so significant that it would take more time out of the game.
Yes.
That's a lovely little shot
That's
too. He'll get full value for it.
Through backward point.
I mean, he is looking to cut Renshaw, which has an element of risk, but so far the ball's behaving quite nicely.
Low risk, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless he gets on top of 1.
Well, he needs one to turn,
Yeah.
surprisingly. Which, I mean, there's not much evidence.
And
of
footholes are all on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, the Lammonby studs are just not big enough.
There you go, Renshaw. Bell Drummond works into the onside. No single available. Just pan around, we see a wild Josh Davey sat in the dugout.
Oh, it looks like he might be coming on again.
He's taken the long sleeve off.
Yeah,
maybe signs of
perhaps he's
improvement.
feeling better.
Oh,
I mean, I still think he might be coming back on then. I think partly he keeps coming on to sort of allow himself to have the option of bowling tomorrow.
Yeah. Should be very keen for it. Just change that point of attack.
Yeah, well, the more the merrier. Second new ball, perhaps. Get him ready for the second new ball. Not a
push through by Renshaw, but it's punched away nicely by Bell Drummond. It'll be cut off out on the boundary by Tom Banton. What's it like out there for those non-bowlers? Days like today.
There aren't many long bowlers, are there? In this team now.
No.
We're up to about.
True.
So who are the? I mean, Dixon's a non-bowler.
Dixon.
It's
Banton. Yeah, Banton's known to roll. Well, he's rolled the arm in dead rubbers.
Yeah, he bowled it off breaks, didn't he? Do I imagine that?
I mean, yeah, he does the roll breaks. Yeah,
that's a
quick single.
It's a good run, but it's
shy
a
at the
bit
stumps.
tight. So we got Banton, we got Dixon.
Even Umeed's
turned his arm over. So there's only a couple you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Dixon's the one you worry about today in this match so far. His contribution, his obvious contribution is to have faced 3 balls.
Yes.
He's not going to bowl. He's fielded perfectly well, but you know,
yeah.
It's a long time into the game without much contribution from him. So you feel a bit uncomfortable if you're Banton and you've got 100.
A good 100 as well.
Yeah. You know, life's a breeze.
Yeah.
I mean, it was great to be an all-rounder, actually, because the prospect of bowling would be welcomed.
If something didn't quite go to plan, you've always got a chance to go and resurrect it.
Now, I'm sure Overton would have loved to have had a go at Bell Drummond, but that still hasn't happened in 2 overs, but that's the way it is at the moment. Looks like Davies back on the pitch. Deep square leg.
Gallop back on to...
Well, he doesn't gallop, but he's at deep square leg.
True. Overton back in again, a straight line.
And
That is up. It was uppish for a moment, but no, it's safe.
I mean, it's the straightest delivery there. but he seems to be able to work it there without much risk. Now, I assume there'll be a slight change, whereas you would think there would be a slight change. You'd at least have a conventional slip in, but actually Gregory
Skippers it.
he's waving his arms around a bit. Umid is moving from a sort of wideish gully into a more conventional first slip. I think that's probably, and there's a sort of deepish gully. Bell Drummond on strike and untroubled.
Pushes. Bell Drummond back.
They don't like this pitch, do they? It's not doing anything.
Fortunately not.
But keep plugging away. They can miss one. Particularly the new batsman. He's only faced little off spinners from Renshaw so far. Bell Drummond.
You must have captained a few teams over the years. Vic, where was your preference to Gregory's jumped around from slip to mid wicket? Where's your preference to captain from?
Okay,
mid off's a popular spot. For
mid off. I mean, if I was catching, well, which was not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
First slip's obviously a good spot to see what's happening.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think probably mid off is you get quite a good view of the game. You don't want to be in the bowler's ear all the time; they get fed up with that. But nonetheless, you are within range. You want to be somewhere too that is quite predictable, because especially in one of these one-day games, there's a lot of noise going on. You want to make that field change. You want the rest of them to be looking at you when you're waving your arms around. Otherwise, it gets a bit hairy. It's not. It doesn't look good when you're sort of waving your arms and not looking. You've got to shout.
Mid off to long.
It doesn't look like a team that is a really superbly well-oiled machine. When that happens. And then, of course, later on in my career, if I was captaining in one-day cricket, I would carefully place myself where I thought I was in the least danger as a fieldsman from being stretched too much. But you'd be in the ring, obviously.
Absolutely. Abbreviated brackets, saving the one.
Yeah.
Gentle walk in.
But if you can catch, and I would go in phases. First slip's a good spot, and you've usually got a keeper there who has a very good view all the time. You can use his observations, but you've got to catch him.
Yes. Part of the parcel. Overton again.
It's a beautiful whip shot, but it's only the one.
He's played that really well all day. He's been really strong.
And he's also, in this little phase, he's been content not to. He hit so many boundaries, didn't he?
Yeah, he went through that flourish.
And he doesn't look at all troubled by the fact that the field is kind of deep set, and therefore I'll have to settle for the odd singles. But that's fine. He's got some big scores in his time, of course.
215 for one. Kent Crawley marches on to 125, not out. Bell Drummond at the other end on one. Plenty of time left in today. Another and a bit to play. So Renshaw to continue. Crawley, just a gentle push.
He's happy to do that.
So cover boundary.
I think I might make this Renshaw's last one unless something happens.
You mentioned that. Yeah. Well left, good line outside off stump. Renshaw. Consistency's been a problem today for the Somerset bowlers, hasn't it? Can he plug that line?
That's a good shot.
Great looking shot.
Yeah, I mean the Aussies tend to bowl a little bit wider off spinners, and that's the brave thing to do. Swan used to do that.
Yeah.
Because it gives you the outside edge possibility as well as the inside edge. What it also does is on slower English wickets, though, your margin for error reduces.
Yes.
Therefore, if you're a conservative old English off spinner, you don't want to give them too much width because you've got such a small margin for error for that sort of cover drive or the cut shot.
Yeah.
But you do have more chances of taking wickets. So one of Graham Swan's great virtues was that he was a kind of a brave bowler who got a lot of energy on the ball anyway.
Yeah.
And he would bowl.
Or reverse.
Where's that gone?
Had the reverse straight to. I'm not sure he got it. Let's just paddle round to first slip.
So he would bowl a little bit wider than off spinners of an earlier era, like I don't know, people like John Embry or Jeff Miller, and he might therefore be more expensive. I tell you what, that was not a great run, but it wasn't a great throw either.
It was difficult, a long way down for Craig, isn't it?
So he often took that sort of braver option.
Yeah.
That he might concede a few more runs, but he'd get a few more wickets because he was exploring both edges of the bat.
No. Craig Overton's just signalled to the dugout. I'm not sure what he signalled for.
I don't know, he did hurt his finger yesterday.
He's just looking at it.
He went off yesterday and then came back on again. But he's going to continue rolling.
Yeah. Nothing serious.
He'll want to do it to Crawley. He's had enough of Crawley today, I think.
He's caused a bit of grief for the Somerset attack, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he almost ran himself out there. He was keen to get the strike again, though. He's still fairly hungry for more runs, I think.
Kent fans are hoping that Zach Crawley can he looks to go that way and make this a big 100. Carry his side through, keep knocking away that deficit. Quite the opposite for Somerset fans. They want to see the back of him ASAP. So Overton's back in. Oh, and he beats the bat. His hands on the head.
We haven't seen that for a while.
Don't see many of those today, do we?
No, of course not. Overton's got his hands on his head. And also, I bet you Crawley he's a good man, but he on the first day he dropped 2 catches. He got out with that first ball.
Yeah.
And he will think, hang on a minute, I'm supposed to be. It's time for me to do something.
Correct.
And he is.
Well, it's the way to respond, isn't it?
Yeah.
Overton again. This time tucks Crawley up. Strong forward defence. It's times like this you must think as a bowler, what you do it to yourself, hammering away.
Well, these are, they're not inviting conditions. But he's bounding in, but it's an uphill struggle. You might.
There you go, a bit straight from Overton. It's worked strongly off the hip from Crawley as he whips it through the leg side.
You get a few in my day. You get on a pitch like this. You get sort of signals from sort of both in type figure of a spade action like this, which meant dig this blinking pitch up. Just get.
We see all sorts of wickets down here at Taunton, don't we?
Well, we have done over the years, and we've seen. I mean, we saw an amazing game just last week when it was. It's damper than anticipated because of all the rain.
Yeah.
But it just kept moving around for 2 days.
Yeah. Helter-skelter game, wasn't it? It was
But I mean, absolutely magnetic to watch.
It was absolutely, grip to it, yeah. That's a bit of good Essex side as well.
And then we've had the Turners, which also produced some really spellbinding cricket.
Yeah,
tight
absolutely.
games again.
Yep.
But we probably were deemed to have gone over the top once or twice, which is probably right.
Correct.
But nonetheless, the principle of playing on pitches that turn is fair enough. He's switched the bails around.
Another bail
it's good enough for Stuart Broad. It's good enough for Craig Overton.
Can it manufacture a result?
That was that in the air or not? I don't know, but it's gone through for a couple. I don't think it was catchable.
No.
But I just thought for a second that might have been in the air a bit.
Looked like it was.
I see Leach warming up.
You see? Oh, he's seen it.
Yeah, I think he's probably given the.
He's told the skipper. Yeah.
Well, I think the skipper's told him. I don't know. He's due again.
I'm not sure if there are those type of characters in the Somerset side. Craig's a senior figure, I suppose. Leachy's been around and played a bit of international cricket.
Well, they creep up. It creeps up on you.
Yeah.
Suddenly go from being, promising youngster to an old pro. There's nothing much in between. And Craig, Craig, he's over 30 now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Lewis Gregory, suddenly he's 32, 3, so that he's Jack is over 30.
But then flip that round, Banton's still fairly.
Yeah.
20s,
yeah,
James
Root, Lammonby,
Aldridge of this world, Bashir.
Yeah. No, it's a nice balance.
Absolutely, it is. Yeah.
And the old ones are not that old.
No.
Actually, Craig is going to have a bit of attention now for his hand. He's marching off. Don't get much rest, does Casey Aldridge?
No, he sits down and as soon as he back on again. Jake Ball's been on the ball duty all day.
Yeah, he's on ball duty, but Aldridge most definitely is the chosen fielder.
Yes, he's the.
I thought Leach was coming on, but I was wrong.
No.
It's going to be a bit more of a Renshaw.
2-2-6.
Round the wicket now.
This line. A bit more flight that time from Matt Renshaw, not quite darted in some of the ones we've seen. Kentrail were exactly 150 runs. Excellent. Fantastic from his own bowling. Matt Renshaw. It's amazing, his best fielding's off his own bowling.
He's not the first to do that.
He's been excellent.
Well, he loves being involved. It's great to see. It'd be
yeah.
even better if he get another wicket. From somewhere.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it just? But he brings a bit of energy, a bit of life to proceedings, and that's exactly what they need.
Yeah.
Oh, he's almost.
How did that not hit something?
Almost created something. Again, Matt Renshaw. That's just sort of
flies.
squirmed through. He's beaten everyone.
Well, we'll have a look at that.
Absolutely, we will. Whether this
Kept
is just
low, I thought that was
stay down a bit. Round the wicket. He's landed it fairly straight. It's just it's just stayed low.
God, not far off, was it?
Despair on the face of Lewis Gregor as he puts his head in his hands.
Yeah.
Straight through the legs of James. Not a lot he could have done about it.
I just need to turn a fraction more and hit those pads.
It'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Renshaw again.
Still, it gives hope.
It's an encouraging sign, isn't it? The pitch is something there. Somerset can exploit it. Renshaw again. It's just dug out by Bell Drummond.
It was almost literally. Yeah. It took a divot, I think.
Yeah. Almost hit the ground and the ball simultaneously.
So it's it over. It's round the wicket. No, you can't have that one. But coming round the wicket, it seemed to unsettle Bell Drummond a bit more.
The question is, can they back up that over? Good over at Bell Drummond. Crawley's the man that's going to impose himself and continue to do so.
Well, I think we're going to see.
Who's this?
Well, I thought it was Josh Daly, but maybe just have a look. Or take his cap off. No, it's probably.
Is it Pretorius?
I think it's Pretorius.
Mikhail?
I beg his pardon.
Hard to tell when they've got jumpers on. You can't tell who's.
I shouldn't get that.
Change of ball for the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. Coming into the attack.
He's got a nice idea of what he wants.
Yeah.
He wants a proper slip against Crawley. I quite like the optimism of that.
Absolutely. Stick him in and then it's Pretorius. It's just the 7 overs today, but he's won this innings.
Yeah. Bowled quite a lot. He bowled a full hour, didn't he, in the first innings this morning.
15 overs this morning, 3 for 52. Really tidy spell. Got the ball talking. We'll ask some real questions. 7 overs, none for 30 so far today. Can he change that? Here he comes. Oh, first one. Nips back in a little bit. Ask the question. It's optimistic appeal in truth. Looked a bit high, Vic.
Yeah, that's another look. I think he was almost outside the line as well, but he missed it though. So you got when Crawley misses, you got to appeal.
Beat the bat.
Let's have a look. I think he might be just outside the line. It might be a bit high. It's not
just
quite
above
right
on the knee roll, isn't it? And he's a tall man, Crawley. Yeah.
Mind you, all these tall men, you can't trust them, you know. I'm sure Alistair Cook used to do it, and maybe, or certainly Jonathan Trott. They get their pads designed in such a way that the knee roll of the pad is actually much lower down than the knee.
Really?
Therefore, and it's standard procedure. You just said, it's above the knee?
Yeah.
Roll? Well, if that knee rolls much lower,
It's lower down. How true?
That's my. I have never had this absolutely confirmed. But you look at Crawley now, and I think his knees are higher than his knee pads.
His pads do look a little always small for him, don't they?
Yeah. I don't blame him, but
No.
I'm. That's a good shot, and that's
a gorgeous straight drive. He's been good through there all day.
But I think the meticulous batsman is their knee roll
Hand
lower
cut
in
pads.
their pads. Yeah.
Very, very smart. Yeah, that's a gorgeous shot. He's been so good in the V today. That Crawley. Big summer coming up for England as well. It's a timely turn to form, was that Crawley?
Yeah, I mean the Test matches don't actually start for a while, but
no.
But you need but there's not much Championship cricket coming up.
This is it, one more round, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean he's played some one-day cricket for England, but he's obviously not in the T20 squad shake-up. But you'd think.
He's at it again.
You would think that in 50-over cricket, he's got a lot to offer.
Absolutely. Wouldn't you? Especially the brand of cricket that England playing, the way he's playing it. Marriage made in heaven.
I'm sure he'd love to play it too.
Absolutely.
I mean, for someone who plays so freely in red ball and Test match cricket, you'd think he'd be just perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's probably played a few games of that ilk, but not many.
Pretorius in again. Worked off the pads nicely by Bell Drummond. Out to that sweeper at deep backward square for 1.
Well, Bell Drummond's settling in, and he's now got 18, and
he's just
that little flurry of hope has slightly been extinguished as this partnership starts to feel a bit more serene.
He's just quietly worked his way, hasn't he? Tuck through mid on again. Bantam with the work. 100 pick up. Crawley has another. 236 for 1. End of Pretorius' first over in his return to the attack. I can see some more Renshaw to continue.
More Renshaw. Well, I think his last over, particularly to Bell Drummond, was quite good.
Was good, yeah, one of the best ones.
So he's going to keep going. I mean, I'd be thinking of Leach, but then he's now removed his long sleeve sweater, swapped it for a short one. So, I mean, I would have thought Leach is not far away.
No.
But, you know, Renshaw has posed as many problems as anyone else.
Zach Crawley, you were talking about him in the ODIs. He played 8 matches between 2021 and 2023. High score of 58, average of 28.
So he hasn't really
not
struck gold.
No. You look at some of the calibre of the England players they've got at the top of that order in white ball format.
It's been hard to get in.
And really, you could argue the last 12 months we've started to see the best of him consistently.
Yeah.
Had that one big score, didn't he, against Pakistan a few years. But was it the West Indies? 267 he scored. COVID times.
Yeah.
He's fluctuated a bit since. And now he's become a reliable, aggressive England opener.
Yeah. I mean, you want to get there on time if you're going to watch England play a Test match, because the prospect of Crawley and Duckett striding out.
Correct.
It's not quite boycott of Edrich of many years ago.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's difficult. You can't sort of feel the notion that you can go to the cricket, relax, and have 40 minutes shut eye.
You've got to be in place at 11 o'clock if England are batting first, because it could
go off at any moment. Renshaw continues around the wicket again, just challenging Bell Drummond. Side is off stump. We've seen a few good little one-on-one contests, haven't we? We saw Overton and Crawley to start with. Pretorius in the lower order. Renshaw's providing a different challenge to Bell Drummond here. Bell Drummond is more than happy to just soak up that pressure. Again. Shorter this time, after that sweeper.
Okay, I think I've had enough now, Renshaw.
You think you've seen enough? A couple of balls left in the over.
No, they're not.
Oh, we're done. So you're calling it, Captain Vic is calling it that.
I'm calling for Jack now, just to have a
Jack
quick go. I mean, particularly, let him have a go at posed a slightly different problem for Bell Drummond. I mean, again, he's relying on, there's not much spin out there, but he's relying on a change of bowling, change of angle, that hit that front pad again, just before he settled in against the left arm spinner, perhaps.
Pretorius, and again. Up to the leg side.
You a golfer? You're a bit of a golfer, aren't you?
Yeah, but just recently.
Okay. Well, I've just been given a book that I'm glad to receive from Anthony Gibson.
Oh, yeah?
Who never stops, from the BBC over next door to us. And it's about a golfer at Burnham-on-Sea, Burnham-on-Barrow, one of the best courses in the West Country.
Yeah.
Who, I'll tell you, I'm not sure which year he did it. 1912.
Yeah.
He went round Burnham-on-Sea in 73 using just his putter. So there we go.
This is true.
It's true, yeah, it's true. It's all true, yeah. He hasn't made it up. He went round Burnham-on-Sea.
73.
His name was Ernie Ford. The detail I will discover over the next few days.
Can you give me a spelling on Ernie, please?
Well, Ernie as in the usual spelling of Ernie. Ford has got 2 O's in it. Okay? You don't believe it?
No,
you don't. Ford. He's got Ford with 2 O's. F-O-O-R-D.
Ernie is
who was the professional at Burnham-on-Sea, which is one of the finest West Country golf courses, of course. And he went round the championship links. Ooh, I just thought that might be. In 73.
Ernie is in Ernie drove the fastest milk car in the West.
Well, that is also true. Yeah. That same sort of Ernie.
Ernie. Oh yeah, he played.
He was a professional at Burnham-on-Sea. I don't know. I'm going to find out more details. It's a lovely old photo. It's a lovely photo of the actual putter he used. It beggars belief, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But he did. And I'm going to find out more about it from Anthony's book. I think Anthony's a member at Burnham-on-Sea. Or Burnham and Barrow.
What's it like? I've never actually seen it as a golf. Was it a nice golf course?
Oh, it's a wonderful golf course. Yeah, in amongst the dunes up at Burnham. That has been around, for a long time.
Oh wow! Look at that. Stunning.
Oh no, it's one of the best courses in the West Country. But anyway,
there we are.
There's a challenge. 73 with a putter.
You can do 73 with given a few shots with a normal set of clubs.
It's called Golf's Most Astonishing Round. And I can understand why.
Aptly named. Aptly named indeed. Another over done from Mikhail Pretorius. 2-4-2 for 1. Scoreboard reads as we have a look into the distance over the back of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Daniel Bell Drummond joining.
Yeah, well, we got Jack now.
We've got Jack. Yeah. You've got your wish. They've heard you.
Yeah. He's got one of the earpieces, obviously.
30 notice. Chuff for that.
And he's got Bell Drummond. I mean, you don't want to bowl to Crawley particularly. No. It's nice to be able to come on and bowl to someone who hasn't bowled before. To whom you haven't bowled before in this innings.
Jack Leach.
Let's see what sort of thought he's going to have. I mean, no elaborate attacking. There's Gregory himself at slip. He's protecting the offside to the tune of 6 men on the offside. Just a slip and a sort of short-ish extra cover, and 1 man on the boundary there. And mid-on is loitering, pretty deep, easy single to him. So Leach returns, no success in this second inning. He's got a couple of wickets in the first.
In he comes. Attacking the pads of Bell Drummond straight away. Just angling that ball in a bit.
Well, I would say to Charlie, I think today's left-arm spinners, in the old days you would look to get that outside edge and sort of bowl to your first slip if you're a left-arm spinner.
Yeah.
To find the edge of the bat. But now your first port of call as a left-arm spinner is to try and get them, hit that front pad, preferably below the knee roll.
Yes.
As they prop forward.
Yeah.
They, just miss one and you're going to be LBW.
Yeah.
Because it'll be given more likely than not.
They haven't hesitated, the umpires today. The LBW we saw earlier on Compton. Quick finger.
Yeah. I think your manager's one of those umpires that goes, a lot by instinct. Bump.
Yeah.
So he's pretty quick on the draw. That one might just have turned a fraction. Slowly.
He's quite happy just to play soft hands in and just push the ball back. No real rush of ball going. The beauty for any batsman incoming for Kent now, batter I should say, is that Crawley's in his set. He can do the scoring. They can just take their time and play themselves in. Exactly as Daniel Beljoma's doing here.
Yeah. But that's the theory. But even Bell Drummond, who's now seasoned anti-pro, he won't like not scoring. They don't like not scoring nowadays.
Yeah.
In fact, he's scored nicely. He's come down the pitch and he's found a big gap. You'll get 3 there.
One for the throw. Chase. Who's that? Chase.
Lammonby, I think.
There's a little spell earlier.
50 partnership between Zach Crawley and Daniel Bell.
So,
50 partnership.
Yeah, and they've weathered. It's hardly a storm they were weathering, but the little setback before tea, they've weathered that pretty easily.
Yeah. I think it's looking
a bit more restrained, hasn't he, Crawley? But why not? He's just acknowledging there's a deep sets field.
Yeah.
Just happy to pick up ones, not really going for the barnstorming cover drive or the exotic shot. He just is going to keep batting.
14.2 overs for the 50 partnership. Bell Drummond 21 off 44. Crawley 138 off 187. 22 fours in that.
No, this is an odd or a fresh ploy from Pretorius. He's going to bowl round the wicket.
Round the wicket.
To Bell Drummond with
what have we got?
5 men on the leg side. So I don't know whether he's going to go bow short or not. He's got options. He's got a bit of protection straight as well.
Very optimistic appeal.
I don't think you can have that. Well, he's not going to have that.
It's got to be a
false shot, I suppose. Inside.
The same as the first ball of his previous being in the back. It's got to be heck of a delivery. Here they are. So 5 fielders on the leg side as they're set up. Mid on, mid wicket. We've got a man back at down on the boundary. Deep, fine leg, long leg. We've got a man on the deep back, sort of short backward square. We've got someone rearranging some covers. Done by the Trade Nation stand. So it's got to be a straight ploy from Pretorius.
So if he's got his big boots on, you could just create a bit more rough outside that off
Leave a couple in there, yeah. Accidentally triple his way through and leave a couple of spike marks. He comes in again. Again, the pads. Roll out to the man. Sweeper, which is Josh Davey out there. A jumperless Josh Davey as well.
He must be feeling better then.
Must be feeling better, yeah.
Still 30 overs remaining today.
Amazing, isn't it?
So that's going to... Well, that takes us to about 7 o'clock for certain. Now he's coming back over the wicket for Crawley. Long day for skipper Gregory.
It is.
He's had a couple like this, actually. And through no real fault of his own. It's just that... some fine batting in a blemishless surface.
Seeing comes Pretorius over the wicket, straight into Crawley. Works that into the 2 fielders waiting on the leg side. Handy acquisition, Pretorius.
Yeah,
turn into a good little signing.
Yeah. I mean, he's got better, I think.
Agreed.
And this is not the service he would dream about bowling.
No.
But he's still charging in.
Leads into one, runs it down to the man at the point. Pick up one.
Well, he's a very entertaining batsman.
Indeed. Kind of have to be nowadays, isn't it? Swashbuckling.
Not many
tail
boring batsmen down the order left, are there? Even Jack. I mean, Jack Leach used to sort of be a dutiful sort of lower order blocker, really, but he's not anymore.
No. Those days are over.
And Shoaib was in that category potentially until
Overton
was on 95.
Craig O'Gate. It was off his splice, wasn't it? Just trickled down the middle.
Well, he got his hands. He's an optimistic bowler too. Hands on head, and he didn't middle that. It could have been gone up in the air, but it didn't.
Well, Vic, I shall leave you to carry on, and Charlie Taylor's going to take the reins for half hour or so.
Yes, Sam.
For a lovely spell. Wicketless, unfortunately.
Well, you're not alone there today. 247 for 1. It's a formidable total, but Somerset still doing their level best. Crawley has treated us to a sort of vintage innings, really. And the innings are sort of moods. He was a little bit scratchy early on. Remember, he started on a king pair. Before lunch, not totally convincing. Then in the first hour after lunch, he just hit a sequence of beautiful boundaries. Off Overton in particular, Leach, the best of the most exalted of the two Somerset bowlers, I suppose. And batted beautifully throughout that entire session. He saw Compton go just before tea, and since tea, here he goes.
Wow.
Where's he hit that? That's up in the air.
Dropped. What a shame. Somerset could have done with that.
He's furious, actually. I think it's Overton.
It is Overton, and he would
it was not an easy chance, but by any stretch of the imagination.
It's Aldridge, I think. I think it might be Aldridge out there.
I think it might be too. He went. I mean, I was just about to say how serenely Crawley's been batting, sensibly, and now he's gone for a big straight drive, and it's a good man for the ball to go towards, is Aldridge. And he made ground, ended up diving, trying to take it one out. He's, I think, pretty fed up with himself, though, because he set such high standards, and it was, an extremely rare opportunity.
That's it, isn't it?
Quite stick.
They don't come around very often.
I mean, some of them wouldn't have got anywhere near it, but. As I say, you need those half chances, but that was a quarter chance, really. But because it was Aldridge, he sometimes plucks those from nowhere. He's still stamping the ground like an angry bull. So high standards.
Yeah, he would have expected himself to take it, wouldn't he? He got to it.
Just about, yeah. I mean, it was not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but I thought it was Overton for a minute, because it's always either Overton or Aldridge, isn't it?
Cast the same sort of figure out there. Tall.
So, a little chance there. It would have been a real bonus. But Crawley survives, having played so serenely since tea, and with less sort of obvious aggression. He was just picking off the run. Perhaps he thought, I've fed up with boundary now. And he went for a big shot against Leach and almost paid the price, but not quite. Leach now engaged in conversation with Pretorius and Gregory. A bit of experience tucked away there.
Sussex have beaten Yorkshire in Division 2 by 21 runs.
Well, they must have lost some wickets in a hurry towards the
end. I think Robinson cleaned up at the end. 158 for 7, 158 for 8, 158 for 9, 161 all out.
Oh dear.
So what was that?
Well, I say oh dear, but
three
where you're from.
They lost 4 wickets for 3 runs.
Well, there'll be doom and gloom in the broad acres.
Should we have a look at the drop? Because that was he did seem to get to it, but it was a long way from where we are, so let's see how close he did get.
Down he goes, and he knows he hasn't quite hit it right. Here goes Aldridge's the motor to his left. Ends up just getting one hand to it. I mean, it's It's a very tough chance. I don't think he quite picked it up. It's a drop shot, isn't it? A short arm pull. But it goes down as a chance, clearly. Standards are so high, and it was Aldridge who we know catches flies. But that one didn't stick. Would have been a phenomenal catch. And that's the nearest there's been, apart from the dismissal of Compton.
It's the only chance I could really think of for Crawley.
Good glare from Pretorius.
Yeah. Thumbs up from Bell Drummond, I think. I don't know whether Crawley was saying something on the umpire. I doubt it was a thumbs up to the bowler.
It was a good duck, actually.
Yeah.
It's quite satisfying, although I'm not sure it's a feature of my own game, but when you do duck a good bounce of well, it's, well, A, there's a sense of relief, but also you're hoping it's a deterrent from many more. Look, he's got out of the way of that easily. And he's had a swish, and that got through. He's going to keep following through.
Yeah.
He's not saying anything, I think, to Bell Drummond. He's coming down to... he pitched a lot shorter than that, I think, old son.
That's what you were saying, wasn't it, about ducking one and getting out of the way of it well? That's the opposite there. A bit of a go at it.
Dipped through, though. He took that head-hided route. And now he's Gregory's pottering back now to increase the numbers on the leg side. So Bell Drummond thinks he knows what's coming.
I doubt he expected that.
And he doesn't get it.
That was, not a delivery that Pretorius...
Well, he was aiming for a Yorker. He was aiming for a Yorker, I think. I think it was a sort of element of the old double bluff. And which I like, the fact that, but it was the intended Yorker as the batsman's getting ready for another short ball. But he didn't quite get it in the right spot. Nothing wrong with the thought process there, I don't think.
No.
He's racing in, though. And calmly tapped away for an easier single from Crawley.
Hard work out there for Somerset at the moment.
Yeah.
Miguel Pretorius has done his fair share of the work.
Certainly has today. He's bowled 11 overs in this innings, but he bowled probably about 7 or 8 this morning. Leach. Still searching for a wicket in this innings.
Nearly picked one up in the previous over. 7 bowlers used by Somerset.
Gregory's loosening himself, maybe his turn.
Dixon and Banton of the outfield players who haven't had a go. 257 for 1. It's a fine score, but there's still a whole day to go.
Well, we talked about, it's a long way to go today. It's 27 overs, but I was thinking, Somerset would need really to get 4. If they've got 4 wickets down, they would set off with some optimism. But finding those wickets is not straightforward.
Oh, they'll want Crawley out. Crawley's the key, isn't he? Now.
He might get tired. Do you think he might get tired?
Clutching at those straws.
He's just miscued that straight drive. I mean, he might not bother.
Yeah, why bother?
That's the rational response, but not necessarily the response of the modern player.
He's happy here, defending. Doesn't want to give it away. Like he almost did in the previous over.
Yeah.
That would have been the start of some big Somerset celebrations there, I think. Getting rid of Crawley. Approaching his 150 now.
Quite a good bat twiddler, Crawley, isn't it? Quite in the Alex Stewart class.
No, he was
pretty good though.
single run.
That's all right. Well, it might be tight, but it's not. Put a bit of pressure on Bill Drummond, sticking someone under his nose. See if that does something.
Big Banton, I should think.
No protection on the offside now on the boundary, but Peter's good enough to bowl that one there.
He really is close in, Tom Banton there. Default.
Just quite got it right there. There'll be a couple more.
Magic might be what's needed. We've had the full shot and it wasn't taken. Very tough chance, as we've said, but something kicks out of the dirt. Oh, he's using his feet here, Bell Drummond. Pretty well. Keeps the strike as well after that over. 261 for one.
Sort of forces with him. I think this is almost the quickest spell I've seen him bowl.
Well, there we go. Looks nice, doesn't it? Beer Insider Festival, 2nd of August. Fingers crossed it'll be weather like this.
Over 100 beers and ciders.
Yeah.
Struggle to try all of them on Friday the 2nd, I thought.
I don't know, Vic. We've seen you at the Beer Insider Festivals. 6 or 7 pints going at once.
Well, no, but that is that during a 50 over match?
Yes, it'll be the floodlit game there, the 2 o'clock start on that one. Come across the right-hander here from Pretorius.
That's good. There on the edge.
You'd think the Somerset players would get frustrated with these pitches if they keep doing this, won't they? Because it'll only cause issues for bowlers.
Well, they obviously, I mean, it's an issue. It's a difficult problem to resolve, and they don't want to get. Obviously, they're scarred by getting that point suspension that made them a bit more cautious too. And I think we know they prepared 2 pitches for this match. This is the greener one. The other one has had a mat on it all throughout, and would probably been a bit barer. Notion was that perhaps this would turn, but I don't think they thought it would turn significantly. So it's getting that right balance. I mean, often you turn up on the first day, you think, well, this is a good pitch, there's bounce, there's enough movement, there's nicks of carrying. But then by day 3, nothing seems to happen. It's still getting through. Pretorius has got it through pretty well in this spell. So there is some pace there, a bit of pace. No lateral movement though. So you're desperately looking for some movement of some sort. The ground is so lush that you're not going to get much reverse swing. People talk a lot about reverse swing. We haven't seen any of that at Taunton this year.
No.
So the other option, particularly when you have got Leach and Shoaib, is to make that thing turn. But of course, it's not an exact science. And having been stung a few years back and vilified,
it's edged for 4.
Yeah, there's no one near that. It's a moral victory that's 4 more runs.
Crawley 149.
It's quite a dangerous route. Everyone gets very uptight if it spins from the start. If it seems all day, well, no, it's too possible. It's England, and, that's what happens. But that is one option to explore again. That I suppose that you get a surface where the spinners are seriously in the game at the moment. Where's that gone?
He's made it pretty much straight down.
Well. I mean, that's. Hasn't middled that. I mean, there's a missed time pull near the splice. He is working up a good pace, Pretorius. He deserves it, even if he can't get one.
26, boy.
What was working for earlier in the first innings, so they're pushing it much fuller. Now they've dropped it much shorter. Pitch has flattened out a lot since then. Conditions are good for batting. That's nicely swashbuckling shot, just for a single, pushing it out, driving it square for 1 run, which brings up 150 for Zach Crawley, who is single-handedly here. Doing an extremely good job. Well, Drummond is there, hanging on. 36 from 62, so he's supporting well, but at the moment, Crawley, it's the Crawley show, really, what we've been watching since Kent started this innings.
He'll be the comma when you're writing. Not that I do that anymore, but, if it's a name, it's very often the intro is so-and-so, comma. I mean, it's a pretty boring start, but, nonetheless it works. It's Zach Crawley, comma, off we go.
Yeah.
Today.
Go on then, what would that line be?
Well, the boring conventional is that, after a run of failures, Jack Crawley has reminded us all why he'll be lining up in the first test, blah, 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 to relief of lateral reflectors, he's demonstrated.
Well, I can't believe you don't do it anymore, Vic, because I would have read it. I'd have read every word of that.
I'm practically asleep already. But I think you'd have to start with Zach Crawley. Well, quite rightly. He deserves it. Fatal if you're playing a game down here. Or if not playing, might have been watching it.
Oh, that's in the air, but it's going to land safe.
It's a couple moral victories.
Yeah,
he's tempted by that empty lakeside field.
Oh, how frustrating for Leach.
There was a game down here many moons ago when I don't know, I might get some of the names wrong, but it might have been Beefy rushing in against Yorkshire at 6:30. Somerset having batted most of the day, Yorkshire go in, boycott opening the batting. And it might have been Bath. It probably was, but I'm not certain. But anyway, he bounced him out. He's caught on the edge.
Oh.
What a great moment. Thing is, 6:30, 7:15, you've already written your copy. You aren't going to. So you've got to get your timing right as a player. If you want a good
6:30 is not the time to do it.
6:30 is no good.
Deadlines have gone by that point.
But yes.
Cricket seems to me, I speak to quite a few journalists about this, writers, not broadcasters. Cricket seems to me like one of the worst sports for deadlines, for working around deadlines, especially because it happens all over the world, and if you're following tours or anything like that, it can happen in the middle of the game, and you think, well, actually, we don't know what.
The Caribbean's a nightmare, because play finishes about 10:30 at night, so you're just getting for the last edition. I mean, the World Cup, that last World Cup, it was a fantastic, the New Zealand victory, or victory over New Zealand by the slenderest of margins. It's quite a good one for contrasting to write about, because it was Saturday and the deadlines were tight certainly for the first edition, very tight, and for the last couple of hours of the match it seemed like New Zealand were just going to get there, so you start writing on that base, and then all hell breaks.
Yes, almost indescribable.
You have to scrap it.
Yeah.
And then it's just a mad scramble. You don't really know what you're writing. So from a writer's point of view, it's a nightmare. But you've done what you've done a lot of broadcasting. From a broadcaster's point of view, of course, you don't care about the fact that it's just magic when you get that sort of finish. But for a writer, it can cause a lot of havoc in your head, because all these wonderful pearls that you've been shining throughout the afternoon about the Kane Williamson or whoever it was, they just all have to go in the bin, and you've just got to scramble like fury to try and sum up what's just happened, which was astonishing. But if you're broadcasting, of course, nothing better than a tight finish. The consequences are not so.
Well, when you finish, turn off your microphone and you walk away.
Yeah.
And you think, what a great day that was.
And then you go and pick up the award, Chuck.
Yeah, that's it. Wow.
So you had different priorities, whether you're writing about it in a way, or whether you are. Although, you have to acknowledge that when it's so epic, even as a writer, you think, well, I'm glad to be here. And let's just scramble like fury and hope for the best.
And actually, on those sorts of games, Bell Drummond hits that one into the ground. I'll pick up at least one, just the single. On those sorts of games, with that, it actually takes a while for the dust to settle. And what readers want in the morning, perhaps, is just almost an explanation of events, really, rather than the great analysis which will come.
Yeah, I mean, you've got funny deadlines too on Saturdays, so you have got time afterwards for a game set in England, like that World Cup, to go back to. You don't want to start polishing it up and making it a bit more coherent. Or actually, when you're really up against a deadline, and the first rule is to get it there on time. Really, you send it, and then 5 minutes later, you have not a clue what you've written. It's a bit like, and no doubt you felt the same when you're broadcasting at the climax of whatever event. You're so sort of absorbed by what's happening out there that if anyone asks you 10 minutes later, 5 minutes later, well, what did you have to say about that? You wouldn't have a clue, would you? Anyway, such drama is currently absent.
Yes, this one isn't. It's not quite like that day, is it? So
not yet. It could be slow, but there's just been a couple moments of hope for Jack Leach against Crawley, couple of false shots, but I'm a bit worried now about our captain, or Somerset's captain, who's now hobbling back. He's stayed very fit, and he is an absolute gold dust cricketer for the team. But he's not looking at his most nimble at the moment. But he seems relatively cheerful as he walks back with a smile on his face for some reason.
Him and Jack Leach both having a good old laugh.
I think they're sort of being a bit cynically old pro-ish about this, getting on with it despite everything. He's just beaten the duck.
Take from Rue again, standing up to Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, I think Jack's been quite busy out there, trying to just keep everyone going.
Let's have a look at that one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's just got him playing. He missed it by quite a distance in the end. He shouldn't have been playing, or shouldn't have been blocking it. Well, 273 for one.
Still 23 overs left today.
23 overs. There's still time to get 3 wickets.
Oh, yeah. Well, a couple can fall quickly, especially if players are waiting a long time in a changing room. Distracted.
However, that's several.
If I stayed off all day, then I wouldn't be able to bowl.
I think I'll summon Sam.
He's fresh. Been summoned.
He's fresh. He's crunching on a word.
What happened to those chocolates yesterday? Did they?
I don't know.
They disappeared. I left them here overnight.
Well, don't look at. I don't know because it's just the time for it.
Yes. I see. If
you can't trust them.
Did the production team steal the chocolates we had in here yesterday?
I'm sure it wouldn't have been. It can't have been the BBC.
Surely not. No evidence in there. No wrappers. Well, what a mystery.
Well, I don't know.
Have we got CCTV in this room? Was commentary cam on all night?
Well, there must be a number for security.
Yeah, I think we go down there and we give go give Jamie Cox a bit of a
telling what's going on. Enough trouble. There may be floods. There may be floods over in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion as there was in the last game. But you can't have half-hour celebrations being taken away.
No, absolutely.
Especially when you've done the needful.
Yeah. So who's had them then?
It is a mystery.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery. Anyone want to own up? at the club here, anyone watching on those screens? I'd have my eye on Spencer Bishop. I think. Keep an eye on him. I'd be worried about that. Here comes Leach again. Oh, just defending.
Well, that's quite an allegation to make.
Well, I'm just saying I'm keeping an eye on it. That's all. I couldn't say any more or less than that.
Trigo hasn't been here.
Well, yeah, no, he can't be him. Harry Everett, mind you, was around, wasn't he?
He's a hungry man, isn't he? Yeah. He is a hungry man. But I mean, but that doesn't. Before the speculation gets too rife, I'm going to start a search party.
Yes, we need more facts. This is the sort of thing podcasts are based on, aren't they? They're sort of these petty small crimes you can go into great depth on. Well, I don't know what's happened. We are without the chocolates today. Just waiting for the culprit to own up. Someone here at the ground will know. Brian the cat is one of the suggestions. He's done well to pick it up and take it somewhere. Sam Rhymes comes alongside me. 275 for 1 is the score. Bear in mind, Kent scored 178 all out earlier on today. Feels like a long time ago, that. Those wickets falling.
Because every time I come and sit back down, the game situation hasn't changed, just the score moves
Yeah,
on a bit further.
yeah, the runs move on, but the wickets column does not. That's certainly true.
What time we scheduled to play till this evening?
Well, it won't go on any later than 7.
Yeah.
And the light will be good enough. So what have we got? About an hour and a half until then. 23 overs. So it's about right. It's going to be about 7 o'clock-ish, I'd have thought. Well, if Leach bowls a lot, it might be 10 or 15 minutes early.
Money's worth, I suppose, we come in today.
Yeah, absolutely. Stopped.
I'd love to get the inside the mind of Jason Kerr, Andy Hurren, their thoughts on things today.
Well, it all started so well. We've seen 6 wickets today, which is slightly less than perhaps you'd think of on an average day's cricket. You'd probably expect to have seen 6 or 7 by now. But those 5 came so quickly in the morning. We were swapping over innings by just after 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
And since then, just the one.
Just the one. It's like buses, isn't it? It's been, I don't know, it feels a bit... sapping is the wrong word, it feels harsh, but it's been a bit deflating, isn't it?
Well, this is the sort of thing we saw against Nottinghamshire, and Somerset, if the pitch is going to do this, Somerset have got to be prepared to bowl and bowl and bowl and keep working away. They've got time. That's a nice shot from Crawley. That'll go away for 4 as well. Another boundary for Zach Crawley. He's looked really good today. Wouldn't mind watching him do this with England shirt on.
I'd rather that than doing that.
Yeah, nice shot.
It's tough, Gregor, isn't it? Because he
served it up there, really.
Bowled a few overs today. He's got to manage his field. He's got to deal with, in fairness, for Britain in May. It's quite hot out there. He's got to think about bowling rotations and changes and his own fields. He's dealing with a man that's seeing it like a football at the minute. The quickest bloke around. Nonetheless, he has stuck to his task. Comes in again. Almost a carbon copy, but straight at the man at short extra.
South East Stars have beaten Western Storm by just 4 runs. Frustratingly close. Yeah.
Tough.
Very close game. Sophie Luff couldn't manage to hang on right to the end. She got out just a couple of runs before the end, couple of balls before the end, actually.
It's a shame they've had a couple close ones, haven't they?
Yeah, Emma Corney's done well, back in the side. Neve Holland scoring 32, Corney 40. Short.
Ooh.
And that's going to be another 4. Nice expensive over at the moment. Well, good take in the crowd there as it bounced up off the boundary rope.
Bit of a tired delivery, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, great. Well, a lot of the bowlers have bowled, they've taken on a lot of overs now. That is the risk with enforcing a follow-on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're a bowler down. Josh Davies not bowled today, feeling sick this morning, so he's been on the field a little bit but hasn't bowled. And there's a lot to ask on a pitch which is flattening out. Well, has flattened out.
It's tough, isn't it? You said it this morning.
Wide. It's tempting, deliberately put out there. And Dixon's done well, just to make sure that it didn't run away for 4.
How hard? Or it might not be. What kind of job is it for someone like James Rue here? The skipper's bowling. He needs a bit of an uplift. James Rue's the guy, the man. Generally, the keepers are the ones to keep the energy levels up. How difficult for someone like Lewis Gregory. He's got enough on his plate as it is. He's just dropped one short and then spray one down the offside. His next thought is set the field for the next over. Go back. How am I going to get one of these 2 out? We've got to make something happen.
Still smiling, Lewis Gregory. Just widening out. A big strong offside field here. So I think we know where this is going. Trying to tempt him into these slashy shots, these drives that he's putting through the offside. Like that. It's nicely played. Not going to get a wicket like that.
He's even timed that nice, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's not a wicket-taking delivery, is it? It's quite defensive, which is completely understandable with the state of the game. Somerset have been forced into that position. Just craving something. Craving. Tough chance for Craig, wasn't it? That catch, but that sticks, suddenly.
Yeah, for Casey, it was a difficult chance.
Sorry, yeah.
It was would have been a very, very good catch if he'd held on to it. Trying the ball again. Surely this is. I'm going to see the fourth.
Unprecedented.
It's not going through. What's going on? They're changing it again. I've never seen this. On to the fourth. I think this is the fourth change.
Yeah, I had one when Vic and I were on. Yeah. This ball is.
They're going to run out of balls soon, aren't they? How many have they got?
Jake Balls was back on yesterday, was he? All this running.
Oh my goodness! I've never seen anything like that. I mean, Somerset will be. I said they'd be pleased. They've tried it 3 times and they've only picked up 1 wicket, but obviously that ball wasn't offering them much. They're just waiting for the one which is going to swing.
Yeah. Got one in there that someone's been working on. It's difficult, isn't it? This ball's less than 65 overs old. That's change every 15, 16 overs. But unfortunately, it hasn't made a jot difference today.
Well, they've got 15 overs till the new ball is available. I suspect they'll take it unless something starts to happen with this one.
22 left in the day. Try and get those 15 whittled through and then have a few overs at the end with Craig and maybe Grover himself, Miguel maybe.
Probably Miguel. I don't know. Well, it depends how long it will be between.
Yeah.
Who bowls what when, but
try and get Leachy through.
Pretorius has been, for me, he's been up there with one of the best for Somerset at the moment.
I agree.
Bell Drummond on strike then. This newish ball.
Nicely played. Just guided down.
Came quite quickly onto the bat. Pick up 2. Good running.
Very good running.
Throws a bit tricky for Root.
They've run well today.
Yep.
Run very well. They've run the ones in the ring really well. They've tested. And that's, in fairness, how easy. If you're a batter and you're in and set, you can just wait for the 4 ball and wait for one to sweep. Actually, they've kept challenging those fielders in the ring. They kept the pressure on, forced some changes. I mean, we've seen, how many times have we seen James Rood come up to the stumps, go back out again, come back up again?
Yeah, it's work out what's best.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if Rood's gone back because he did feel that perhaps came to him a bit quicker. That's not the one. End of another over there. Well, what does Somerset do here? They've tried ball changes, 4 of them now. That doesn't seem to be doing anything.
They've tried all manner of plans, haven't they? Like sometimes I think it's one of those, isn't it? Like you try as you will, try as you might. Everything's in their favour at the minute. If you can, momentum is with them. They've got someone that's in a set anchoring in innings. They've got the weather's in their favour. Sometimes you know what, they're playing well. It's going to take a really, really good delivery, or it's going to take a bit of misfortune to get one of these 2 guys removed. Somerset just have to keep going because game can change so quickly. 1 wicket brings 2, brings 3. Somerset take 2, 3 wickets before the end of play tonight. Changes the whole complexion again going into tomorrow. In the meantime, wickets look extremely difficult to come by. But it's going to be Jack Leach to continue from the river end. Right-handed call is forward. Drummond eager to get on the other end. Soak up some strike, but he's sent back by his partner. Mulling things over at first slip.
Brilliant innings this from Crawley. Absolutely fantastic. In a way, it's almost textbook, really. He had that 1 chance put down by Aldridge. Half a chance, really. He's barely given anything away here. No chances.
Yeah, very clinical. I've said it earlier to Vic as well as yourself. He's not once really looked out of control. It's all been very organised, Well timed. Somerset have got to find a way to break this plateau though, isn't it? It's a bit of a stalemate at the minute, and it suits Kent because, well, time's no issue. Suddenly it's gone the other way. Somerset are the ones having to force the issue now.
Yep.
Look at that this morning. It was all Kent having to force everything. That's what I feel.
Yeah, well, the difference is that Kent, Somerset are trying to force a win, whereas Kent are playing for a draw, so that is a slight difference. But yeah, it is now in Somerset's hands really to make something happen.
Changes the outlook, doesn't it, for Somerset? Kent get a draw here. They've salvaged a few points. Somerset get a draw. They've actually missed out on 8, 10, 12 points. How are they going to miss out on? So, yeah, it's a shame. It's drop points in a way. Football terms, isn't it? Drop points. Which in a Division 1 that's as competitive as it is at the top end, every point matters, especially your home games, isn't it? It's crucial.
Well, we're not looking a million miles away from what we had in the Nottinghamshire game here, where Nottinghamshire finished 440 for 2, I want to say.
Joe Clark.
440 for 2. Well, look at that. We're not really that far away. I know another 150 runs is a lot, but still, they've got 1 wicket down after 290.
With an hour and a bit to play tonight, you can make a big inroad in that, can't you?
Yeah, that was Clark and Young who really did get stuck in. 174 for Young, 213 for Clark. They just batted and batted. Well, this isn't going to be the sort of cricket that will win you championships. This is the pitches making things very hard for Somerset. Not only is it hard to win on these, the one against Essex was it was a bit too far the other way, but it was a tremendous game of cricket. But this is really tough for Somerset's bowlers. You know, these are the bowlers who are going to have to put in hours and hours of bowling, wearing themselves out. So they need a bit of a resolution to this, I think, Somerset. They need to find that, whatever it is, that just makes these pitches a bit more lively in the day 3 and 4 under sunny skies. Crawley reaching for that one a bit.
Just having a look at the next fixtures for both these sides. Somerset travel north up to Durham, and Kent play Essex at home. Durham 5th in the table at the minute as it stands. Obviously they're playing at the minute. They require 360 odd with 8 wickets in hand, so they've got a steep task. But points are going to be so crucial. Surrey, after a big win today,
yeah, well parried. It won't go all the way. Leach is after it.
Yeah, as you're saying, you know, Surrey up the top there, 1-4 of 6. One of those draws against Somerset.
1-4 of 6. That's good, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And then, you know, Essex next best. They've won 2 of their 5 playing at the minute. Somerset on 1 of their 5. Durham 1 out of 5. It's so congested. All these points become so important. Batting, bowling points. Yeah, it's tightly packed in there. After that round of fixtures, obviously we'll take a break from the 4-day format into the glitz and glamour of the T20 Blast.
Yeah, won't mind seeing the crowd in, seeing it bouncing here like it often does under the lights.
Contrast on Friday night, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Always good fun.
Yeah, you look left, don't you? And Somerset stand is generally the hot spot, isn't it, for entertainment? Yeah.
Crawley on strike on 165 now. In the air, and has it gone between the 2 catchers there, all the way for 4. Well, it would have. It absolutely flew through that area. But Crawley, that's how well he's seeing it. Crawley is still taking on those shots, knowing that there's those 2 catchers in that area, and he's picking the gap between them, and that isn't a big gap. Look at that.
That says it all, the fact that both the fielders were rooted to the spot, looked at one another.
Yeah.
Gregory sort of looked up in the air. He said he said that for like a few times today. I do feel for him. You know, another day that goes straight to one of those fielders, and you're laughing. As it is, Crawley marches on, 169 not out.
Another big drive, this time picking out Leach, who's at mid-off.
He's got free rein here, Leach. With deliveries like that Crawley, he can just lean in, throw his hands at the ball.
More of a short extra cover, really, Leach, especially now he's moving further up. 3 catches, all in that area, because that's where Crawley likes to punish it. He loves to push the ball through that area. 169 he's on now. The score is 296, so the 300's almost up. Kent will be absolutely ruin the fact that this isn't their first innings, because they'd be well on track for lots of points here.
Yeah.
As it is, it's their second, so they won't get any for it. Didn't pick up a single one at the batting points. Just a single in the end, frustrating for Lewis Gregory. End of another over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Josh Davey might have been very interesting to see on this. It's his. He's so consistently on it. Every ball is in the right area. Very rarely do you see wide or wasted balls from Josh Davey. Not saying he would have cleaned up 9 wickets, but he might have just made one more breakthrough.
It's also the kind of situation where, with all the bowlers, in fairness, conceding a boundary, well, to start with, it wasn't overly worrying because Somerset had a huge sort of lead.
In the air, it's going to be safe.
Shot. Yeah, no one out there, is there?
No, it's going to run away over the boundary. Another 4 for Crawley, who sweeps Jack Leach hard.
He's making this ground look quite small.
Yeah, he is.
Biggest ground in the world, but Josh Davey, exactly the kind of guy who would just nag a line in length and would just challenge someone outside off stump. Generally pretty economical as well.
300 up, 301 for 1. The score now. Somerset have taken a real pasting from Zach Crawley.
I mean, 174 of 225 deliveries.
Very good.
75 strike rate, Zach Crawley. Ever so impressive.
He's barely given a chance. One slight miss hit off Leach, which was really tough chance to Casey Aldridge, who you can't really blame for only being able to get one hand to it and not quite take it. But other than that, spectacular. Considering he was out first ball in the first innings, Zach Crawley.
Yeah, you don't get many second chances in this game, do you? But in fairness, he's absolutely taken his.
Yeah. Nice ball from Leach. I'll pick up a single though, because that's a vacant area of the field. The field is mostly on the offside. Crawley retakes his position in the striker's end.
He doesn't really seem to have got out of third gear, if that.
No, I would agree with that.
He's just kind of like...
It doesn't feel like he's trying very hard.
No, all of his shots have been really elegant and nicely played, but he's not gone hard at the ball. He hasn't needed to. It's been a really, really classic example of how to build an innings, I think. Did the work early on just to see things through, and then as soon as he got to 30-40, absolutely motored.
Yeah.
And he was 100 not out before you knew it. And these are the hundreds that save you games. These are the big innings. Said at the top of the show this morning, didn't we? We had one of these two needed to go on, and sharp gloves from James Ruin Vane.
Look out.
Bit of friendly
Come
fire.
on, James. At least make sure your man's watching when you throw it back to him.
Like a sheepish schoolboy there, isn't he, James Ruin?
That's the last thing we want. Jack Leach getting a bump on the head from a ball being thrown back to him like that. Bell Drummond coming forwards. Good player, Bell Drummond.
Yeah, more than. Very good player. Yeah. Yes, it'd be interesting to see get the thoughts of those Somerset players walking off tonight into tomorrow.
Well,
if this stays.
Tough old day. This is the sort of day where these are not the days you think of as a cricketer you're really looking forward to, are they? These are the days where you sort of think, oh, this is the hard grind. You've got to have these days to have the good days as well.
These days linger though, these days sit with you. You've done such a good job for the first 2 days, and you think, how have we gone from where we were? Not really done a lot wrong, but actually we've just come up in the face of two or three batsmen who've all got in your set.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the ball isn't being offered much by the pitch, but yeah, you're right, you've still got to score the runs.
What a contrast to the Essex game. We had, you couldn't take your eyes off it, and it was, ball was seaming around corners. It was doing all sorts. It was 2 great seam bowling attacks. Porter and Cook. Essex did a really good job. Exposed that swing.
We're going to see Renshaw from the other end to which he was bowling earlier.
Here, Somerset's golden arm.
Well, he's the only one with a wicket at the moment.
Short odds on that this morning, isn't there?
Yeah. Here he comes around the wicket to Crawley, who is fairly easily finding a gap in the point area. Just a single added then. Brings on Bell Drummond. Both these, Bell Drummond, in fact, he's well set really. 43. He's seen a lot of delivery. 79. So he's going to take some getting out as well. There's no easy option for Somerset here. It's not like he's the inexperienced batter or the new batter anymore. He's been there for a long time.
No. I wonder if you look through this Kent card from this morning. Yeah, the top 5 very strong as they're showing. I just think Somerset have to try and get their way through to get into Joe Danley, and after him, can you try and get to that tail? It wasn't a great tail, was it?
Well, this is why sort of 3 or 4 down by the end of play would be so huge for Somerset, but at the moment they're just not looking like they're going to get there. Can't see how they do it. Full toss, swept straight to the fielder.
You could have put that anywhere.
Yeah, a bit of a strange ball from Matt Renshaw.
Yes, it's difficult, isn't it? Because you fall down overnight. You think, well, 1 wicket, you're into the bowlers, and tail didn't look great. Can't be thinking, well, we just keep batting.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah. Take the draw. They'll get 10 points for it.
It takes it out of the Somerset players as well. These bowlers have been through the graph today.
16 points it will be for a draw for Somerset, which will be too bad. Sorry, only got 19 for a win, so
it's not a terrible return by any stretch.
No.
It's just a case of what could have been. Isn't it?
That's in the air, and will be 4 because there's no one in that area. The 2 fielders didn't even bother running. And it's another 4 for Zach Crawley, who moves into the 180s, 182.
Special.
Yeah, this is a special innings we're watching here.
Absolutely, I think
well, he's proving why he's in that position in England. He's the opening batter for England for a very good reason, which is that when he gets going, he's hard to stop.
Absolutely, he is.
As quite a few test attacks have found out.
Still a very good crowd presence, isn't it?
Well, they're watching the special innings, as you say.
Yeah, absolutely staying on.
Make the most of these sorts of days.
Yeah.
You don't get too many of them where the sun's beating down, even though Somerset are up against it here. Well, when I say up against it, they're not going to lose. They're trying to force a win.
Shouldn't do.
Well, yeah, no, let's never rule it out.
Shouldn't do. But no, you're right. Somerset looking... Still get a decent amount of points out of this fixture. So Leach then from the far end. Bit of grip, bit of bounce.
Yeah.
Encouraging.
Well left. The deficit now is just 300. It's 64.
We'd like 300.
Well, we had 300 at one point. Yeah,
64. It's just a couple of big shots from Zach Crawley. Leach in again. Bit back of a leg. Oh, missed field.
Through the fielder.
It's going to be picked up on the boundary. Ross Davey. Another 1. Daniel Drummond. Crawley retakes his mark. Sets himself up. Where's he looking? How's he going to take on? Is he going to take on Jack Leach? Knocking through. Crammed infield. Pushes back at 1. I think his temperament's been superb today. As I was like,
really good.
He's picked his balls to go after.
Yeah.
And he's played Leach really well. Although it's not been loads of spin. It's varied his pace and his flight.
Leach sort of rolling his eyes a bit at that one. Come on, pitch, give me something.
Exactly.
Give me a little bit of turn. Just enough. Nothing really being offered.
Take 1 down to So we can't hear loads of stuff. We haven't got a stump mic or anything. We can't hear the audio out there. But judging by some of the body language out there, it's clearly taking its toll.
Yeah, it's quite quiet, I should think. It's a big old gap there. Just the one run, 314 now. The score, end of another Jack Leach over. Will we continue? Yes, we're going to see Renshaw. The man with the wicket.
And he makes something happen.
10 overs till a new ball is available. Wonder if that'll probably be what Gregory's thinking here. Get through to that, see if that makes any difference. It might not.
No. If there's someone you could have, the other options that are somehow available to them at the minute. Davey obviously was bugged. Jake Ball, Tom Abel's unfit. Adam Merva's been away. Any one of those you would have looked at with a different style, a different angle, a different option. Someone could have been.
I think. Well, Josh Davey definitely would, for the reasons we talked about a little while ago.
Yeah.
But I think this pitch is going to be very tricky to take wickets on for anyone, to be honest. Yeah, it's going to rely on. It's going to rely on batter error.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a chase on there. It's done well. So that's one thing to bear in mind.
We haven't seen a lot. We haven't seen many false shots today. A couple, handful.
I don't. Oh.
Hard
swept.
Sweep. Hard sweep by Sex. Square leg and mid wicket. Zach Crawley continues to stride on. He's absolutely rocketed that. It's along the floor the whole way.
He is seeing it so well.
Absolutely, he is. I mean, this is difficult because Renshaw's bowling to a 50-yard boundary out there. It's not big at all. That's cutely played as well. From that might make the race up the hill. Should be cut off. He's got a square leg and a mid wicket both in the boundary, and then we've got a sort of a mid wicket saving one, and we've got a lot more cow corner almost long on. But you can just pick and choose at will there, Crawley, whether he goes after it and bisects the field. Again, he's played that down to the same region. Just keep milking ones.
Well, he's done well to get that in that region there, because the ball.
Out of all of the ones he's faced, that was the furthest one, wasn't it? Outside of stump.
Furthest outside off. He's done. Yeah, he's really tried hard to get it in that backwards of square leg area, just for the single.
Just to show the face and run this down to point, but Hamid cuts it off. Concludes another over. Kent sitting pretty. 325 for the loss of one wicket. Ben Compton, who was adjudged LBW by Matt Renshaw just before tea a couple hours ago. Since then, it's been one-way traffic. Zach Crawley's marched on. Irrepressible.
Oh, it's been brilliant.
192 not out. 235 deliveries. Daniel Bell Drummond has played a tiny support role. 48 off 86. Jack Leach is trying everything in his armoury to try and make something happen. So these two are in and set. So Leach will continue on the river end, bowling with a slip, backward point, short extra cover, mid off and a sweeper. Another little paddle sweep.
Don't think he'd have done that if there was a leg slip waiting there.
No, paddle sweep from Crawley.
I want to put a leg slip in when he's on. He keeps on looking for that area. And then you open up another one, don't you? It's tough for Somerset. That area probably is one they don't mind being punished.
The thing at the minute is that it's not even as though Leach is bowling a straight line that is conducive to that shot. He's picking it up from outside off stump, from leg stump. And the problem is, like you say, if you come and block this fine leg 45 channel another fielder, you open up extra cover.
Yeah, and he's picking gaps across all the field so well. So you probably don't mind him looking at that area.
I think that's a better line. Leach is going to turn the ball away from the right-hander. Off stump channel and get that ball moving away a bit. He can't be. He's dropped a couple short today that have been whipped away through point. Got to try and encourage him to come forward. That's the one.
There we go.
A little bit of movement from Belgium. But at least that way, you're not giving him one. You're not giving either of the batters one out to mid wicket, or you're giving them one to a sweeper. He's got to try and engage the field a bit. He's got to hair for his one if he wants one.
Now that is in the air. Will that be taken? No, I don't think so. It's going all the way. Has it gone for 6 or 4? It was dangled in the air for a long time. It's Andy Umeed who was underneath it. What's it done? 4 or 6? I did for a moment.
Well, first glimpse I thought it was gone, and then
it dropped inside the boundary. I think it's 4.
No, I couldn't. I don't know.
Well, he didn't get all of that actually, because that's the shorter boundary there as well. And if he'd properly nailed it, he's given it 6. Oh, I've got to say I thought it was a 4.
thought that dropped inside.
Maybe our camera wasn't that close to it, so perhaps it was.
Does this leave Zach Crawley on 199?
Oh yeah.
Here we go then. Leach, Crawley. Just prods it forward.
So he's 199, or as Sam Dalling would say, he's on 200. There he is, 199, scores triple Nelson for 1.
Leaching again. Zach Crawley, 199 not out. And he won't be granted the one. I have to wait another over. Leach with a stubborn reply. Kent, 333 for 1. Zach Crawley poised on 199 after a simply sensational innings. A masterclass on how to build an innings. As he came in this morning, he worked away, observed the good deliveries, took his time. 30s and 40s he started to open up, and without really trying.
We're going to see Umeed bowling. The change.
Umeed, he had a 1 over earlier, I think. 1 over done for 3. Down as a leg break. We're not sure if it's coming out. Leg break. Is it off break? I mean, whatever factors really. I don't think anyone will be too judged as long as.
It definitely looks to me like finger spin.
Change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Coming in, sponsored by SJM Properties.
See, to me that looks like wrist spin.
Yeah, maybe he is. Now we've got a better angle of it, but he's walking away from us. Let's have a look. He's down as a leg spinner, so he should be leg spin really.
Does he bring his hand over the top of that ball?
Let's have a look. I'm not getting much clue from the pitch because it's not going to turn much.
Does that look like finger spin?
Again, from the back, it definitely looks like he's running off his finger.
Oh, that's poor.
Well, that's a run that didn't need to happen.
I think that's a little bit symptomatic, potentially, of today's.
Oh, that's 50 for Bell Drummond.
50 for Bell Drummond.
Interesting way to bring it up.
Pause. Rather than pick the ball up, so he was running in there, kicked the ball towards the stumps, and no one was backing up, so it gave the second for Bell Drummond to get his 50.
Seriously frustrating now, this partnership for Somerset. It's been there for so long. Dragged it down a bit there, Umeed.
So are we going to get to see it? Zach Crawley. So it's going to be Umeed to Crawley. Man, sweepers coming in from deep square. In fact, all the sweepers are coming in. Extra covers up. And Umeed saying, if you want to get your 200, sorry, you can go and hit it over the top of the field. Here it is. Umeed to Crawley. He goes all the way over the top.
The whole
into
way.
The stand. What a way to go to a double 100. A quite spectacular innings from Zach Crawley. Plundering shot over long on. And as he celebrates quite deservedly with Daniel Bell Drummond, he's met with a raucous applause around the Cooper Associates County Ground. A sensational innings today from the England opener, exemplifying all his skills. So why he is the main man and he holds the key for Kent here. What a way to get there. Incredible shot over long on.
Who's been chanceless really? Just that one ball that comes to mind where he was kind of a half chance really. But apart from that, it has been textbook. This is how you do it. 206, not out, and he has looked brilliant today, and that is why he is the England opening, or one of the two England opening batters. Simple as that. He's great when he gets going.
Says a lot about him as well. I mean, he brought all the as you would someone on 199. You bring all the field up, try and squeeze the remaining ounce of pressure. So what does he do? Just skips down the track and plunders it into the stand. Wow, and over that saw a few things. But Kent sitting pretty, 344 for 1. Zach Crawley, 206. Not out.
Yeah, really good work from the Kent opener. He's still there. 343 for 1 is mammoth. We've had a 440 for 2, and as I said, we're not far away from that really. 107 more runs. They've still got a wicket to play with to reach that particular target.
Just having it through Zach Crawley's numbers. That'll be his 11th first class 100. Average of 32. That'll be bumped up significantly. He can hold a. See how protective he is about his averages. If he holds a red inker or not. If he carries on just playing.
How many first class double centuries? At least 2, isn't it? I wonder if he's had more than that. He scored that 267 for England.
Yeah. It's at least 2 now. He slapped that with a bit of disdain, didn't he?
Yeah. Might start to see him open his arms now.
Yeah, we might do.
He might start playing now.
He might just click into white ball mode now. Unlikely Bell Drummond does the same. I would hazard a guess. I think he's got one more.
Bell Drummond will be eyeing up 100 here and more. Why not?
It's
a whole day to bat tomorrow.
Yeah, we're getting the record books out tomorrow if we're not careful.
Well, I think we need to start having a look now, to be honest.
Highest 3rd wicket stands. 2nd wicket stands, apologies. Doesn't that wicket of that Renshaw LBW seen a while ago? Sort of distant memory now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, their highest partnership is very high for the 2nd wicket. It's 423, so we're nowhere near that yet. I'll have to have a look at their stats against Somerset. Might be approaching that now.
I'll go over 4 as well. Speed backward point. Daniel Bell Drummond getting in the action.
Although having said that, the wicket sort of fell halfway between. You know, it's a big score, but actually the wicket was around about the 200 mark, wasn't it? So actually, it's only 150 run the partnership. True. Only 150. Not a lot to celebrate there. No, they've done well. 150 runs.
Maybe we just see the biggest partnership that Zach Crawley's been involved in.
That's an interesting one.
There'll be someone on there. Someone will find it.
Let's see what we can find.
Who's our Andy Zaltzman? Who's our stats man? Stats person.
Well, you can always tweet Zaltzman in case he's because he does like a
bit of trivia.
Yeah.
Let's go through the same region. Is that going to make the boundary as well? It will. Back to back, Daniel Bell Drummond working Jack Leach through point. And
that's the end of the over, and over the
reached the end of
bring up their 350.
The end of
saw this current partnership break 150.
The 74th over. Kent 354 for a loss of 1 wicket.
This is new high score for Kent.
Is it?
Highest previous to this was 170 in first class cricket.
I mean, in fairness, one place to do it is Taunton in the sunshine. Casey Aldridge entered the field of play. He's come on for Craig Overton. Craig making a bit of R&R. With some more bowling coming his way tomorrow. Casey, he's made a few trips onto the field and back off again today. Hamid to continue. Crawley just drops his bat on that one. And again, Hamid. Oh, he's picked that up. Wow.
This is just brutal, isn't it, for Somerset?
I completely lost that ball. He's hit that so cleanly. Again, it's outside off stump. It's a big stride down. and it's through the line and cross over mid-wicket into the Ondarchi pavilion, and it's another 6 to add to the total. There's no sign of him stopping here, Zach Crawley. And again, it's a mirror image. It's exactly the same shot. This is ruthless from Zach Crawley, exhibiting all the shots. We mentioned he might click into white ball mode. I think he's answered that pretty profoundly. Back-to-back sixes. Andy Amin is on the end. He's also changed his angle here. Andy Amin is going to come round the wicket now. What's going to happen here?
He's beating the bat.
Beat the bat. I reckon would be a single figures tally for the beat the bat numbers today.
Yeah. Barely happened, does it?
Those 2 shots over mid wicket. Wow. Meaden again. Oh, reverse sweep. That is just classy. It's the low risk shot because the ball's pitched outside. The man is up in the ring. The space behind. He's seen it. 2 bits of brute power followed by a wristy piece of genius just to roll his wrist on that and just use the pace of the ball. Run it in behind. The man that was stationed at third man. Short third man. 6-6.4. Andy Amin, what's your reply? In again. Drops one short. This one's
hammered into the turf, that one.
Yeah, a bit of a tired shot, wasn't it? Just hands dropped and settled for 1.
Oh, these scores are pretty much level now, aren't they? They won't be far off.
I reckon there's, without looking, I reckon there's about
10 runs in it, I think.
Is it? Is it that?
Oh no, hang on. No, about 5 runs in it. 5 runs in it. So Kent have almost made Somerset bat again here, and they've still got 9 wickets in hand. This game's still on for Kent, you know.
Quite a remarkable turnaround, isn't it?
There are issues with enforcing follow-ons.
It's so tough though, isn't it? Because if you don't enforce that follow-on, you can. This may well have happened for Somerset, and they would have been batting for half a day.
How much more do you need?
Yeah, to get a lead of 600 or whatever, which is just be.
Yeah, no, it does put you in control of the game a bit more, but your bowlers are going to be absolutely exhausted, especially your seamers.
Yeah, exactly.
224 he's on.
371 for 1. Any Kent fans that have made the trip down, they've got more than their money's worth today, haven't they?
They'll be very pleased watching this. This is fantastic.
He's going at just under a run and boys. 224 off 251. He's striking it for 89.
When you see stuff like this, you think surely you're due a mistake at some point.
Yeah,
but he's just not. He just hasn't had any.
Well, you see a bit of a tired shot, or you see something, or skip down the track and miss a ball, a wild swing at one.
Yeah. You just expect there to be something.
He's been given too much of that today. I think another 4 through backward points is what I'm referring to. But Jack Leach, Matt Renshaw, Amid, understandable. It's not all full-time frontline bowlers, but he's been given too many short deliveries through backward points
with a bit of width.
He's exercised a lot of right through there, and it's a low-risk shot. Can Leach provide Somerset with a glimmer of something?
In the arm.
Oh, that's the one.
Taking the inside edge.
It's a leading edge, isn't it?
And if Dixon, I think it is, there had been slightly wider, well, it would have been down his throat. It was perfect height. Well, there's a mistake, but he gets away with it. You ride your luck a bit when you're on 230.
Strange one, that, because it wasn't there to hit through mid-wicket.
No. More classical looking drive.
Bit inside out. Shades of Shivnarine Chanderpaul, that.
Yeah.
Inside the line, popping it through cover. So Bell Drummond on strike.
He's got it! It's the end of Bell Drummond. It's not the one they would have wanted, but it is still a wicket. Leach gets the breakthrough there. Rue gives him a great big hug. Somerset finally make a breakthrough. It feels like it's been hours and hours since they've taken a wicket, but that is the end of Bell Drummond, who goes to Leach, who's kept plugging away, and picks up his first wicket of the innings, 378 for 2.
It's no hesitation from the umpire again. Finger goes straight up like a shot. It looked, again, hard to tell from our angle. It looked out, to be honest, on first viewing. He's got through the defensive Belldrummond, he's pushed him onto the back foot. Yeah, he's trapped him on the back pad. Front of all three in. Belldrummond had no complaints walking off. I mean, completely under the radar. He's made a very well made 62. But he's played second fiddle. Batting continues for Kent. Out comes Marcus O'Riordan.
Well, he batted well for his... he didn't make many. No one really made many.
No.
But he batted well for his 20 in the first innings.
Marcus O'Riordan.
Well, it's... wouldn't call it a lifeline necessarily, but it's something. Something for Somerset to cling on to. Some positivity. 378 for 2.
Well, Somerset finally getting the breakthrough. Well, Vic was talking earlier on about Somerset finishing with maybe 4. Well, they've got 2. They've still got 10 overs. Might just nip one out. Not as disastrous, perhaps, as...
Another quick one here.
Somerset would have thought. And bear in mind, the new ball comes in 4 overs as well, so there are reasons to be cheerful
Craig
for
is
Somerset
back on.
fans. Craig is back on. Although it's Crawley on strike, so he's not facing the new batter. He's facing someone who's on 231. Well, if you get Crawley out here, things do look a bit different. But Crawley is seeing it like an absolute football at the moment.
So untroubled, doesn't he? Yeah. That's a decent length ball top of off stump. And he's just dropped his hands on it and knurled it away.
Kent lead Somerset by 2 runs. So they are 2 for 2 at the moment. Effectively.
Correct. Yeah.
Which is not, not ideal, but the pitch suggests that 2 for 2 will soon become quite a lot bigger.
That's a good stop. Mead.
They wouldn't be surprised if Mead doesn't get used all that much more, although he's a useful person to throw the ball to, but he was getting absolutely hammered in that previous over.
6-6-4 in that over. 2 bits of brute strength, 1 bit of excellent cricketing IQ to spot the space down at third man. Over to it again. That's in Crawley's art. Oh, good shot for 1.
Yeah, well stopped.
His
tumbling over it was Pretorius.
Zach Crawley, of course, so many of you remember his highest first class score, 267 against Pakistan a few years ago. He's only got 35.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against that at the moment.
No, and if we get another Amid over, then
well, it could it could happen quite quickly.
Yeah. But
so Belldrummond, what did he contribute in this game? Only 4 in the first innings, 62 in the second. Useful, obviously. 62 is a good score. Compton and Belldrummond both getting out in the 60s. Well, that's on this sort of pitch. That's the same as getting out in the teens, I think.
Yeah, it's chance
barely got in at all. Yeah.
Batters are probably people. They'll probably feel like that's a chance missed.
Yeah.
Been reliably informed by our beavers behind the scenes that against Nottinghamshire, the game here, the mammoth Nottinghamshire second innings, 21 wickets fell during days 1 and 2. How many wickets fell after that across the last 2 days? 1 wicket across 2 days.
So they've done better than that then today, Somerset.
They've already doubled that, yeah.
Well, no, they've taken...
Well, they've taken 5...
They've taken 7 today.
Is it 5 this morning?
5 this morning.
2 now.
2 today. 2 this afternoon. So they've taken 7.
Yeah.
What they'd love is to nip out another one tonight. What have they got? They've got 9 overs after this one, so it's certainly possible. In the air and over the top of Jack Leach. That'll be 4.
Fortunately, deliveries like that won't be helping.
Yeah, he's Crawley is Yeah, no, sorry, it's O'Riordan who's on strike.
It was a wide half volley, wasn't it? It was asking to be hit.
Especially when the field's up there, not on the boundary.
Well, he's sat in the hutch for the last few hours. Quite a nice way to enter the crease, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he's played some good shots, O'Riordan, in this match. As I say, only made 20 in the first innings, but actually, some of those were very nice. There's Harry and his one of them glamorous locations he ends up taking photos from.
Unsung hero, this man.
Well, while this game gets towards its closing moments of the day, I'm going to bring Vic Marks in, and he'll come alongside you, Sam.
Fantastic. Guide us through the last phase of the day. 3 overs to go to the new ball. But in the meantime, Jack Leach will continue and try break down these defences. What a huge scalp it would be to get Zach Crawley's number.
That's the new tie.
I think it's fair to say this is a slightly better pitch than the one that was posed in the Nottinghamshire game. 15 wickets on days 1 and 2 during this fixture compared to the 21 in the Nottingham one. And obviously 1 wicket in the final 2 days in the Nottinghamshire game, but already 7 on day 3. So an improved pitch, yes, but with that has come some superb batting to match.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think also there are still reservations about the fact that they get so much better.
Yep.
But still, there's a bit of life left in this game at the moment. If Somerset were to have a particularly fruitful last half hour or so. New ball's an interesting one. I don't know. They've got people queuing up to take it, but they could.
Well, interesting that Craig
could give it to Leach and another.
Yes.
I mean, given that they're running out of fuel, they could just. Leach is actually quite used to bowling with a new ball, but we'll see what they do. And he has.
Another big appeal, another wicket, another breakthrough. Jack Leach again.
So I wouldn't take Leach off.
Another breakthrough from Jack Leach, another LBW, very similar to the Daniel Bell Drummond dismissal we saw just a few moments ago.
Well, let's have a look at that.
Let's have a look and see. But again, no hesitation from the umpire.
Well, I think that's all right.
Yeah, big appeals all around, and suddenly Somerset have 3 batters back in the hutch. That can only be a positive thing, Nick.
Yeah, well, we established that Kent were 2 for 2, but what was the score then? So let's get let's see what's the lead now.
The lead is 8.
8 for 3. I mean, they're in crisis.
What a positive
It sounds
outlet.
better, doesn't it, than 384 for 3?
Really
but
does.
they are in essence they are 8
absolutely.
for 3. And there's still a bit more time to go. There's 9 overs remaining. We have another best player in the first innings. Joe Denley's coming out.
This is really interesting how this will pan out here. Zach Crawley in set, seeing it so well. Does he continue the way he's going? Does he try and just steer things through the ceiling?
Well, he was getting a bit flippant against Umeed, understandably.
Yeah.
But no, I think what he does now is revert to how he's played mostly since tea, which is, hang on a minute, I've got a fresh batsman in, I need to not go into his shell, but not go for the extravagant shots that bring quick reward, because it's very important that he hangs there, because another wicket now.
Well, yes.
And we are in business. Big wicket, Denley, I mean, he was excellent actually this morning. He was batting this morning.
It was brilliant.
And looked good, and then got kind of left with the tail.
Ran out of partners, didn't he?
Yeah. Leach will be confident. It's the old. I told you to keep aiming for the front pad. That's what you're aiming for.
That's the one.
Now.
These low knee rolls. Yep.
It's taken a while for him to get something in that last column, but this will cheer him up a bit and bring a spring in the step.
In again, Leach. Bring Denley forward. It's interesting because we were just saying when Crawley was going through one of his sort of spikes in momentum and he was putting everything to the boundary at a rate of knots, just anything wide and anything short being offered, he was just jumping on so quickly.
Ooh, look at that. That's,
I
mean, he played some big shots against Leach last night, didn't he? Straight 6, a glorious shot, but see him come down early in this piece. Overton is now sprinting to give.
Desperate to have another ball.
Yeah, there's 8 overs remaining. He's probably got something on tonight.
Sunday,
and he
Sunday
will have.
evening.
It's the 79th over, so it'd be, I don't know. It'd be tempting, wouldn't it, to just take that new ball? I think with Leach at the other end.
Do you think?
Here we go. Anyway,
Overton in then. In front of us in the Trescothic Pavilion. That's a nice shot of a half volley.
That's a nice shot, but they won't mind that one now. Now we can get we've got to get the new batsman. We're fed up with bowling Crawley.
Got a chance of 5 at the new man, Joe Denley. Field changes.
Well, there's a slip coming in. Not massive. I mean, they're all coming in a bit, but they're not expecting a whole rush of outside edges. There's Gregory marshalling the troops and sort of communicating by arm movement, perhaps, with Overton. Overton wants to get on with it. In he comes.
Bringing his step. Charges in. A little bit of shape.
Yeah.
Draws the forward defence side, Joe Denley. Into his 14th over here, Craig Overton.
Yeah, bowled a few this morning, obviously.
Yeah.
Polished off the end. He's got Denley with a
14 in this
cracking
innings.
delivery. Seems a long time ago, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? There's 11 overs this morning and 14 second innings. Can he produce something here? What a bonus it would be. Into Denley again. A bit shorter, pushes Denley back. That won't trouble him too much. 60 in the first innings for Joe Denley.
You feel a lot depending on this too now. I mean,
Absolutely.
Crawley, I mean, he should be tired, but he doesn't look it. He's got 234, he's batted. Well, he hasn't batted all day, even for that. I mean,
he's made it in very quick time. 260 deliveries.
Director's box. Still could happen.
Nice stroke.
He
There
said
we go.
he's going to get 400. And then, actually, we worked it out, and there's probably time for him to get 500 if they batted all day tomorrow. But there's a certain pressure brought back onto the thing. But 2 wickets, another 1, and he split this pair up. These are Joe Denley's been around the houses. Crawley is now an established international cricketer. Get beyond them. You've got Harry Finch next, and who didn't get runs in the first innings. You're into sort of players
Finch,
who are not.
Everson, then you're into Swanepoel and the rest.
Yeah, who could be a bit more flustered. Denley looks very calm.
Well, either way, you'd much rather be having a bowl at those guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Tomorrow than you would be having either of these two still there.
Yeah. Certainly, there's an urgency suddenly about Overton, an impressive urgency actually, because it's been a long day for him.
Well, this is it. It's momentum shift, isn't it? Because although it's been a toilers day for Somerset, actually to finish with a few wickets here would be massive.
Okay.
Full length delivery.
So Leach will continue.
End of Overton, and we creep one more. So this is the last one, and the new ball is available the next over.
Yeah. And well, we'll see what Gregory does. I think how many's left? 6 after this.
6.
I think you've got to take it.
I agree.
I mean, there are times, as you know, when that new ball with a tiring bowling attack, it can just disappear because it just flies off the bat.
Yeah.
But there's only 6 overs to go. They've got 1 new batsman in. They can still defend a bit if they feel they need to against Crawley.
Yeah.
And there'll still be some freshness, newness to that ball tomorrow morning when Davey will be fit and everyone
Davey will come running in and save the
reinvigorated.
day. Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't see many downsides of taking a new ball. And I think I would let Leach bowl with it at the far end.
Just keep him going.
Why not?
He's built some pressure, hasn't he?
He's got that LBW going. And sometimes, the new ball, it can bounce a bit more. It hasn't really turned for him at all.
No.
But he's found a couple wickets somewhere. And we've seen, Denley, we did see Denley dart down the pitch as he did the other night, last night. when he hit a gorgeous straight 6, but it's a big shot to play in this circumstance. I wouldn't put him past him trying it again. And he might succeed, but he might not.
True. There's a chance if he's going to take it. So Luke's to continue. Goes in. Oh, short inside edge, down onto a boot or into the ground there, just squirted away to roll to short square leg.
I thought he was going to pump that square on the offside to get off the mark, but not quite settled yet.
Leach again. Again, targeting that front.
That's a run out ball.
Quick single taking. Or throw, but they've been a bit ominous, some of these singles for Kent today.
Well, I keep telling you how Denley's a Nardole pro, but even Nardole pros get nervous. and on Naught particularly, they like to get off there.
Absolutely. Don't like
that was
scoring.
not a great run, and he was
a
little bit slow out the blocks, Crawley. I think once he got called, though, he realised he had to scuttle.
Head down and get on with it.
It wasn't a good run, really.
And again, Leach.
That's a better one.
Yeah. Leach into his 26th over of the innings.
Well, he'll be feeling more comfortable with life.
Yeah.
Having picked up those 2 wickets. He's got 4 in the match so far. He'll have to get a few more if Somerset are going to win it.
Yeah. I feel he holds the key to this new ball.
And it's not that it's turning greatly, but it's not doing anything else. Look at him, he's a long way down there.
Joe Dunley's not afraid to skip down, is he?
Well, no, but I'm surprised he's doing that.
So here we go.
Now then, let's have a look and see what...
Are we going to see the new ball?
I don't know, but there's 2 umpires are coming together.
Water's
and I think
on.
one has tossed a new ball to the other. And I think Craig Overton is just getting something from the 12th man, is he? Some
energy gel or something.
You allowed to have an energy jab?
Energy gel?
I don't know. Energy gel? I don't know.
Energy gel?
Yeah, I'm sure you can. He's just refueling.
The new ball straight away.
And let's just establish he's loose, so he doesn't need any looseners with that new ball. And I'm pretty sure we'll
look shiny from here.
It does, doesn't it? Usually you would think, like at Wimbledon, you know, the server holds up the new ball, but they have taken it.
New ball
we have
taken.
Established that the new ball is taken. There's going to be 1 extra slip, even for Crawley.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough. Where's he going to go?
You said
going
no
to
looseners.
Second slip.
Yeah. No looseness here. You said he's ready to go.
Well, he should. He should be loose because he's bowled. He's bowled 2 overs on the trot.
Yep. Here he is then. Overton with a new ball to Crawley. It's back of a length, and it's, as we've seen a lot today, whipped off his hip. He's down to the on the boundary at square leg.
Now then, so for Denley,
can he make something
another
happen?
slip comes in? And the man on the cover boundary comes in. There's no 3rd man, so there's going to be 2 slips. We haven't seen 2 slips and 3 slips for Joe Denley, and
so
not much
slips.
protection on the leg side, but he's looking for that outside edge. He's got a new ball, in he comes.
Nice shaping away, nice looking on drive. I think Overton will mind seeing that.
Yeah, his hands went up. His hands on his head.
Yeah,
quite a lot of hands on head. It means. You know, it's a free shot that, you know. I've seen, well, almost careless. New ball,
drive,
full in length, could swing.
Yeah.
He middled it okay. But it's quite an ambitious play from Denley, who determined to be positive. That's a glorious shot for Nunn. I tell you what, I'd want one for that. Didn't he time that beautifully?
Just check drive, just dropped his bat on it. New ball flew. Still a bit of a contest here. Overton going to continue. Coming in. Can he break through the defensive of Denley? That's overpitched, unfortunately, and it's been met quite beautifully by Joe Denley. Gracious cover drive. was able to latch onto it and throw his hand through it, and just as Vic was talking about.
Yeah, well, that was a half volley, but
Yeah.
you can understand what Overton's looking for.
Mm.
Fact is, though, he timed it beautifully. It was just slightly too near and too full. But he likes to respond positively at the moment, Denley, in the modern way.
Overton again. Can he? That's better. Not a lot of carry on that. James Roux still down on his knees, and he collects the ball.
Yeah, we wait to see. Who Gregory entrusts that new ball to at the other end. I mean, as I say, at the moment, I think I'd stick with Leach.
Yep. Yeah, it is. It's warm enough up here, let alone outside. Overton continues. Again, better shape. Good carry this time.
Looks like he's going to give it to Pretorius.
What have we learnt there? That new ball, if you get it wrong, flies across this outfield.
Yeah, well, it does fly. That's part of the deal.
Yeah, it's fair, isn't it, for Somerset?
So, okay, well, this is one
Pretorius?
Gregory and I have gone slightly different angles.
Yeah.
I think I would have let Leach had one more with that new ball, but he's gone for Pretorius, who's been terrific all day, actually, with no reward in the second innings.
Very impressive.
So we'll have a couple slips, I should think, for
Change
Pretorius, for Crawley, and perhaps another one for Denley.
Miguel Pretorius.
He's bowled with good pace today, and pretty good stamina too. So
the most impressive thing has been he's tested every batsman he's bowled at. He's tested all of them. Whether that's moving them all back in, he's challenged them. He's wrapped the pad a couple times. He's beat the bat. Be interested to see how he takes on Crawley here with a new ball. 2 slips, and then we've got short extra cover, and we've got backward point third man out. Extra cover sweeping, mid off up. Deep mid wicket, sort of 2/3, and mid on. Pretorius comes in, climbs into the run up from the river end, draws defence out of Crawley, just drops some runs for 1.
he's been good at that as well. I mean, he's hit some fantastic boundaries, but he's also been very good when the field spread a bit, just dropping it down. I'll go up the other end for a bit.
Absolutely.
Now then, there'll be, I imagine, a few reinforcements. The man on the cover boundary, he's coming up into the ring. It's just a question whether Gregory gives Pretorius another slip. I don't think he's going to. Fair enough. I think he must have, I can't see it, but there's supposed to be a third man
there is,
down
yeah,
there.
there is, yeah.
It's a very short boundary there, and he's sort of going for
wide.
the ball.
Pretorius in again. This one is a not so aesthetically pleasing delivery down the leg side. This field setting, probably too many down there. Can he get these slips in the game? Can he try and draw something out of Denley?
Well, I don't think it's difficult to draw Denley into an aggressive response at the moment.
He goes looking for it.
Yeah. Now what's happening? Umpire's unhappy. Someone's...
Is it behind the sight screen there?
Steward.
Steward in the orange high vis.
Looks like it. All right then.
No, still not happy. There we are.
He's obviously on edge. Denley, obviously on edge.
Pretorius to Denley.
That's a bad ball.
That's a poor delivery. Poor delivery. It's a tired delivery. Yeah. It's swung, and it's swung far too far on the leg side. Completely avoided the grasp of James Roux, and it's gone for 4 wides.
Four buys, I'm afraid.
4 buys. Not even wides.
Wides
Harsh.
on it. Wides.
On Denley.
Wides with the white ball.
Harsh on poor James Roux. That. That's another couple to the Kent total, which creeped up towards 400. 398 for 3. Sounds imposing, actually. In layman's terms, 18 for 3.
He's not got it right at the moment.
No, it's difficult. He's had a fairly long break since his last spell.
Yeah.
The captain said, right, another new ball, go make something happen for me. Just taking a minute to dial in.
But a wicket now really would put the cat among the pigeons.
Absolutely delightful.
You can see where we are.
Late
I
evening
mean, it's not a
sunset.
bad spot.
That's gorgeous, isn't it? It's plenty warm enough up here, I can tell you that for free. Pretorius in again, better. Challenges down the outside off stump, but he just drops his hands and lets the ball run down. Yeah, been bathed in sunshine. We've had a fantastic day for it. A couple of interruptions yesterday. Been very lucky today. It's been absolutely gorgeous. Plenty of people stuck around. Why wouldn't you, watching Zach Crawley back the way he has? So it's
Yeah, we said early on, we're very happy to see, for the locals even, happy to see him get 50 or 60.
Yeah. I'm sure 230.
We didn't necessarily suggest 240.
He's been at the crease for 317 minutes.
So that's just over 5 hours, isn't
5
it?
hours.
Well, yeah, but I don't know if it's... How many balls he faced? 266. This is probably quicker than his 267 in terms of time at the crease. I don't know how long he batted for that, but I would guess more. Even though that was a pretty forthright innings.
It was. Let's have a look. So Overton back in. 4 overs remaining in the day. Good shape, hits the pad, but
Now he's moved the bails around.
Another
again.
bail
He's becoming
swap.
a little imp. He's a little imp from North Devon.
another bail swap. Imp from North Devon.
I expect they do that at Instow all the time now. Still, it's
Here it comes, you can see it now. Just as he followed through. We've seen about 3 of those today, haven't we? Yeah. Unfortunately, none of them have yielded.
no. He's not as good as
Success.
Stuart Broad, clearly.
Overton again. Nice bit of shape. Probably a little bit too straight, to be honest. Someone's getting in trouble throwing the new ball on the floor like that. Tom Banton down here. Would be an absolute bonus. Huge result for Somerset. And it would completely flip the complexion of this game if they could pick up another wicket before the close of play here. Overton coming back in. Is he the man to do so? Good shape. Our left. Looks nice, but Denny more than happy to watch it sail through.
There was remaining, it says 4 on that board, so 3.5 now, I guess.
What's the plan? First thing tomorrow then, Vic? If you're arriving in Lewis Gregory's shoes?
Well, bowl them out, I think.
Hey, that'd be great, wouldn't it?
I mean, you'll give it to you. I mean, I would have kept Leach on here, but having done, I think you obviously go with the new ball. You'll probably go with Overton Pretorius, but if nothing happens, I would get Leach on pretty promptly.
Yeah.
Not because he's doing much, but I just think you might have Davey in there as well. But
yeah, true.
It is, these conditions. When the sun comes out anywhere nowadays, and it's dry. So I wouldn't be slow to get Leach back on. I feel Leach could pose problems. I think these two might well. I mean, Crawley's obviously played him extremely well.
Yes. Overton a bit fuller. Leading edge.
In the first innings, actually, Denley played him pretty well. Once I feel Leach will. If Somerset to get anywhere, if they can split this pair up.
Through one side.
Leach will pose problems for the other slightly less experienced players who might hit him. Someone like Swanepoel.
Yeah.
Liable to be aggressive against him, etc. But there are possibilities.
Overton in again.
It's a nice delivery, but it's not doing anything much. It's in the right slot. Nicely played.
That's another over ticked off. 3 remaining at the Cooper Associates County Ground on day 3. This game that is poised could go either way, in truth.
But I think, on the plus side, he'll be saying, look what happened to this team yesterday morning, I'll say, which is if you can get down to 4 and 5, there's no guarantees, but there is the possibility of a flurry, because the 10 jack don't really
No.
and I think the likes of Everson, good players, want to ball. Oh.
It's got him. What a moment, what a breakthrough. And a fantastic innings has come to an end. Jubilation for Somerset. Breakthrough from Pretorius. Lots of handshaking as Zach Crawley makes his way off. An absolutely sumptuous innings. 238 of 266 deliveries. Outstanding innings today. What a moment for Somerset.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I didn't think they'd have so many in the total. That's when I
No, completely fair
But
enough.
nonetheless, that's a huge blow. It was a lovely moment in a brilliant innings. The first thing you say,
Absolutely.
Brilliant innings.
Yeah.
And a reminder why you keep picking him for England, because when he comes off, he can change the pattern of a game and also excite you.
Yeah.
And he loves playing against quality bowling. I think he stands tall. So a brilliant innings, and it was a lovely sight. Actually, you saw some of the more senior players really, but Overton and I think inevitably Matt Renshaw sprinting in his direction. Yeah. They all went over to shake his hand, acknowledging that this was a sparkling innings.
Absolutely.
But his departure doesn't half make a difference.
Well,
who's come out? It's Gilchrist, the night watchman.
Come out. Now,
he's only the night watchman, but if you could get him as well, that would be handy. Just against it with a new ball.
Yeah.
Slips are coming in now in some volume. I mean, there were just a couple when Crawley was on strike. Pretorius, by the way, he looks very sketchy in that first over, but he's redeemed himself pretty promptly.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nothing.
He was just lulling him. He was just lulling him.
And Crawley went to push it, and just the faintest and next, and Rue did really well to hold on to it.
So Gilchrist now, he's only got 3 slips at the moment. Is he going to augment that or not? No, that's okay. He wants to make sure that Gilchrist doesn't get away, because he might as well try and get him out. Don't worry.
Yes.
In fact, another slip is coming in, and that seems about right. A 4th slip or a gully, one or the other. It looks like in the gully. So it's not a comfortable time to come out. And suddenly Kent, who've been sitting, luxuriously in the dressing room.
Yeah.
Well, 4 down, the night watchman in. There's still just under 3 overs to go. We're not going anywhere until they've been bowled.
Pretorius in again.
Ooh, that was close.
Brave leave. There's 2 types of leave in this game. I suppose it's a good one.
Well, there's the good leave and the bad lead, you're saying, but that was just about. It was only just a good leave.
Yeah, just a good leave. But I mean, in the context of this game, although the scorecard reads 399 for 4, effectively Kent's lead is 23. They are 23 for 4.
Yeah. And it's game on anyway.
Absolutely.
This game is alive for even if things don't go very well for Somerset. This game, there's all 3 results actually.
Yeah, on the cards.
Or 4 actually on a technicality.
Oh, again, it's a good delivery, good lines from Pretorius. He's suddenly just dialed in, isn't he? That first over was a little bit wobbly.
Yeah, but the wicket helps. He's relaxed a bit, and so this game tomorrow is alive for quite a long time, come what may, because this Kent could get a lead of 200, which is another 180.
Yeah.
And that game is really alive, and anything could happen. Yeah. It could be 200. It could be a sort of. Well, actually, it could be a sort of. It wouldn't take them that long the way they play to get 200, but you know how that Surrey game ended up.
Yeah.
We could be in that sort
frantic
of territory.
Yeah, absolutely. So Pretorius in again, hitting the pitch hard, testing the defences of Gilchrist.
Well, I've got a little stat here.
Oh yeah,
that has been handed to me by Charlie, and I don't know if and it's designed, I think, to cheer everyone up a bit more, but it might also be a trolling thing, but it relates to Gilchrist, who we know and love down this part of the world, and he's got a record which I will reveal to anyone listening after this ball.
Pretorius in again, challenging. Excellent take. James Reid on the leg side,
but I think it's designed to give heart to Somerset's
faithful.
Gilchrist I'm told, holds the record for most consecutive ducks in first-class cricket, namely 6.
No.
And he made a duck in the first innings. So he's bound to get about 70 now. But it's a good piece of stat hunting.
How many balls was his duck? 7-ball duck. Pretorius is back in again.
He's not going to get a duck this innings.
Gilchrist, he's heard Charlie Taylor.
It's
And he's
a lovely
played a
shot,
gorgeous on drive. He's rolled his hand through one. Popped down the ground for 4.
I would guess that's close to a career best shot for him. I mean, it's beautiful. He just leant on it.
It was weighted nicely, wasn't it?
Still, it's an important dismissal.
Yep.
Important over now, then. There are, I think, 2 overs left now. I know one going to get greedy, but another wicket.
2 or 3? Scoreboard says 3.
Yeah, it was saying 3 before.
Oh, was it?
But so
we'll see. Oh, it says 3.5 maybe. Minimum 2. So Overton's going to come charging here at Joe Denley.
Yeah, it's down to 2.
2.
Down to 2.
Is there one final twist in this gripping day's action? We've had wickets, we've had runs.
You have. I mean, it's been a grand day.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been a slightly frustrating one from a Somerset perspective. But they're not out of it.
Overton in again. Nice shape again, but it's lent on by Denley.
Yeah, well, it's over to you, Nathan.
One's not a bad result there.
Well, I suppose not. I mean, you would really like to get Denley out.
A huge bonus to get Denley.
But, you know, you'll take either, and you're more likely to get Gilchrist out.
Challenge him full and straight, yeah.
He wants the helmet as Overton. Not for himself, but for someone at forward short leg.
No.
And he might as well let him sweat. I mean, some of us got trains to catch, but, you know, there's no real rush. In fact, here comes the helmet. Who's underneath that? It might be.
Is it
Banton? It's probably Banton.
The
Yeah,
first one, isn't it?
it's either Banton or Renshaw, and it's Banton, I think. Here we go.
So Overton, renewed vigour, comes into the crease, hits the pitch hard and gets Gilchrist ducking. Little follow through.
Yeah.
Getting into the tail ender. Night watchman.
Okay, well, that's to let him know he's in a bit of a contest.
Yeah. Off we got 4 slips.
4 slips and a back pad.
Back pad. Very short. Mid-on's right up. Mid-off's in the same boat. We've got a man down at long leg.
Did that worry him? Let's have a look. See what comes
in
now.
again. Oh, he's had a chance.
No, well, it might have gone through his hands,
Well,
but
judging
it's
by-
only a technical chance, I'd say.
Oh, it's gone for 4 as well.
It's actually a very good shot.
The
It might have gone through his hands. He clipped it off the meat.
reaction of Tom Banton here suggests that that's
Well, we're going to have a look in a minute, I expect.
at least hit his hand, if not gone through. A tough chance, absolutely, because it's coming quickly.
Yeah, a technical chance, but you don't expect to catch it. If they see the stick or they don't, but it's
No.
right off the meat of the bat. It went for 4. But we'll have a look in a minute, and this might be it. It's a good angle. Good angle. Here he goes.
Overton's in again. Let's probably that one away.
Well, we'll get there. This is Gilchrist is suddenly batting like.
Well, Adam Gilchrist.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Let's have a look.
Here we go. It went through.
Oh, it does.
He might have touched him. I mean, I think
Straight at it,
It's a
that is.
harsh man who puts that there as
Yeah,
a
yeah,
chance,
yeah.
but it was a technical chance. And the ball was in the air as it sped towards Banton, but right off the face of the bat.
It's at a good height.
It went on for 4. You still want him to catch that, don't you?
No, I wouldn't be catching that in fairness.
Well, you wouldn't know how you caught it if you did.
No.
Or-
Oh, Jaffa. Absolute C from Craig Overton. He's done everything right there, apart from take a little feather off the edge of Gilchrist's bat.
How many's he got left in this over? I think this might be.
I think we have.
It's the last one.
Tough for Tom Banton, that. Like you say, I think it either sticks and goes in.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
doesn't
You
know
can't.
much about it.
He cannot
No,
be
no, no.
cast. It's an absolute bonus if they happen to stick.
Craig Overton's last ball of the day.
Yeah.
Can he force the issue?
I don't know.
Charging in. 7 on his back. Cocks up.
Right.
A bit too wide. Left it. He's frustrated.
He's
with
frustrated
himself.
that he
Yeah,
just
he's-
kicks something. But
Should have made him play. Craig Overton finishes this innings. 17 overs, none for 67. It's been a hard day. We've made to toil in the face of some Outstanding Zach Crawley batting.
Well, there was a spell, wasn't there, after
was.
lunch where
Yeah.
he got absolutely pummeled, but in
Yeah.
a beautiful way.
We were just saying
by-
this actually, didn't we? There was nothing chaotic about the way he played
Yeah,
today.
by
It was all
Crawley.
under control.
And there were some poor balls, but there were some also quite good balls which
Yeah.
Crawley just lent on, and they went for 4.
So here we are, 3 minutes to 7 on end of day 3, and Pretorius, man, who's just picked up the huge scalp of Zach Crawley after that monumental innings.
So, you know,
Try and repeat
are
it.
it's a difficult one because they quite like to get Denley out, but they think they've got a bigger chance. I wonder if
Give
not
him
quite,
one if
we're
he
not
takes
quite
it.
giving him one. I'm not sure what is the best. He'll look for one, don't you worry.
Oh, it's just outside off stump, but Denley happy to leave. Vital for Kent, you feel, that he stays there until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, Somerset will be happy to have Denley on strike because if you just happen to get him, well,
Yeah.
you really are on
You've
a
locked
high.
out. Yeah, absolutely.
And Denley, there's a run out. They want to be alert to a run out because Denley, I can tell you, understandably, will be keen to push and run and get up the other end.
Yeah.
And well, he's going to manage that now.
Get the one
Okay.
out to the
Okay, well,
points.
let's
So
see
4
there.
balls at Gilchrist.
I don't think he'll be backing up very much now, Denley.
And there's one-way conversation happening here, isn't there?
In fact, he might be coming down to that. No, he's not. He's not. Gilchrist. Actually, Gilchrist has played 2 glorious shots since he's been here.
Done everything right, isn't he?
Slip Gordon is reinforced. There's 5 in a row there.
5 slips, point, short extra cover, short mid on, and a long leg. All eyes on Miguel Pretorius. Comes in, full and straight, and well played by Gilchrist. Gets right behind it.
I think I'd rather have a back pad than 4th, 5th slip because I think he needs to be. He might have to have another short one at his body.
Yeah. Getting at him. See what Pretorius can do. Can he muster something up? Force the issue for Somerset. Cap off a great evening session. Oh, and he can! What a breakthrough! Fantastic from Miguel Pretorius. Perfect delivery. Top of off stump. Bales rearranged and another breakthrough that adds to a fantastic evening session for Somerset. Gilchrist is on his way.
He might have got a bit of an edge on it, onto the stumps. I'm not sure, but anyway, the fact is, it hit them.
It's brilliant.
So Gilchrist is not the wicket they really wanted, but it'll do.
It's a bonus, isn't it?
We don't want him hanging around tomorrow morning. Joey Everson will be starting, and well, who knows where this game's going to go? The fact is that an hour ago, Crawley and Bell-Drummond just doing as they liked.
Yeah.
Crawley helping himself against Andy Mead, clearing the boundary a couple of times. The scoreboard, although they don't rattle around, was buzzing. Those electric ones too might buzz, and the game was sort of dying. But 4 wickets have fallen in this last hour. Leach initially getting those 2 LBWs, suddenly resurrecting the game, took the new ball, and then glory be Crawley. Crawley got out after a fantastic inning. 238 was it?
Yeah, 238.
409. I mean, what a contribution that is.
I mean, just for a bit of context, 190 or 378 for 2, and then Kent have lost 3 wickets for 30 runs.
Yeah.
Completely changed the whole complexion of the day. As you say, an hour ago, Kent was standing on the barrel of getting a draw, maybe even trying to force a result their way, and suddenly now they're effectively again.
Well, the only way Kent will win this game is if they get bowled out for that sort of enticing figure that leaves a run chase, which is too tempting to ignore.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of cricket to be played tomorrow. I mean, it doesn't matter how true the pitch is, there's a bit of tension come back into the game.
Yeah, there's a bit of life in it.
The ball's new, there's hope for the bowlers,
yeah.
There's scope for what would be a really hard-earned victory. And from a Kent perspective, well, they're relying on Denley, Everson, and then the tail to get enough runs to get them out of a hole. But where's the old win predictor now when
Where's
you need
the win
him?
viz? Well,
But it doesn't matter. We can tell you in the morning.
Absolutely. We can tell you it's going to be.
But it will have been
way.
buzzing up and down in the last 45 minutes.
Absolutely.
Well, great to work with you, Sam.
Fantastic, Vic. Thank you very much.
And and in the end, you've been witnessing what could be, one of those games that will appear on the website.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Great games as we go to Canterbury. Let's remember the one in 2024.
2024. It's been a fantastic day, gripping day's action. Somerset finishing with some wickets to get them through on a bit of a high. At the close of play on day 3, Kent lead by 33 runs with just 5 wickets remaining. What a day we have in store for you tomorrow. Join us all tomorrow morning, 10:50, here on the Somerset channel for day 4. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.